Spanking of the kids. Where you stand? We all got spanked growing up, right? We all got hit.
I got spanked.
I got spanked on the front. My dad would I can't even make the joke.
It was that awful.
It's that bad.
Yeah, my parents would.
He would hold your dick in his hand and slap it like that.
With his face. I wasn't going to say that. I was actually going to do it.
I'm glad you did. I had the image already, and then it went into motion, like it moved.
Why can't you make the joke?
Because my parents listen to the show sometimes, and there's certain things I just can't
starting. They're starting to.
Jeez.
They never said anything. I do love my girlfriend, though. She's so nice.
Yeah.
We do a little trick, like she'll go to kiss my cheek, and I'll turn and plant one on her lips.
Aww, that's adorable.
But I do that right after I eat another girl's pussy.
Lucky Louie on DVD coming Tuesday. Can order now, Amazon.com.
I think growing up, if you're at a certain age, you got spanked. Mm-hmm. That's, it's just the way
When did
things
that
were.
end? When did the timeout start? Louie, you have the kids.
I got kids, and we don't spank them. I don't.
So you're like the barrier. You're the generation that got spanked.
I know what it did to me. I ain't gonna do it to another kid.
It horrified me as a kid.
Did not help me at all. I don't speak to my father.
No, it's one of those things that like
they were bad spankies then.
Yeah,
there's a difference.
I don't either.
Yeah,
I don't talk to my father.
No,
he's been dead 10 years.
Because I remember.
Wait, Blue, you don't talk to your dad?
Well, no, we're starting to reconcile now because I'm finally beyond my problems. So we're starting to be friends now.
Are you?
Yeah. But for a lot of years, I didn't speak to him.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt.
I guess.
It's one of those family things. You don't want shit getting in the way and.
Well, it's like I remember my dad. He would lecture me first and tell me why he's going to, which is like torture.
That's fucking A, man.
Going, here's why you're getting spanked, and I remember standing there thinking, the instant I'm old enough, I'm getting the fuck away from this man and never seeing him again. My mother used to hit me, but with her it was different because she was overworked. She was a single. My parents got divorced, so she's a single mom, tired.
Yep.
Shut up, bang. I totally relate to that.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a parent and you're overwrought. And you just, out of frustration, need to hit your kid just to center yourself. I totally understand.
Center yourself.
I understand. I sympathize with it.
Yeah.
But the idea of hitting kids methodically as a way to discipline them, I think it's wrong. I don't think it's like morally wrong. I just don't think it works.
It doesn't work. I would get the strap. The fucking belt would come off.
My dad had the belt.
He had the belt, and he would one time I was walking my bike across the street, and we had hedges that were higher than I was, and I decided I was just going to walk out in the street and not look for any cars coming or anything. I don't know why I decided to do this. I just walked my bike out in the middle of the street, and a car jammed on the brakes. He's yelling at me, and my father was in the yard and saw this happen. So he's like, what the fuck? Grabs the belt, and here's what he would do. He would fold the belt up into two, so you get that nice loop.
Yeah.
And as he's hitting me, this reciting would happen with each whack. Why did you run out in the street when you... And I'm like, could you leave out some fucking adjectives and just get to the point? Could you...
Even more, this is not 4 syllables in the.
Yeah. W-H-Y-D-I-D-Y-O. You fucking dad, you're spelling now. This is killing me. You're killing me. And it just... it just got like fear and pain, and you just didn't
mistrust of your parents.
Yeah,
you don't think
it didn't help.
It's pain before you can take that kind of pain.
Didn't help. Yeah, what kind of kid is supposed to take that kind of pain?
The ignorant shit I hate hearing is when people well, my child mouthed off to me, and I slapped him in the mouth, and never did it again.
Yeah.
Is that all that happened? That he never did it again? He never did it again, and he's scarred. It's like it's not a kid isn't a product. Like, hey, it worked. That's all I care about is the result was the kid wasn't nasty again.
Yeah.
Well, you could have gotten that respect by the fucking kid liking you as a person or just fucking giving them some positive. I mean, there's a million ways. When you yell at your kid, it destroys them. I mean, you don't need to fucking hit them,
Yeah.
I just don't think it works.
I thought the hitting thing was really weird.
I thought you'd be a hitter.
No, never.
I
never,
thought you would be a
never.
spanker.
And also, to me, it's like fucking perverted. The kid's like,
It is like an S&M thing.
You're gonna spank your kid's bare bottom while
It's
they're
ridiculous.
screaming.
Pull your pants down.
Fucking
What?
stick a. If you're doing that and you don't have a boner, then I don't even understand what's going on.
Hey, Glenn from Connecticut. Opie said there were bad spankings. Does that imply that there are good spankings from your father?
I think
you could go too far, is what I'm saying.
I think there's the whack on the ass with the open hand, and not a fucking send him flying across the room thing, but just an attention getter, like a psh, hey, no.
Right.
I think if a parent does that, and me not being a parent, I'm talking to my ass here. I don't know. But I just seem like that's a little less destructive than the fucking ritualistic strap beating, which, by the way, it's funny you mention it. My parents, too, got divorced, and then my mother had to be the disciplinarian. She tried it once, and she tried the strap thing, and we had bunk beds. So I went, like, rolling into the lower bunk bed, and she tried getting in there, like, with the fucking sidearm pitch, because she couldn't go overhand, because the top bunk was in the way.
The Louis Tiant.
Submarine pitch.
Nice. Yeah. I see the Red Sox hat. I'm helping Louis today.
She went in with the side swing, the tip of the, and she didn't know to double over the strap or anything. The tip of the belt did a perfect fucking cat o' nine tails snap right on the tip of my dick.
Oh, nightmare.
I was screaming like I had been shot in the abdomen. And my mother dropped the belt and just, oh my God, she's crying. She's grabbing ice. She doesn't know.
Kissing it, making it better.
Yeah, well, that helped. She's putting ice on it, sucking out the poison. She wasn't hitting me with a cobra. Fucking 2 X's.
There's no snake, just in case.
I wasn't sure what I picked up. Was it my belt or a snake?
She put ice on. She's crying and never hit me again. That was it with the disciplining with hitting.
No, and again, I understand if you're bringing your kid up in a tough situation, and if a kid goes out and almost dies, you just want to fucking get it in their head.
A quick message.
I understand it. So I don't look down on parents that do it. I understand it. But people that like are arrogant about it, I'm like, it works.
Yeah.
It worked on me. I'm fine. No, you're not.
No, you're not.
You're an idiot like the rest of us.
Your eyes don't even focus.
No, and it's not working. There's fucking the world is a fucking mess.
It fucks things up. It's like if your refrigerator's making noise. I unplugged it. The noise stopped. But now it don't work. Your food's rotten.
Well, it doesn't make that noise.
I didn't hear a peep out of it all night. Something stinks.
I got to jump in. Tom in Tennessee. Daughter enjoys to get spanked. What's this about, Tom?
What's going on, boys? Yeah, I can't even spank my daughter. She's 4 years old. I can't even spank her anymore because she would start to do shit just for me to spank her, and she likes to get spanked.
Holy fuck!
Of course.
What a whore!
She wouldn't cry. Yeah, she wouldn't cry. She would just look back at me and just give me.
She gives you the fucking eye.
See, that's the territory you're getting into.
Holy shit!
It's fucked up.
Yeah.
It is.
Wow, I've never fucking heard of that. That is not right.
There's a guy in her future that's gonna be real happy.
Oh yeah. My daughter likes getting timeouts. She has to sit in the corner with facing the wall.
Yeah.
She'll do something and then go, do I need a timeout? Do I get a timeout? She gets off on it. She likes it.
Wow, that's like some kind of discipline thing. Maybe some time alone. Do you watch any of those nanny shows?
No.
Nanny 911 or something?
I got enough fucking time.
Yeah, I realize.
The idea of watching somebody else having a problem with it. Fucking, I'd rather.
Let me give you a little insight. Pick myself in the fault. I'll give you a little insight on single guy with no kids.
Yeah.
You know, I got a girlfriend, but no kids. Those shows fascinate me because it is a fucking madhouse at the beginning. Kids running, spitting at their parents, cursing, ripping hair out of the siblings' heads, and then they're smacking them around. And then this nanny comes in and makes a little timeout area, and it takes time. She gets down on the level of the child, takes a knee, and explains to the child what the problem is. And then by the end of the show, there are these little angels that put their clothes away.
Well, what you find out is that the parents aren't doing anything. Most parents don't do anything.
That's usually what it is.
They don't put any thought. They just live with these kids like they're roommates.
Yep.
They let them watch television, which just makes your kid into a fucking idiot, and puts the TV is a level of stimulus that nothing can compete with.
Louis, it's all I fucking did.
I know,
as a
me
child
too. Me too.
Was sit in front of the TV.
Pump them full of fucking MSG and sugar, which all food is.
Same thing.
And give them television to watch, which sends them into this fucked up state in their minds. And then the kids don't have a regulatory system. They get agitated. They don't know how to stop themselves from doing something. So these parents, let the fucking TV raise them, give them bad food without even thinking about it. Don't give them any fruit or actually fucking any nutrition.
Yeah.
Then the kid goes, and then they hit them. I mean, it's why the whole, and people are like, well, it works. No, it doesn't. The country's going to shit.
Yeah.
There's fucking crime and drug. That's where drug addiction comes from.
Interracial relationships.
What's that?
Interracial relationships.
Relationships,
right.
which is a huge problem.
Girl gets hit enough times and doesn't want her, she's bringing one of them home.
That's right. Dark
Hey, Dad.
pink hats.
Oh, I'll show
Makes
you
up
in the
for
end.
every fucking beating the father ever gave. Hey, Pops,
ever.
want to introduce you to Tyrone.
Hit me now.
Holy fuck.
Hit me now. We got the song that you used to cry
Oh, really? When
you heard.
when my parents were getting
This is
divorced?
the song.
Yeah, give us the setup. So you'd be in this awful car. Your mom would be driving you and your sister
It was
around.
like an old big car. It would be me, my brother, and my sister. My brother was younger. He didn't know what was going on. And my sister was older.
How old were you?
I was probably
20?
like 6.
I'm losing mommy.
I can't believe they're getting divorced. I was like 6 and she was like 8 or something, like 4th grade or whatever.
And your parents were going through a divorce, or you?
Yeah, he just I remember he just wouldn't come home,
Yeah, they
ever.
try to keep it secret
Yeah.
from the kids for a while, and then you
Yeah.
realize, why isn't Dad home for like 2 weeks?
All right,
But
this
that-
business trip has lasted 3
Yeah.
months. All right, I'm on to you now.
Business trip. He refills the candy in vending machines.
Right.
That's what my father did. It's like, what are they sending him out to Ohio? The Ohio branch of the vending machine. He's got to put M&Ms in a friggin' slot.
And real quick though, but then when your parents were divorced, he would come over every 3 weeks and get everything in one visit. He'd yell at, he'd come in, he'd hit me. He'd lecture me, yell, sit me down, have a discussion, take us out to eat, give us money, and leave.
Every time?
It was like everything in one. But it
Never
was
got
so
that.
shit, huh?
Never got that part. Always nice after they got divorced. Even before they got divorced, never mean to me or anything. Just psychological damage between him and my mother yelling at each other all the time. But it was when he would come over to pick up the kids, he just wouldn't stop his lifestyle that he was doing during the rest of the week. He would take us to the bar that he hung out at. He'd sit us down, get us Shirley Temples at a table, and go to the bar and hang out with his buddies, watch TV, drink his beer.
Yeah.
And then we'd all get into a car with a drunk, and he would weave us home. Well, with no seatbelts and the steel I-beam that was the dashboard of a Rambler that we could have just smashed into at any moment.
Well, he didn't use. My mother used to use us. Like my father would come every couple of weeks to see us, and I'd sit in the window waiting for him to arrive. Oh, here's Daddy's here.
Oh, you'd wait in the window.
I'd wait in the window, and then my father come walking. Daddy's here, and then my mother would have detectives hiding and jump out and handcuff him and arrest him.
Oh, that's healthy for the kids.
Right. We're in the window. Hey, all happy Daddy's here, and now he's being taken away in handcuffs. Who is more screwed up? Your mom? I remember she went to these lengths to set my father up.
Yeah.
He lived in New York, and we were in Jersey.
That is great.
She goes, "You're going to go see your dad. We're taking you into New York." So we would take the bus, go all the way from Jersey by bus to New York with my mother. We get to the Port Authority. He'd meet us there, and the cops would arrest him. It was a whole day excursion so she could set up my dad with us.
And he must have did some horrific things to your mom.
Wow.
You're thinking, who's the worst?
Yeah.
Him for not paying child support or her for using us?
With that,
Well, now you can visit him in a jail cell.
I stepped out,
Yeah,
take care of what I had to take care of.
sure.
I come back, and these two are just telling horrific stories of, divorced, divorce stories, basically.
It was divorce war stories again. I mean, things just pop up when you talk about this. Things you completely suppressed just pop out of nowhere. So I remembered where when my parents were divorced, I'd asked my mother, like, oh, well, you weren't happy, obviously, at the end, but why'd you stay married so long? And she goes, well, it was for the sake of you guys. and stuff. We didn't want to. Like, thanks, don't do us any favors. So instead of, maybe 5 years of hearing the yelling and screaming, we had to go through like 10 or 12 of the yelling and screaming. And then she winds up, after they're divorced, she winds up hooking up with this guy. His name was Dennis. Dennis.
Sounds like a douche.
And my mother just went like wild. I think Dennis was 20 or something like that. Yeah. Dennis was like 20.
He was wearing your clothes.
Yeah, exactly. No, I was like early teen, I guess, maybe somewhere around there. Maybe not even. Maybe I was like 12 or something. And I used to build models, so I was building the Visible V8. This thing was cool. It was a V8 engine that was made of clear plastic, and you put the pistons in and stuff, and the spark plugs lit up when it went around, and the starter motor was the motor that made the whole engine spin. You could see the works, how an internal combustion engine works. The valves moved. But I screwed something up, and one of the pistons was binding in the cylinder because I didn't put it in the right cylinder. And Dennis comes passing by, and all he ever did was criticize anything I did.
Because he wanted you out of the picture. He just wanted to bang.
Of course. He's 20. He doesn't want to be a father to 3 kids.
He just want to bang your mom.
There were 3 kids. My brother's like old enough where he's banging and smoking pot and just, that my sister needs some kind of guidance that he's not going to give. I'm like this nervous wreck just trying to build a model, and he comes walking by and sees that I did something wrong, and he goes, all you do is screw things up. It wasn't even like, hey, do you need help over there? Let me see. Oh, yeah, this piston has to go in this cylinder because the crankshafting, it's binding on there. He just looks and gives like a pff, and he goes, all you do is screw things up.
And how old were you?
I was like 12.
He's basically saying, don't ever second guess why your dad left. Look at this model.
That was
right
pretty
here.
much the reinforcing of that.
Yes.
He was trying to get you to run away.
Yeah, run away, maybe get hit by a truck, never come back, so he could have sex with my mother in peace.
My mother would take us, put us in the car, and instead to take us to my grandmother on my father's side. We're all sitting there, 3 of us, my sister, me, and my brother, right? Just 3 little messes in horrible clothes, right? She'd always bring us with ripped clothes to show everybody we didn't have money, right? And I think she ripped some before we'd even leave the house. She takes us to my grandmother's front door at her apartment, rings the bell, and goes, I can't handle them. I don't want them. You take them. Right? Right? And you're sitting there, you're going, this is abandonment.
It's complete abandonment.
I mean, you're like a little 7-year-old kid. Look, Daddy already left, okay, so you don't think he wants you. Then your mother completely verbally says in front of you, I don't want him, I can't so she can go out and drink and get laid or whatever. Anybody now,
so at least you know why you were like snorting crank back in the day.
Yeah, anybody would call him now, would go, call them on, the grandparent, go, hey, can you watch the kids for tonight?
Yeah.
I'm going to drop them. Hey, you're going to go to grandma's house.
Dump them off.
Not open their car doors, you're going around a turn.
It's still moving,
yeah. All right, get out. All right. It was horrible what they would put you through.
Complete abandonment.
And then one time we used to pick on this kid where I lived. We pick on the kid, right? And then the mother was yelling at me, and my mother went over to yell at her, and that mother and the daughter beat up my mother, and I sat there, I was cracking up, right? Because finally they're beating up my mother on the front door, and they whipped my mom's
Felt like some retribution.
Yeah, I'm going, well, hey, don't stick your nose in.
But now you used to drive around in the car with your sister and your mom, and this song would play.
Oh, yeah, the song.
I want to hear the song.
All right, yeah.
So this song would play, and divorce, you're newly divorced and stuff, and you would get very upset.
Upset, we'd be bawling.
I used to not be able to watch any shows that mentioned. I'd get like all embarrassed if a show came on, like an after-school special, and it was about divorce.
Yeah,
I couldn't sit there and watch it. I couldn't look at anybody. because I was like so ashamed that my parents were divorced.
All my cousins had real families, and they would go, "Richard's coming over. You know, be extra nice."
You know, from the broken home.
It's just like
the broken home.
Be nice to him. Give him something out of your junk drawer.
Like had a disease or something, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, Rich,
I got
something out of your junk drawer.
The one mother who they were rich would give me clothes to go. Hey, you want some of Michael's old clothes? You know. Meanwhile, her son is touching me in the bedroom. You know, we're playing little whatever.
That is
Play the song.
That is absolutely why we're in the position we're in now, too.
Thanks. Yeah.
That's why we couldn't hold down real jobs. We couldn't. We had to end up in some kind of comedy friggin' job.
I gotta tell you, I gotta thank my mom for being crazy. I gotta thank her. I gotta thank her. I'd have a 9-to-5 job at a time if it wasn't for my crazy mom.
3 more hugs as a kid, I'd be working in a cubicle.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mommy.
GPS reports right out to you, sir.
Yes. Thank you for bouncing me off of walls and using me.
All those nervous breakdowns paid off for me. Thank you, Mom.
Oh, my God.
You don't think I don't know?
Yeah.
You don't think I don't know?
As if the show wasn't getting uncomfortable enough.
Thank you, Mom, for being a bad lay and Daddy not coming home.
Where's Mommy? She's on vacation by herself again. Really?
What happened?
Wow.
Wow.
What mom gets to go away for a month when there's 5 kids at home?
This is like broken toys hanging out.
It's a therapy session.
Damaged humans.
Thank you, Mommy. Thank you.
There you go, Dennis. Look where I am now, Dennis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I really screwed up that model, didn't I? So I couldn't become an auto mechanic.
Why isn't Mom coming back from vacation with a tan?
Why is she doing a Thorazine shuffle?
Oh, my God.
And where's our souvenirs? You were gone a month.
What?
Why do we have to cut our steaks with tongue depressors?
Why are all of our souvenirs made out of popsicle sticks?
What happened to all the sharp objects in the house?
What's that weird jacket she wears with the ropes in the back?
Are you my new mommy? No, I'm your mom's long-lost sister.
Oh, man. Thank God.
But I've never seen you before.
Song.
Goddamn baggage carousel worth of baggage we're carrying.
So I thank my mommy today. Oh, yeah, I know why. I'm in the position I am today.
Just sitting at the baggage carousel with all these things going around. Is this baggage, this one with the mother's boyfriend telling you you're a worthless piece of crap, is that yours? Let me look at the name. No, it just looks like mine. Tis down there. This abandonment case, Rich, that's yours. Take it off. Let the red cap grab it for you.
Kids, can someone go up in the attic and tell your mom that dinner's ready?
The attic. Oh, is that horrible, man?
But, Daddy, why are you cooking?
Will Mom ever catch that fly?
Oh. They just didn't get it.
Thanks.
I laugh because I want to cry.
Thanks.
My mommy was broken.
My mommy was broken.
Yes, I cry inside. All right. Where were we?
The song. The divorce song that used to make Rich cry. I want to see how he reacts to it now.
No,
Have you heard it recently?
Huh? No, I was going to put a one-man show together and open up with this song.
With it?
Yeah,
this is going to be your entrance music.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's hear. Who does this?
Cher, but I used to thought it was both of them.
Dude, we got to go now, though.
I want to hear a little bit.
All right, we got to give you a little piece.
Let's hear a taste.
So the song is called what?
You better sit down, kids.
That song stinks, by the way. I'd be crying just because it was on.
Okay.
Well, back then, you're hearing it. Keep in mind, your mother used to say, I won't be there anymore. It's like, but there's one part of the lyrics, it stops and slowly goes, well, I have to go now, so kiss me goodbye. So it's like, you see him at the door going,
Bye.
I was your dad, goodbye.
All right, listen.
Yeah,
We got to say goodbye to a big chunk of our audience. Sorry, it's the deal they made. I would love to do another hour for these people.
Would be fun.
We will continue over at XM Satellite Radio, though.
Yeah, we'll be over there.
Here we are at XM. Thanks for continuing with us, whoever you are out there. Damn it, this thing just updated, and Brian from St. Louis, he's a faithful listener to the show. He had a great instant feedback.
We need a better system.
A
new program.
I usually tell the guys to print them up so we have them in front of us. What does this do? Maybe this way? Yeah. All right, hold on a minute. It's worth reading. Because everyone's talking about that last segment we did over at Free FM. Brian from St. Louis. Sons of bitches. I'm sitting in my cubicle here at Boeing, laughing my ass off, and then he writes, why did my mom hug me so much?
So while you're sitting there, fucker.
cubicle, yep.
His cubicle.
You just summed up, like, creativity in one statement, basically.
You gotta make your own when you're in those situations, you know?
I'll get the attention. It might be negative as a kid.
Yeah.
I might be the humorous one in the classroom, but, you know.
It's comics and serial killers are what that type of upbringing creates. You could go either way.
My mother, in school, this is in 6th grade. All the kids are in the lunchroom in 6th grade. And all of a sudden you hear, it goes silent. And my mother came to the lunchroom, because I was a bit, as we're all exiting out as a kids, I was out there with my mother and the principal, and she was smacking me in the head in front of the whole school. I'm gonna kill this bitch.
Yeah, really. You have a right to.
No, she's dying.
By the way, a lot of people. Who's dying?
Well, my mother. She's on her. Well, you know, Alzheimer's. Just won't get out of bed. She's completely shot. You know.
So she doesn't remember.
No.
So you could hit her and she couldn't even tell. You could just.
Ugh.
Yeah, really, you could really get her back now.
No, she lives only 15 minutes or 20 minutes, and I go.
We know the story, right? You didn't pay for the home that she's in or something. What?
No. The Meals on Wheels. I did that.
Right, the Meals on Wheels.
Yeah. By the way, don't let that deathbed crap fool you. She was an awful lady. Some of the things she did to you.
Why should you all of a sudden feel better?
Absolutely. I remember. I've told this story. I haven't told it in a while, but my mom's mom. Don't acknowledge that she was ever a grandmother. We call her my mom's mom. Her name was Aunt B, believe it or not, and that was before I got the dumb
Aunt B
nickname. But we would call her Aunt B because the last name was B, obviously, because we didn't want to acknowledge she was a grandma. She was just an awful, awful lady.
Aunt bitch.
Probably where my mom's problems come from. And she came to the house a few times, and right around, I don't know, I think I was about 10. I really don't know, to be honest. I was still very young. She was gone, out of my life forever. It turns out she sued my parents for money they borrowed because, God forbid, they had 6 kids and they needed a little help at the time. 7 kids, they needed a little help, so they borrowed money from her because I guess she had some money.
Oh, boy.
And they didn't pay her back fast enough, so my mom's mom actually sued her own daughter. Just awful fucking bullshit crap, right?
That's nice.
And
Jesus.
Oh yeah, this is a legendary story. I haven't told in a while.
Lawsuits.
Because you remind me because of the deathbed crap. So fast forward, I'm now I think 23. Haven't seen her in 10 to 15 years, somewhere in that period. I don't know. And my mom calls and says, Aunt B's she's dying. She had a stroke. She's in the hospital. She's not gonna really make it. And for some reason, my mom. Well, I guess for some reason, no, I want to say it that way. For some reason, my mom needed to see her. I'm like, whatever. And so I went and supported my mom. Like, yeah, I'll go. So we walk into this hospital room, and there's this now just old decrepit lady laying in this bed, and she was just a twat to us and everybody around her. She was just not a nice person.
Now, the last time you had seen her, was she younger and vibrant?
Scary. Scary.
Scary.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden,
those old people. Not that she was. She probably, when I say old, she was probably. I don't know, maybe mid-50s, early 60s, but she was that scary old, you knew she could get something done.
I'm old.
And just nasty, right? Yeah, I know. That's what's so weird. When I was just about to say that, I'm like, God, when you're a kid, old was a lot different than what you think now. So anyway, we go in there, and my mom is like pretty much saying goodbye to her mom, which is an emotional scene, I guess.
I guess.
And then she sees me kind of at the doorway because I'm barely in the room because I'm like, I have nothing to do with this freaking thing. This thing in the bed that can't walk anymore because she had a stroke. And then all of a sudden she's like squinting and she goes, Precious. Oh, Precious. Precious, is that you? I swear to God, like an old fucking movie. Precious. I guess she showed a moment somewhere when I was like a newborn and told my mom that I'm precious. And that was my nickname when I first started my life on this earth.
Fuck, was she wrong?
And she's like, oh, Precious, you've grown. I'm like, duh. And instead of like maybe giving her a little something on her deathbed, I go, Mom, I'll be waiting in the car. Do what you have to do. That's exactly what I said.
Didn't even hang out for the big final farewell.
Oh, no, she ended up lasting a little longer than that, I guess.
But how come everybody says, "Oh, you got to let go of it, let go"?
And then my crazy mom's sister, because she's not an aunt either. Like some broad I've seen once or twice. It's my mom's blood sister. Was in the hallway down the hall, like peeking around corners, all paranoid that we now connected with this old broad to try to get money or something. And my mom never cared about money in that way, but this paranoid older sister is like didn't have the balls to come into the room when we were there, but she's like peeking around corners and stuff. Like, what's that about? My mom's like, oh, she's paranoid that we're making an appearance because she's gonna die soon and there's inheritance up for grabs.
So then her sister came in and made her sign a paper with her mouth.
Actually, don't even let, dude.
Yeah, really?
Yes,
that bad.
There were things like that going on. Because there were, whatever, it's too long for now. But the signature looked very suspicious on some documents that were looked at after her death. Let's just put it that way. Whatever.
They're all my aunts and uncles had so much money, and my grandparents left them a multi-family house between my aunt, uncle, and my mother. 3 people. Instead of giving it to my mom, who had nothing, they go, we're selling it and give you your share, and fucking right to another apartment. Instead of letting her get on her feet, I fucked my family was fuck them. I'm so glad I'm semi famous. Guys. Fucking assholes.
Anyway, whatever. So
it just gives me anxiety to talk about my childhood. Fuck them all,
dude. It's I've said it many times. As far as what I'm all about, man, I had my dad's side of the family completely normal in every way. Every way. Fun-loving, good personalities, like to joke, raised really good families, no real problems. And then my mom's side is beyond fucked up.
Yeah.
Dude, I like my mom's sister, I haven't seen in, who the fuck knows, 30 years?
Wow.
25 years? And she's out there somewhere.
Yeah, my dad had one sister and her kids. I hung out with them. 2 were brainiacs. My age was deaf, so it wasn't great to hang out. I mean,
doesn't sound like a lot of fun.
But it was bizarre because the one side it was unbelievable. The other side, especially in the early days when we still were trying to get something going with that side of the family, it was a horror show. And then it was just time to move on and make believe that didn't even exist. I got cousins in Massachusetts I've never met. I mean, it is fucked up.
I had good times with my families, like the people that were related to my father and my mother were great. It was just the relationship between mother and father was really bad.
Right.
But everybody around, all the peripheral players, because every Christmas we would go to my father's family, and they were totally different than my mother's family. My father's family were just partiers. Like, every time you went there, you knew it was going to be just a blast of a party. Even as a kid, it was fun to just watch because all the adults were drunk and having fun.
Yeah.
And all of his kids would just run around like maniacs and stuff. And then my mother's side of the family was totally different. Went over and there was like the plastic on the couches and you weren't allowed in this room or that. You had to sit there and just...
Very similar, man.
Yeah. Really
Similar
weird.
in a lot of ways.
We were just the black sheep. My cousins were all like good, like real smart. You know, in Hebrew school they were the best. I was getting kicked out of Hebrew school. I had to go to Hebrew, and like I used to run the canteen in Hebrew school.
Kicked out of Hebrew school.
Because I got caught stealing the money.
Jesus is Lord.
I was stealing money and candy.
Stealing money.
Right.
My uncle, you're nothing. He used to come over like to try to be my father and go to hit me. I go, don't touch me. You're not my father. You can't hit me, right? And he would try to like, reprimand us.
Are you stealing money from?
It was Hebrew school.
Bill in Jersey City. Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, I want to know, Opie, when you went to see Aunt B that last time, did you ask her, so, Aunt B, what did you like about my life?
Exactly. You don't know the first thing about me.
and then he walks out into the car. That's so. Yeah, what do you like about my life?
Yeah. Click. Goodbye. Oh yeah.
Started.
People ask like, "What do you remember about your mom's mom?" I remember going to Queens to this like cold brick house. Everyone else had nice lawns and hers was brown. The backyard was grown over like the Addams Family of just weird trees that had no leaves on it. And it always seemed like
unplayable for a kid.
Unplayable, exactly. And you would see the next yard and there's happiness and slides.
Swing sets.
And bright greens and stuff. And in her yard, I swear to God, this is what I remember. I'm not making it up. Just a lot of grays and blacks and dark browns. And
wow.
And like
you got some recollection of this.
And just like the wicked forest, just like these weird trees you don't see anywhere else with no real like leaves on them.
Oh,
and they would tell us to go play in the backyard. We'd be scared.
No, I don't want to play in the backyard.
And I remember looking up, and it would just seem like there was this dark cloud that was only over this house. This. If you asked me, this is what I would tell you every time.
Yeah, picture it.
And the house was just filled with hummels and the smell of mothballs. That's all I remember. And like just old furniture with like no rugs or anything to kind of soften up the house.
It was a shed in the back, and all you saw were 2 feet with little striped stockings under it, sticking out.
But then again, my grandma, totally different, man. Home cooked meals, love, laughing, all that.
But I was
crap.
on your dad's side.
Yeah, she was just an amazing woman. Amazing.
Jesus.
Well, she took control, right, in your house?
What do you mean?
Well, did she watch you guys growing up, or?
Oh yeah, a lot of people watched me growing up.
Well, you were precious.
Yeah, you gotta take care of Precious.
That's what.
No, my mom, my grandma had a beach house in Wading River.
Where's that, Long Island?
So I had a great. Honestly, in the end, I had a great childhood. I'm not gonna sit here and cry. I had a great childhood. It was just different. That's all.
Oh, yeah, my cousins had a beach house.
Yeah, we all just reflect on our awful childhoods.
I know, all of a sudden, like, we're taking warm baths with razor blades.
Yeah, no.
Look at that little girl. I mean, hot girl, whatever.
No, my philosophy has been very simple, and it's kind of hacky, but there's always someone out there that's a lot worse than you.
But you know what?
I was talking to some people last night. Don't want to blow up their spot because there's some frustrations going on in my life right now. No big deal. And then I got 2 phone calls in a row, and I'm like, Jesus, you got to remember that other people have much worse lives than you. It doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah. Everyone's got their shit.
It was actually good for me because everything I did with my kids was the complete opposite of what my parents did.
Yeah.
Well, I don't.
They never complimented your fine ass.
No,
like you do with your daughter, you sick fuck.
My kid, Listen, I went to my father. I was doing a TV show once, and they needed pictures of you growing up.
Yeah.
He had one picture of me growing up. One. There's a box load of my cousins. One picture. I got thousands of pictures of my kids. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Movies, videos, everything.
They're on your hard drive, ready to be destroyed just in case the cops come in, you pervert.
The first lock of hair that was cut off, their first tooth that was pulled.
From where? First lock of hair.
And when did you realize you had a nice
curly
ass?
No, I didn't. It wasn't being.
You got ass pictures over the years.
It's just normally you see their face. This is my daughter's ass.
This is when I really knew she had something
good.
She's 7 in a ballerina.
Here's the most recent picture of my daughter's ass.
Here's the paddle we use.
You're awful.
I'm a good father.
You shouldn't notice your daughter's ass, though.
I didn't mean notice.
Creepy.
Let's see. Jim Norton back from on the road. He was in Sacramento over the weekend, hearing nothing but rave reviews, Jimmy.
It was lovely.
Yes.
Oh, it was lovely. What a dumpy town Sacramento is.
Really?
No offense. It's like Albany on the West Coast.
Oh.
Kind of just depressing and silly. Sorry.
They have nothing to be proud of.
Oh, certainly don't.
San Francisco's so close and so much better. It's just just in the middle of nowhere. I drove through Sacramento going to the West Coast when we had our time off, and he
Drove
is
through
right.
it.
Oh, yeah. No reason to stop.
That's what I did.
I think I found a Starbucks.
Drove through it.
I found a Starbucks because I needed some coffee to stay awake. That's what they were good for.
I had to pick up a fire truck with my father.
Yeah?
In Sacramento.
Why were you guys picking up a fire truck?
Well, there was this thing my father was involved with. Many occupations, you know. He never held a job.
Boy, here we go.
Never held a job too long.
Yeah.
And one of his occupations as a welder was he was putting together these things that went on the back of these fire trucks where the fire department could fill the oxygen tanks on site. So if there's a fire and they need a lot of oxygen, they could fill their tanks on site. So they had these, you got to fill the tanks in water. So they had this whole rig that was put together and went on the fire truck. And there was a prototype fire truck that he had to bring down from Sacramento all the way back down to Capistrano, which is like between San Diego and L.A. So he goes, hey, take a ride with me. So I'm like, all right. So we drove up in a rental car and then drove back down in a fire truck with him driving, of course drinking, and like half an hour into the trip, we're like drinking beers, and the sirens and lights are coming on, and we're just zooming down, going over what they call the grapevine out there, and just like drinking beer and just having a blast in a fire truck.
You had the greatest childhood ever, right?
Oh, no, I realize it's...
You come from a broken family, no doubt.
It twisted me a
doubt.
little. It twisted me a little, but it was like, if you look at it from the outside, it's a kid's like wildest dream come true. Everything that a kid wanted to do, I pretty much got to do, like these wild things with guns and fire trucks and dune buggies and girls and horses, drinking, like it was a great thing. But then being part of it at the time, it was like traumatizing. But now that I'm an adult and can look back on it, it's like, wow, that was a childhood. That was like a wild childhood.
Yeah, Anthony was shooting guns at 11, 12?
Yeah, like hunting.
Lost his virginity at 13?
Yeah.
To a girl that his father brought him.
Well, she was a friend of the family. She was 19.
I told that story, by the way, over the weekend.
Did you?
Oh, God, huge laughs over your horrific upbringing. When did you realize that when did you realize you could get away with anything with your dad?
It was weird because his priorities were so screwy that I couldn't get away with everything. Like, I could do things that were just, he would let me do things that were ridiculous.
Wait.
Like, here, stay on this bull for 8 seconds, and you could drink a beer. Okay. So I'd get on, and they weren't full-size Brahma bulls, but they were, mid-size Brahma.
But you weren't a full-size human.
No, I wasn't. And it wasn't like a bull riding place either. It was just pretty much a riding arena, and jump on this bull, and, hold on to the rope, and they let you out of the gate. And, I'm on my ass in like 4 seconds, and he gives me a beer anyway, so it kind of made me
How
feel
old
good.
were you?
13, 14, around there. So it was one of those situations where I could get away with stuff like that, but he would like get real pissed if like my brother was smoking pot at the time, and he found some pot on my brother, and that was just it. He'd like, poo, smack in the face. Or then, he was so irresponsible with money and everything. So there were like nights where I'd be starving. Like, there's no food to eat. The horses had hay.
But plenty of money for drinking.
We didn't have it. Yeah, there was like plenty of tall boy buds for him and everything.
Plenty of drinks around and plenty of food for the horses.
I'm like, hey, Pop, we eating tonight? Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Okay, they find something in the cabinet. And I'm looking around at like rice and friggin' like a potato. And all with eyes growing out of it. It was horrid.
You grew up on the set of Mice and Men.
Yeah, it was. I swear. It was. So one time I grabbed I grabbed these quarters out of his room and went down to the Thrifty drug and discount store out there for your California listeners, and grabbed a handful of quarters and bought some ice cream sandwiches, a whole box, and I just sat behind the store and ate every single ice cream sandwich in there. And he realized I had stolen the quarters. And he goes, what'd you spend it on? And I was like, I was hungry. I bought ice cream sandwiches and I ate them. And he was like, I bet you bought some of those goddamn model rockets, because I was into model rocketry at the time. And his hand just wham right across my face.
And the only reason,
I'm like, oh no, I was hungry and I bought the goddamn ice cream sandwiches.
And he hit you because that was his beer money.
That was probably the beer money,
and that's why he was pissed off.
Yeah.
We got Coke Logic checking in from Whackbag. When Opie found out women have a cycle, he climbed up an apple tree again.
Yeah, very good. People remember everything.
Well, see, I
climbed the apple tree.
I was a very innocent boy growing up, extremely innocent.
Yeah.
Grew up with a very strict mom, so didn't get to really explore. Just kind of had to keep it close to the vest.
Not a lot of knowledge as far as
no. I just played my basketball every day, and there was a whole world going on, past my driveway. But to ask permission to get past my driveway was basically a nightmare.
Yeah.
So I matured a little later than most, and when I found out about the whole sex thing in Washington Drive School in 5th or 6th grade. I was horrified, and I ran home, and I ran up into an apple tree, and I stayed there all afternoon long.
Climbed an apple tree.
How all-American and perfect.
I know, that really is. Norman Rockwell painting.
Well, what horrified me, I know we've told the story a bunch on the air, but it's worth bringing up again today. You're just a little kid playing soccer and wiffle ball and basketball and doing your little art projects, and not much heavy lifting going on, especially in grammar school. It's pretty easy, right?
Yeah.
And then you go to school one day and your whole freaking life and world changes. All of a sudden they're like, oh, we're going to do something a little different today. And all of a sudden they separate the boys and the girls. I'm saying something that a million people understand. And then you march into the gym in single file, guys on the right, girls on the left. There's a door in between you.
The big accordion door is shut.
And they show you the film. We need the music. The film.
The film. Yes, you know what that film is. Well, actually, a lot of people don't until they start it rolling.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what is this? We can watch cartoons?
Well, you're suspicious, though, because you're like, all right, why is it just guys, and why are the girls on the other side of the door? All right, so far we know we're seeing a film. What could this film possibly be?
Yeah.
That the girls aren't allowed to watch it.
Oh, well, let me watch it. Oh, no. This is the movie! Oh, no! I heard about this from the older kids.
And then these cruel bastards, they tell you about stuff that you're not even going to be allowed to do for another 6 years in general.
Yeah.
Unless you're a lucky little fella.
You're going to have to remember all this info for when it actually comes about.
Yeah, you're like 11 or 12 and they're telling you about this new world out there, but you can't touch this new world for another 5 or 6 years if you're a good Catholic.
And they're always the kids with the creepy families who are pointing out what's wrong with the movie.
Yeah, right.
No, this is crap right here, what you're saying. Yeah. I'll tell you how to deal with this situation.
Well, those were the hippie families that, walked around their houses nude and stuff. Oh, I've seen this crap already.
You'll start to notice hair growing on certain parts of your body. And girls, you'll start growing breasts.
And they show some little fella trying to shave for the first time. And
this is where hygiene becomes very important.
Explaining what whiskers really are.
You're going to have to wash every day.
Your body
wash your arms. Yeah, under your arms.
Your body is changing.
You'll notice hair growing on places that didn't have hair before.
Yeah.
Oh, no. It is. This is embarrassing.
And if I'm not mistaken, back in the day, because we're a little older, we got to see a little nudity with our film.
Yeah, it was like cartoon nudity.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't see any real nudity. We used to have to...
Cartoon nudity was the bomb, though.
Invade the library to try to find, real nudity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
sometimes they'd have those. Nowadays, I guess they really kind of weed that out. But books in my library and, even elementary school, if you were clever enough and kind of took enough time to really look, you could find naked girls in there.
I used to find naked stuff in dictionaries.
Biology books.
Dictionaries.
Dictionaries?
Yeah, little sketches of
The little sketch?
Oh yeah. I
Would
forgot.
you look up like V A?
No, just like
You wouldn't?
I'm
And
sure,
then there'd be like a picture of it?
no, I'm sure I did. I'm trying to remember what would get you to the naked sketches in the dictionary. Maybe something about pregnancy or something. So then you have a sketch of a pregnant woman.
Yeah.
Or something like
Encyclopedias
that.
were good also.
Yeah.
Yeah, because they used to have the entire encyclopedia set in the library, and you just break out one of those, make like you're studying something, you know. Make like you're studying, I don't know, Virginia.
Yeah.
and then you'd pull out the old V, change a letter or two.
Yeah.
Call me where's the C volume of the encyclopedia?
So then they grammar. What birthday is this? Grammar school.
Grammar school.
Oh, nice.
It's like you're the Little Rascals.
Wow.
Well, people usually say grade school or just
Grammar school, I would say.
grammar school.
Didn't we used to say-
I never called it grammar school.
I think we used to say grammar school.
I called it elementary school.
Elementary school.
It was elementary school for me. Yeah, and then middle school, junior high, high school.
Whatever you call it.
Grammar
Anyway,
school. That's that I picture the single schoolhouse with Little House on the Prairie kids
Right.
going.
So-
Grammar school.
so then the film is over, and then the gym teacher or whoever the hell showed us the damn film in grade school said, "Well, we instructed your parents if to ask you about the film and to help you along and help answer some of the questions you might have after seeing this film."
Yeah.
And that's when and then they gave us the rest of the day off because this was heavy lifting for
Oh, yeah.
11 or 12-year-old.
Got to wrap your mind around
You
it.
can't go, to gym class after that and throw the huge ball around
No.
or climb the ropes or anything. This was a serious day, so it was a half a day for everybody. And I ran home because my house was close to Washington Drive School out there in Centerport, and I proceeded because I knew my parents knew that I saw the film. That I had to run up into the apple tree, and I stayed there for the rest of the afternoon, and my dad was at the bottom of the tree, I'll never forget it, trying to coerce me down.
Talk you down.
Saying,
huh?
it's not going to be that bad. We'll keep it quick. Because I guess they were supposed to talk to you. Every single...
Yeah.
And I'm like, man, I don't want to deal with this. I just want to play my basketball. I'm not ready for this, man.
I had a similar experience because I went home and asked my dad, I said, Dad, I have a question. And he goes, yeah, your mom is a I was like, oh, no, that's not what I want. Yeah, your son just came in here and he's asking me questions, but why don't you shut up, you F-face? Oh, give me a break, you bitch. Where's my whiskey? I saw a movie in school and I need help. This is because of you, Ro. This is why he cries all the time. It's your fault, Ro. Joe, he's sensitive because you're yelling all the time. Go yourself! What do you want to know? Yeah, I threw my into her, and you came out. That's all you need to know. Stop your crying. You're like a goddamn... That was my question and answer period with Dad. Then I think he threw some food against the wall.
And went out to...
I used to think that's how you served food. It was the first time I actually liked a girl and cooked for her. I lobbed it against the wall to show my love.
A little uncomfortable there, Anthony.
Yeah. What, are you on the same cycle as your mother, you fruit? Daddy, I have a question. Where do babies come from? Why do you have to ask? You're one. You're crying like one. You're a grown man. You're 7. Get a job. But I'm only 7. Have a shot, you puss.
When do we go to the ball game, Dad?
Can we go to the Met game? They're playing at Shea. No, I'm busy. What are you doing? Nothing. I got to go to the bar.
Just trying to get
I'm going to see my Gumar.
Just trying to get some strange.
Babies, they come from your mom's. Hey, all you need to know. Run into my room.
Slam the door.
Cry. Don't make me come in there. I'm crying already. Why would you hit me? Why hit me, Daddy? And he used to hit me with his belt.
Yeah.
And he'd have to say things as he hit me. Like, don't you ever never do that again because I understand the concept of the syllable, Dad. You don't have to beat it into me with your belt.
And you don't have to add more syllables.
Yeah. Because you were very bad today, and I don't think that was the proper thing for you to have done. Ow!
Dad, you're a little wordy.
Dad, yeah, this is quite a wordy beating. Ow! You used to be angelic. Angelic?
Angelic.
Now you're just a... Get.
Can you give me the Cliff Notes beating, Dad?
Yeah, please. Could you edit this down? I'm really hurting.
You need an
My
editor.
hiney's hurting from your belt. It's not a puppet, Ro. It's a doll. Oh, that one I had to deal with.
What?
Oh, I was making a puppet when I was a kid. I wanted to make a puppet. A marionette type puppet. So I took like some paper towels and masking tape, and I made a puppet, but I hadn't had the string and the wood to make it a marionette yet.
Right.
I was a kid.
He was Anthony. A little something about Anthony. He's obviously highly intelligent. He
Thank you,
and he
Opie.
never graduated high school because of his family life. And he
had to smoke a lot of pot.
over the years he would tell me about his science experiments he used to do as a kid and how he would take things apart to see how they worked. Like he was very, very
alone.
You were very adventurous, though.
I would build things and take things apart and chemistry sets.
Something really, really big.
Yeah, I could have been.
Yeah.
Instead, I'm here.
Yeah.
You should have been the little girl from Sixth Sense.
So you were making a puppet.
I was making a marionette puppet, and I didn't have the string. But I kind of made it, and I was kind of proud of it, and it was fun to, like, play with. And I wanted to take it because we were all going to the store. So I took it with me into the car. We all hopped in the car. And I took it out of the car once we got to the supermarket. My father goes, "What are you doing with that?" I go, "It's a puppet. I'm taking it inside." He goes, "It's not a puppet. It's a doll. You leave it in the car. I'm not going to have my son playing with a doll."
And then told your mom it was a doll.
And my mother's just like, "Joey, it's a puppet." "Ro, it's a f***ing doll." "You want him to be a f***ing kid?" "It's a doll, Ro." And I'm like, it's a puppet. I just need the string. "Yeah, you need a string? A pod string." Do I have to beep that? No.
Who knows?
Of course not. They come with strings.
Well, you wanted
A tampon. I'll beep string.
You wanted the puppet to kind of have that imaginary world around you.
Yeah, it was me and my puppet. With the cats in the cradle and the silver spoon. Little boy blue and the man and the moon. When you're coming home, son, I don't know when, but we'll get together then. Dad. No, we won't. You crybaby. Oh, was I always weeping?
And then
always.
And then you'll have a drink together.
My father yelled at me so bad when the car overheated in Flushing once. It was pouring rain, the car overheated, it stalled, and I was crying my eyes out. And he's aggravated because it's pouring rain, he's under the hood, and I'm just... And he's like, "What's wrong? Would you shut him up? He's just upset, Joey." "What, upset? He's a f***ing fruit."
He should have used your tears to throw into the...
Yeah, let me hold him over the radiator and just squeeze the tears out of him.
At least we could use these tears for something useful.
Oh, I got a cramp in my leg once, and it was so bad, and I was a kid, and I just screamed bloody murder. It was the first time it ever happened, and it felt like I was stabbed in my leg, and I screamed. I was like, "Wah!" And he goes, "What's the matter with you?" I go, I got pain in my leg. He goes, "It's a cramp." He goes, "If you ever make a sound like that again, you better have an arrow in you." What a baby.
No.
Just a baby.
I'm waving off that pitch. That is really funny. Man.
No, my father didn't rip the puppet up, but I think I did take it inside with me. And my mom's like laughing at my father. Like for me, it was just a matter of, I get to take my puppet with me. But between my parents, it was my mother going, "I won this one, ass." I won this one, Joey.
And I know your mom pretty well. She's an awesome lady. I'm sure.
She's changed like light years from back then too.
I'm sure behind closed doors she like kind of gave you your puppet back and said, "It's okay, Anthony.
It's okay. It's a puppet.
Here's your puppet. You do whatever you want."
It's a doll, Rosemary. Doll. It's a puppet. I should have just turned gay just to really screw him up.
Right.
Should have turned.
I guess he didn't have an open mind as far as that stuff goes, huh?
Nah, not really. My father was so old school. It was just ridiculous. Talk about a lack of tolerance. Jesus Christ. I heard words that, by God, I still use. I heard... No, it's growing up in that house.
You heard words that they haven't even invented yet. For things.
Believe me.
All right, we got a break.
We do, but I was having fun with this show.
You got a break, Anthony.
Okay.
It's Opie and Anthony.
I went to the one of these father-son things that reminds me, because my parents divorced pretty early on, but they were together long enough to make me completely miserable by them being together during my time I was in school, elementary school and stuff. And I wanted them to do things. Like, I wanted them to be real parents and stuff and go on. Like, I wanted my mother to be the mother that went on the field trips on the bus and stuff. And I wanted my father to go to the father-son things. And they went to a couple of them. And all I know is they were constantly hung the fuck over.
No.
Like, so bad. Because they had to be drunk at night to even deal with each other. It was just a wreck. So one time I went to go see You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown or something in the city here. You know, take the bus out from Long Island, field trip. Yay. And my mom is all gussied up like a whore. You know, she has. Well, I used to like tell her, could you put your hair in pigtails and wear your go-go boots and a skirt? And so I would tell my mother this because all my friends would be, your mommy's so pretty. Like, I wouldn't think of it in any sexual way. I just liked how people would compliment my mommy. Oh, my God. And meanwhile, she's dressed like a stripper. And she's hungover. Like, so she's sitting in the bus, in the back of the bus, swigging Pepto-Bismol out of a bottle. And I'm sitting at Radio City Music Hall watching this big Charlie Brown movie. And she goes, I'll be right back. She goes to the bathroom where she's just puking and having diarrhea. Exactly. And she comes back, and to make me feel better, she brought me like a program from the show, and she's just sitting there, like you could still smell alcohol on her. And then my father was even worse. We went to a father-son breakfast thing.
Yeah.
And he, again, hungover. We drive to this place. We get there 20 minutes late because he got lost. So we show up, and now everybody, like, turns around, and he's just, you could just see it in his face. And you know how adults, like kids, I didn't know, the kids don't know, but the other parents can look and just go, oh, fuck, look at Joey's just fucked up, you know? So he sits down and then proceeds to blast out the worst drunk farts ever. And embarrassing the shit out of me. Like, everybody's going, holy shit, what's that? And my father's just lifting a cheek on, laughing. Just constant embarrassment.
That sounds good.
Horrid.
My second dad used to punch me in the face.
Your second dad.
I'd take a fart over that any day.
Really?
Yeah.
Well...
I actually remember my second dad. We got in a fight because my mother got remarried, and because she's a whore. And we actually, the second dad had a fight. And I'm like, I'm calling my dad. I'm gonna go live with my dad. Threaten him, like, you know. And my mother goes, go ahead, call him. Oh. So I called him, like, Dad, you know, I'm crying. I can't live here, you know, blah, 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 blah. And he goes, look, put your mother back on the phone. And she goes, I told him. And he just hangs up the phone. He doesn't want you either.
Oh, wow. He doesn't want you either?
Yeah. And that's when I started killing small animals.
And blowing guys.
That'll put you in show business right there.
It's just tragic.
That will put you right in
trying
show
to get
business.
the attention of everybody.
Yeah. Like, they just didn't get it back then. They thought, you know, all right, we fucked, we had some kids, let's get married and make them miserable for long enough. And then, you know, we'll split up, and then we'll send them on their fucking neurotic ways to do whatever the fuck they're going to do. It's like, gee, thanks. Thanks for putting in the effort. And my father had to move to California to get far enough away from my mother. Like, they were just miserable together. Miserable! And then I get shipped out there, and then back here. Oh, I told you the time. My mother bought me a ticket. I got to tell you real quick. My mother bought me a ticket because I said, I got to get back to New York, California. I'm not doing anything here. I'm stagnating. This is when I finally got a little older and realized, oh, my God, unless I want to sit out in front of a horse stable drinking a 40 of Bud with my father and his friends, I better get back to New York and at least give school a shot. So my mother goes, okay, I'll send out money for the plane ticket. Sent out the money for the plane ticket. My father takes it, buys me a Greyhound bus ticket at 14 years old, and uses the money for the rest of the money. Takes it, shoves me on a bus, and sends me on a 2-week trip from L.A. to New York City with winos, prostitutes, on a whirlwind tour of the dregs of society.
Of the shitholes towns.
That should be a movie. That has to be a movie.
Believe me.
You know what I find funny? Instead of a 6-hour plane ride, it's a 2-week tour of the shithole.
Where the first night I fell asleep on the back of the seat of the bus. I woke up and half my head was numb. I thought I had a stroke at 14. And it didn't go away for a month. My side of my head and one thumb went completely numb on me for a month. I was like, I gotta go to a doctor. This is fucked up. And apparently I just cut off the blood flow long enough to my scalp where it didn't come back alive for a month. and he gave me money. He gives me money to get across, and he gives me like $20 for food. For like 2 weeks. 2 weeks. We stop in Vegas, and I'm like, I need more money. So I get some change, and I'm 14 at the slot machine sneaking around. I lost the $20. So I had no money left. So I hooked up with this girl that was going to Cheyenne, and she had some food and some money and shit. And she wound up with me and my brother, because my brother was with me, but, you know, he wasn't older than me by 18 months.
Wow.
And, yeah, we wound up going there, but my brother had tie stick in his luggage, so we had to give it to the girl in Cheyenne because we got arrested when we got off the bus because they thought we were runaways. It was just tragic.
Did you have a stick with like a bandana on the end of it?
Yeah, that was pretty much it. My dad just shoved us off there. He would do that shit all the time, though. Our vacations consisted of taking the kids out to the Mojave Desert with tequila, doom buggies, and guns. And just throwing us to the friggin' animals and whatever we wanted to do until 10-year-old Charlie got shot. And I had to watch a 10-year-old get shot by his father. His own father shot him. He had a 6-shooter that was like ancient.
I gotta jump in. This never gets old.
It's such a real story.
I've heard this story 10 times.
Constantly drunk.
It makes me laugh every fucking time.
Constantly drunk. And this guy, Juan Reyes, had a silver mine up there that was like devoid of silver. It was just a hole in the ground that we used to camp in. And he had the 6-shooter that had to be quarter-cocked to spin the cylinder to load it. It's an old gun because the firing pin rested directly on the bullets. You're supposed to quarter-cock it, load it with 5 shells, put the firing pin on the empty chamber, and then you're safe. Right. For the most part. He quarter-cocks it, loads every cylinder. As he's picking the gun up, it fires. It's a .22, thank God. It wasn't something bigger. But it hits his son Charlie square in the left shoulder, but low, like chest shoulder area. Charlie goes, I see a 10-year-old drop to his knees, and the blood shot out like a water fountain, straight out in a tube. I was looking going, that is so weird. It looks like a tube of red coming out of him. He turned white and fell flat on his face. And his father, now this guy was like a tough guy. I know this guy, Juan Reyes, is like this tough guy. Goes, Charlie! He grabs him and he's shaking him. Now everyone's drunk and fucking like trying to figure out how we're going to get this kid 80 miles to Kingston, Arizona.
And when he means everyone's drunk, he means the kids as well.
Everyone. We were all drinking tequila.
Yeah, and they're 14 years old.
So they load him in the back of a pickup truck. We're in between Barstow and Needles, Arizona, like in the middle of nowhere. And they have to drive the kid like 50 miles at least to the closest, like, fucking Indian witch doctor. And we're all just there. So they leave us kids there. And then the police show up because it's a shooting. And they came up with their guns drawn, lights, everything, because they didn't know. They thought we were like the Manson family out in the desert fucking shooting each other.
Why would they think that?
Because we kind of were.
Yeah, exactly.
You should have been raised by the Manson family.
It would have been a better fucking parenting than what was done. Yeah. Holy shit. We would go out in this dune buggy. A kid would drive, like the 10-year-old would drive. We'd be hanging over the roll bar like Rat Patrol, fucking shooting anything that moved.
poor fucking jackrabbit, blam! With my father's fucking like 7mm with a Weaver scope on it that I could shoot 10 miles away. I got like a sniper rifle with me to shoot fucking iguanas with.
Just hire you to protect the borders.
Yeah, and they would go out like we were going out to play ball. Like, I'm taking the dune buggy and the rifles to shoot shit. All right, kids, have fun. And they would drink and just fucking hang out until they passed out, and we would all just shoot shit. And apparently each other. He's dead.
Oh, don't I feel like a fucking asshole?
No, that's
Way to go,
okay.
Gary.
Let me tell you
Way to
something.
Don't turn that way either.
Don't you turn.
My dad's dead too.
I don't have a
me?
daddy anymore.
Yeah, everybody.
And the anniversary of my dad's death is 2 days away. So
Yeah. So
enjoy.
Good one,
Gary.
Good one. Don't assume, and maybe kind of put a few feeler questions out there.
Maybe ask a few questions before you come in here.
How's your dad doing now? Oh, dead. Oh, this is.
My dad.
He probably looks something like this now. Oh, like his jaw dropped, like the Indiana Jones skeletons. They all got the jaws that are like,
Rasputin.
Yeah, there's like big hissing cockroaches coming out of his eyes.
I fucked up Pete so bad at the last virus show. We're backstage and we're watching Louis C.K. and I'm having kind of a moment because it was my dad's birthday when we were doing the Detroit show. And I'm sitting there kind of like, like all of a sudden some thoughts are coming in my head. I'm just like taking a moment. I'm sitting on some of the cases, whatever, backstage. And Pete sits next to me and goes, wow, the show's doing real well and stuff. I'm like, yeah, And all of a sudden I go, yeah, it's my dad's birthday today. And he goes, oh, wow, cool. How old is he?
Oh, no.
And I go,
no.
It was obvious. The only reason I said that was because it was obvious I was kind of having a moment.
Yeah.
So I thought he knew. So I go, yeah, it's my dad's birthday. I'm kind of going. I didn't say going through a thing right now. I just said, yeah, it's my dad's birthday. He goes, yeah, how old is he gonna be? How old is he today? I'm like, he's dead.
Oh. He's dead.
Right away, Pete's like,
yeah, how do you come back from that one? It's like,
But that's how sick I am, because I could have let him off easy, but I'm like, he's dead.
I'll let him off easy, yeah. Just say the age without going into anything.
Or something. I could have done
how old
something.
he would have been.
And he'd,
You know how old would he be if he didn't die?
Right.
Yeah, you mean...
What kind of phone you got, Nick?
I got a nice black rotary phone. Works terrific. 12-foot extension cord. My career's hopping. This is me calling my agent.
That sound effect.
Yeah,
that's like
I just did.
Damn, that's multi-talented.
That brought me right back.
Sure did.
To Dad ripping it off the wall and throwing it.
Have you get hit with one of those?
Oh, Christ. Dad loved throwing things. Holy shit. The phone, the spaghetti.
Ixnay on throwing stuff.
He like put he put the spaghetti on the wall and then took the phone off the wall. What? He just didn't know what he was doing. Oh, the spaghetti.
Wait, your dad
was
used to yank
constantly...
phones out of the wall?
Oh, hell yeah.
Wow, nice.
Go fuck, is there anything that was sticking out or something would be punched or thrown on the floor or broken?
Yeah.
It was like waking up and just going, okay, let's survey the damage today from the last night's argument that I sat there in bed crying over and didn't get to sleep. I woke up for school like I wake up for this show. I felt like I was like 8 years old, but I felt hungover and tired, just like I do when I come here.
I got a good joke. Well, your dad sounds like a real bull in a china shop.
Oh, Jimmy. Oh, it's not funny, Jim. New character. Yeah, so it was always just some kind of, you wake up and go, okay, there's some broken glass. Watch out for that. Here's this. Is Smokey still alive, or did Dad, kick the cat?
Was that There's a handful of Mummy's hair on the kitchen floor.
Yeah, Mummy's hair is on the floor. One day, I just remember her, in the walk-in closet. She was because she used the tactics of the 300. She was thinking, if I go in a place that's a narrow pass, I could defend myself no matter what he lobs at me. So she's in there, and I just remember hearing, "Get out of here, fuckface! Get out of here, you fuckface!" And she called him fuckface so many times
that it was just like, as a kid, I'm just going, she's using that way too much. She's a cursing hack. Fuck face. And then fuckface like left.
God forbid, she doesn't have improv skills as things are being whipped at her head.
Yeah. You can bob and weave, I'll tell you that.
Get her into Second City with you.
Oh, it was just always some blah, 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 blah. And it would start out like we'd get sent to bed. It was in some shithole apartment in Central Islip. And we'd get sent to bed, so I'd be laying in bed, and you'd hear outside just kind of this low.
But that's stronger than soccer. No, that's right.
And it's like through the walls, and then I'm and then I got a stomach ache to try to make him stop.
Oh my God, this is breaking my heart.
Oh, dude, I was the biggest little pussy fucking just crybaby. Oh,
what was the initial...
My brother would take it differently. He'd wait until they were in another room fighting, open up the liquor cabinet, and take a swig of Jack at like 9.
Nice. Nice.
It's a good opportunity to get a buzz on.
Now, there was a time they were in love, so where did this all begin?
I wouldn't remember it.
You don't remember them ever being nice to each other and in love?
Not a second do
They're
I remember.
still together, right?
Oh, yeah, the marriage that lasted, 50 years.
Sure.
No, God, so fun. First of all, the second my father did leave,
yes,
he went to the furthest point without falling into the opposite ocean. He went all the way to Dana Point, California.
Yeah.
It was like as far as you can go and stay dry and not have to like take a ship.
They're both living in lighthouses on different coasts.
Yeah, Mom moved into the Montauk Lighthouse. It was just you can't even say a dislike, a this or that. It was a hatred.
Did he ever hit you?
Isn't it funny?
No,
they liked each other.
My dad smacked me once, but that was when I was in California. I was like 14 or so, 13, and I had taken a bunch of quarters. And I think they were silver quarters, like these old time quarters that who knows now they'd be worth like fucking 28 cents. Who cares? But I was fucking starving constantly. Dad wasn't too responsible with feeding the kids. So I was just starving constantly.
Jesus Christ, who's your old man, Tyson?
Oh, he was just like, he just wanted to go out to California and be a cowboy. So he went out, he bought horses, figured out ways to board them for free from talking to people. He was my father could fucking swindle people. Really good at it. So he bought a horse, got him, people to board it for nothing. He was like the caretaker of this property. He never took care of. He just put free shit on there all the time. Horses, they were grazing on other people's fucking grass and shit. he didn't care. So, as far as jobs went, he was constantly unemployed and bitching about the economy, but everyone else was working. And him and his buddy Chato would sit there drinking tall boys when I came home from school. I'd walk to the stables, and there he is, drinking a tall boy, and it's like, oh, no, job hunting today, I guess.
Well, right.
So I'm, like, fucking starving. His wife, it wasn't his wife at the time, his girlfriend, Corey, she was, just the same, but she's working at some five and dime, barely making any money.
I lost you, though. But you guys lived on a ranch? Or...
It was like, it was...
but you had no money.
No, we lived in a condo complex that was close to the ranch. The ranch wasn't like a ranch like the fucking Ponderosa. It was, it was a hillside with some horses and a trailer on it.
But who owned that?
Will Rogers.
Because you guys were there all the time.
Who owned the property?
Yeah.
San Juan Capistrano.
Also, anyone could
the
go
town.
there.
And my father talked to the town and said, you need a caretaker here because motorcyclists are coming and cutting fences and stuff. And they said, all right, you want to do it? He's like, yeah, I'll do it for free if you let me board my horses.
Oh, so he was a oh, wow, okay.
But he didn't take care of anything.
Right.
He just, kind of hung out. So, I stole these quarters because I was starving and I remember I went to Thrifty Drug and Discount Store, which they have out there, and bought a nutritious box of ice cream sandwiches. and I ate every single one of them. And I did have a job earlier, and that's the money I used to buy like my model rockets and things like that. But my father was like, you took the quarters, didn't you? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, why? And I told him, I said, I was starving. I bought something to eat, and he smacks me in the face and goes, "No, you bought your goddamn fucking rockets with it, didn't you?" And I'm like, I'm sitting there going, I'm being smacked because I was starving because you're drinking a tall boy instead of fucking buying some food.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it was horrid.
You gotta make a movie.
And then I would take the bottles at the Vons that was there. They had a big cage, a chain link fence cage, where they would take the depositable bottles back, and then they'd put them in this big chain link cage behind the store until whoever came to take them away took them away. I would climb the fence, grab the bottles, bring them right back around front, and give them the depositable bottles that were in the cage, so I could then, buy more ice cream sandwiches.
The one thing
and a triple scoop ice cream from Thrifty Drug and Discount Store.
By the way, people say
5 cents a scoop.
It's like the modern day Oliver.
Oh, it was horrid.
People are saying this isn't a bit anymore. It's a nightmare because we've heard the spaghetti hitting the wall too many times at this point. But you always give more info.
Oh, there's a little more info every time when I remember some fucking synapse connects in my head, and I go, oh, I remember that fucking piece of shit from my youth.
Now, your dad was scared shitless that you were going to turn out gay. But But how did he?
Because I was always a crybaby.
But how did he associate some of these things you were doing as maybe becoming gay?
Because I would cry at everything. I was like,
but like building like little model rockets and stuff, and
because I wasn't fucking girls.
No, but then
I was building rockets.
the model. He was
but
building
you were
the model.
11 or 12.
Oh, he's building the model rockets, and he was sitting on them.
And I would shoot them up with my ass. I'd set it up horizontally and get on all fours.
Yeah, he left that part out of the story.
And he put 2 eggs on each side and then shoot it into his own face. And go, look, Daddy, you'll come.
He used to say I was in man training, he called it. He goes, that's part of man training. All right, here's a rifle and 1 bullet, go out and hunt. And if you don't get something, you don't eat for the night.
Fuck Jesus Christ.
But it's a shame.
Like fucking Paw Ingalls.
But Ann, it's a shame because you could have been like a rocket scientist or something. You had major skills as a little kid, and he didn't see it that way. He said like, fuck that. I need my son fucking and drinking and.
What was the skill? He was just putting rockets together. You weren't fucking building real rockets.
No, but he was
real rockets.
Retards do that. Dude. Glue.
And right, thank you, Bobby.
Estes rockets?
You got Bobby. You got to know the whole catalog of stories he's told over the years. Like, the kid was ahead of everybody else in his age group. He was a very smart kid. But the dad didn't want anything to do with that crap.
He didn't like faggy stuff. Like guys crying. For me to cry was like ridiculous, and I was a big crybaby. I went into a horse show once. Took my horse, Nightmare, and the horse's name was called Nightmare.
Fucking big arch in its back.
And I was doing a cloverleaf barrel racing thing at a horse show.
Is that kind of faggy?
No, that's like...
I don't know.
It's Gymkhana. It's like fucking... It's pretty good shit.
Were you riding side saddle?
Side saddle with a dress.
Did you have a cape?
Sequin sports coat?
You have to, really tightly go around the barrels, these 3 barrels in a cloverleaf pattern, and then shoot through the timing poles.
You could do that shit?
Oh, yeah.
Right now, you think you could?
Fuck yeah. That's like riding a bike.
What the fuck, dude?
Guys get a house full of guns. He used to ride horses. What the fuck's going
on? And when
I
lost by like a couple of tenths of a second, and what did I do?
Take a while.
You cried. You cried.
Knock it off. And then I got a cramp in my leg once, and started like, I grabbed my leg and just screamed bloody murder. And my father's like, he goes, next time you scream like that, you better have a fucking arrow in your chest.
Oh, God.
And by the way...
What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, he didn't...
What's your mother's name, Livia?
It's not like riding a bike, by the way.
No?
No, because when the bike comes in first, you don't suck the kickstand.
Get it? Of course I do.
Dude, or stick.
What the fuck, man?
It's just one of those things. I don't...
It explains a lot.
And then driving with him, I've told that story where it was like there's a thing called the Ortega Highway. This should be in any fucking movie where something plunges off a cliff and explodes after falling thousands of feet.
Oh, Jesus.
It was the road from Capistrano to Lake Elsinore, and he used to drive it every so often. And when I drove with him, I was the most nervous wreck. He'd drive with Coors, just a can of Coors between his legs, and a 6-pack or 2 6-packs in a bag on the seat, and just constantly be drinking. When we got to Lake Elsinore, he's drinking, and then the ride back, all I'd remember is
on a curvy road,
a curvy cliff road that you'd always hear about people dying on. And we'd be there just like nailing the edge as these giant Conrock cement trucks are coming down the other way, and I was just
I was scared shitless that every time we hit a light and had to stop, it was one moment where I could go and just breathe. And then the second the light turned green, I was like all tense again and nervous for 2 hours straight of just nerves like a chihuahua.
You were like Woody Allen and Annie Hall with Christopher Walken driving the car. You got to know the movie.
It was horrific, that drive. In an old Ford pickup truck. Like everyone else had like a pickup that was at least like 1970, something like that.
Power steering.
And he had like a 66 Ford pickup truck where like it had the fender wells on the outside of the bed and it was all rounded and curved. And he was constantly drilling holes in the engines and running tubes because the oil wasn't getting to a cylinder or something. And one time they shut the electricity off. Of course, he didn't pay the bill. He pulled the meter off and jumped the insulators that the electric company put on to cut your electricity off, and just stuck 2 wires in there, jumped the meter, put the meter back on, and we were getting power without the meter spinning.
So he had some positives.
He had some skills as far as getting shit paid, like not paying for shit.
Pat from Menaki writes, too bad good old dad didn't live long enough to see Aunt become a LARPer.
Yes.
Wow.
If he knew I was playing EverQuest. What are you doing that? Fuck men computer people things? Yes, Dad, that's exactly what I'm doing. If he was alive, I might have just gone gay to fucking, like, give him a little twist, a little screw. I might have had to get my dick sucked by that Richard kid in the tree fort.
How did you not kiss that fucking kid? He was gorgeous.
He was gorgeous? Oh, beautiful boy.
Do we have a picture, Richard? To show Bobby?
You have a picture of a kid that you could have blown?
My sister said, no, I wasn't going to blow him. He wanted to blow me in the tree fort. We were sleeping out at the ranch one night. And me and my brother and stuff had built this tree fort. Yeah. So we were sleeping out, me and Richard. I had known Richard for years. We'd go fishing together and riding horses and shit. He was my best friend.
Right.
He wanted to catch a mouthful of tadpoles.
Tommy Gills. Tommy Gills. Not talking about hooking any Tommy Gills. Talking about sharking. I'm talking about working for a living.
Talking about felching for a living.
Felching. Squeeze my balls. Tie my dick into a sheep shank.
Chief, man, ladies
tell
and
me how
gentlemen.
short you wanted it.
So you were in a tree fort with him?
A shot glass full of cum. Don't drink that. Here's the swimming with bow-legged men.
Yeah. Show me the way to go, homo. I'm tired and I want to give a guy head.
I'll drink to your penis, you drink to mine.
Gonna need a bigger cock.
What's that tattoo?
That was the USSS Goo Gobbler. 12 fags in the water.
Yeah.
12 fags.
This Mr. Hooper was one of Rosie O'Donnell's fag cruises. Hear that terrible high-pitched screaming and hollering. Someone's getting fucked in the ass.
Sheets filled with blood.
You go in the water. Dick's in the water. Our dick.
Well, 3 days in,
I don't want to open that
body
shark.
pops up. A friend of mine from a gay bar.
Popped up ass first.
Herbie Hand likes to suck cock.
Yeah. He'd been fucked in the mouth and the ass.
I don't want to open up that shark and have a whole bunch of semen spill out all over the
deck. Hey, we took that one and ran it.
Yeah, we certainly did.
Nice.
Look, fellas, let's be reasonable. Let's not suck each other's dicks right here on the dock.
That was great, wasn't it?
Those bathhouses will stay open for the 4th of July.
Martin, my boyfriend was on that beach too.
Sign the marriage certificate. Sign it, Mayor. You know it's the thing to do.
Uh-oh, we're losing Angel. She doesn't know Jaws.
Oh, Angel.
She's putting on a little lip stuff.
You look like Chrissy that gets eaten at the beginning. Lucky Shark.
Yeah, really.
Hairy Chrissy Bush.
Yeah.
Shark was picking hairs out of his teeth.
I know.
He was just coughing.
That's what fucking Quint was holding on to try not to get into the mouth. Chrissy's pubic hairs.
Fish is like, this tastes like myself.
I'm never going to get the smell out of me. That old gag.
Yeah.
So no, Richard was,
Hot.
Wow.
Yeah,
right
well, we had the, that's how it started, the tree fort thing, and the thing he wanted to, we were friends, we used to do a lot, hang out, and then, we decide, let's just hang out. We'll spend the night. We'll have a sleep out at the tree fort at the ranch. And I was sleeping there. We're hanging out, drinking a few beers and stuff, which I guess loosened him up.
31.
31. No, 14.
14.
Maybe bordering on 15. Very close to 15.
You were a little younger.
Yeah, maybe 8. And so we're hanging out, and I'm kind of just sleeping at this point, or trying to go to sleep, and Richard leans over at this point.
What'd you have on?
I had everything on, my jeans, my everything.
All right.
I'm sleeping in my clothes.
Okay.
So Richard leans over to my ear and goes, "Can I suck your cock?"
Nice.
Out of nowhere.
Wait, how close to your ear was he?
Enough where I felt his warm, could have had chlorine breath.
Nice.
Yeah, and he asked me that. So I was turned around.
10 minutes.
I had jeans on, thank God, because I was turned around with my ass facing him.
Then
my face was facing, yeah, like fucking Brokeback Mountain. Brokeback tree fort.
I've been waiting for years. Fuck that ass.
So I'm looking at the wall of the tree fort.
Yeah.
And my eyes are like fucking open. I'm like, did I just fucking hear that? And just in case I didn't, he repeated it.
How do we?
I want to suck your cock.
Oh, he didn't ask. He said he wants to.
No, he said he wants to.
Right.
So I then
sucked his cock.
Yeah, I let him suck my dick.
Fat, huge snake, and
that no. I lay there and just kind of went like.
Your dick got hard? You pretended you were asleep?
I made make-believe sleepy snort.
He's not a bear.
Shemp.
He's not a bear. You pulled the Shemp?
Oh, yeah. I figured that was my only defense against the male homo who gets to play possum. Yeah. Play dead and he won't blow you. Pretty much what it was. And the next morning was a little awkward.
I would say
it's like, oh, rise and shine. It's 4:30 in the morning. I think I got to go home. Yeah. I made believe I was asleep the whole time.
So, did he know you heard him? How was he the next morning?
I think he was a little awkward about the whole thing, but I think he turned over, and I think he jerked off out the fucking door of the tree fort.
What did he do it in your name?
Yeah.
Why do you see his? He wrote Anthony's name in his cum.
That's what I just said.
Why do you think that?
Because I could
see
hear
a squirrel with cum all over.
I could hear it, and kind of the tree was swaying a little bit.
Was your underwear sticking to your ass?
I was wearing clothing, Bobby Kelly.
Wildlife was losing weight rapidly. Fucking.
And it was one of those situations where the next morning was a little awkward.
Why didn't you cry? You cried at everything else. That's where you should have been crying.
At that point, I had gotten over my crying
He needed the love. Somebody loved him.
So you didn't even think about it.
No, I was already getting laid from the time I was like 13. Yes, by this other gentleman.
What was
by Buzz?
You didn't want to cheat on
by
him?
Buzz. Christine, her name was. Chris.
What was your relationship with your dad at the end of his life? We've heard all these stories, but
no, pretty good. He totally mellowed with age. He wound up getting a pretty successful welding business that he had, so he was able to take trips, went to Hawaii and stuff like that, and buy new trucks, welding rigs. He got a lot of contracts in Capistrano.
He's a survivor. The guy's a survivor.
And stuff. So yeah, he was until his ticker stopped.
Oh, when was that?
Survived that one back in like 94. Or something like that.
Oh, so he was a quitter.
He gave up. He finally just gave up. But it was just one of those situations where it was just always this turmoil going on.
I want to see this kid that wanted to suck your
Richard?
cock.
Where's Richard?
Why do you want to see this kid so bad, Bobby?
You can't not want
Where's
your cock sucked by
the
him.
gorgeous
It's impossible.
Richard?
You pull your dick out. Look at the
Jesus.
picture.
Is he as cute as Sam?
He made Sam look like a fat chick.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it was awful going out, like hanging out with him, going out to the mall or something, because every girl was all over this fucking kid. And I was sitting there with like fucking cystic acne all over my face and fucking, just smelling like horse shit because I had just cleaned the stables and like I was just a wreck.
Write a book, will you?
I had to get a sense of humor. I had to, or my dick would fucking never have gone into a girl ever.
Oh my God.
I would have fucking, if I had no sense of humor, I'd have taken that blowjob in a second. You suck. Yes, suck my cock, please. I didn't know what he was going to say. He was going to say, could I suck on a fucking Jolly Rancher you have? And I'm going to be like, what about my cock?
That's fucking fun.
A cock. Yeah, I know. Believe me, I have a fucking 10 books.
What is this
in
guy?
just my childhood?
Funny shit.
It's insanity.
It's
what
time
went
to start
on.
writing.
My mother finally, when I decided to come back out to New York, my mother sent my father money for plane fare. My father cashed in the tickets and puts his kid, who is fucking like 14 years old,
Not on a
and his
bus.
other kid 15 on a Greyhound fucking bus. We spent 2 weeks going cross country with male hookers, fucking degenerates, all kinds of shit, and gave us $100 for a 2-week trip to go cross country, which we promptly tried to double in Vegas.
Which you wasted on the male hookers an hour into
the male hooker, because then I was thinking, the blowjob sounds pretty good about now.
Pretend we're in a treehouse.
And then Joe had tie stick that he was bringing back, and then when we stopped at the Port Authority, a cop instantly took us thinking we were runaways. So we had some chick from, where the hell was she from? I don't even remember, but she went and took the bag. There he is.
No way.
That's young Richard. That's when he was older. That's after I left. He was like, I think,
Tom Cruise. Is he an
18 there. He was a model. And,
Why
and
would
a
you
beard for Christy McNichol, by the way.
You had a blowjob
that
from
right?
a
Yeah, they
model.
used to go
Why
out
would you
like
take
that.
head from him? He probably gives great head.
You probably would.
Why would
Jesus
you?
Christ, what kind of show am I on here?
He went, and then he went completely gay,
We're talking about...
and he's dead now from AIDS.
Well, you can tell this by his hair.
He's dead?
He's dead. Yeah.
You got no shot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you had him
Bob.
before he had AIDS.
Yeah, I know, right?
You had a nice fresh
I knew him
Richard.
right, fresh meat.
Yeah,
before.
but-
He probably got it like he was probably the first one. Like someone fucked
got
a
it-
monkey
he got it
and
from
then
Paul
he fucked
Lynde.
him. Paul Lynde.
Yeah.
Hey, Richard.
When they thought it was cancer.
When did he die?
Oh, my God.
How long ago did
He
he die?
died in like 2000. I didn't even know until like fucking 2 years ago.
died.
I said, so how's Richard? And, let me tell you about that. If you want a blowjob now, it's going to be a little bony. It's going to be a toothy one.
It's not even gay.
Oh, my
Like
God.
fucking the shit that falls on you out of caves in every Spielberg movie.
I hope his parents aren't listening.
No. I think they're probably not too proud
They're
anyway.
walking around with the same glasses Woody Allen's parents wore and take the money and run the fake nose.
Quite an adventure.
Smoking.
So with that set up, what's the haps with Sam?
Yes. I don't even know how we got there again.
Sam.
Always goes to my almost blowjob in a fucking tree fort.
I know, the regret.
Sam? You go to the tree fort?
But every time Anthony tells a story, he gets closer to telling the real truth. And that's what I like about the retelling of the story.
Yeah, believe me.
It's just going to be like, all right. so
Perhaps
he's
we
not-
learned today that he did
Perhaps
if he
calm.
wasn't such a good friend at the time. You know, if it was just some anonymous cute
just
little
prove
He's
kid.
a good friend.
You
I
just
have a
didn't want to.
similar story from college.
You just
believe it or
didn't
not.
want-
College.
The guy pretended he was sleeping.
God damn, Norton.
I'm too tired.
You can't even defend yourself.
You just didn't want to take head off him
No,
because
my
you didn't want to fall in love with the
roommate used
guy.
to do acid, and he climbed in my bed one night and was kissing my back.
Oh.
Yeah, and I pushed him on the floor. Almost got in a fist fight with him, and we were like great friends and stuff. And he wasn't. This guy banged every broad on the campus.
Wow.
He's like real good looking.
He must have been hallucinating.
He
Like
loved his
crazy.
acid and shit, but I didn't talk to him for a couple months. I was so
Yeah,
furious.
you have to.
And we're living in the same dorm room. That's not too fucking awkward, is it? But it's all smooth over nice now.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Glad to hear it.
That's all, forgotten about, supposedly. Better forget about it.
Yeah, if you
Well,
want
it's an age where
to
it's-
see him, I got him pictures of him in MySpace in his
Yeah.
bathing suit.
No.
And I got to be honest.
Join my church. I'll hook you up.
Yes.
I got to be honest. I don't know because I never used it. It was such an embarrassment to me growing up that I kinda,
really?
I kind of tucked it in my back pocket. I paid like everyone else, and then I went home and said, "Yeah," because he was obsessed with us using the tax exempt certificates.
Like using the free lunch card.
Oh.
Couldn't use that. Welfare kid, welfare kid. I'd start crying.
Right. Yeah.
My mother's single and she's raising 3 kids. Dad's left. Shut up.
You actually used it?
Let me listen.
Oh.
Let me get half. Let me get half.
Yeah.
Me, Jimmy, and Ope will do it together, and we'll pay for Form 1.
I'll pass the card to you. You
Yeah,
give me
yeah,
half
yeah.
what lunch costs. That way I have a little money in my pocket. It was the old credit card at the gas station scam.
Right.
Where you go, hey, you want to fill up your tank for, half the price? I'll slide the credit card in. You give me cash. You give me $15. You pump $30 worth of gas.
Wait till I'm past the fat lady, because she watches everything.
Yeah. She's on to this scam.
The register lady knows everything. She knows everything.
Oh yeah, I had to pull out the old free lunch card, and it was like it might as well have been fluorescent yellow. Here it is. I'm one of the poor kids without a daddy.
Yeah, they had to make it. They couldn't make it a white card or something that would just kind of sort of blend in, right?
Or just some kind of sensor in my pocket that the register picks up on.
They might as well had a siren go off when you took it out.
We got another poor kid here. It's another poor child. Yeah, piece of crap family busted up. The mother can't afford the children.
Faggot alert! Faggot alert! Faggot alert!
It's
so true, man.
So embarrassing.
It's degrading.
I used to throw my.
You might as well be from Jamaica if you know what I mean. Wink, wink.
I used to throw my lunch out and buy lunch because you just felt a little more important. Like the kids that were buying lunch every day, you knew they were like the hierarchy of the school.
Yeah, they had the cash. They were the ones that had some money.
So to feel like you had cash like them, you would throw your lunch away and get in line and get a nice hot lunch.
No, there were kids that brought lunch from home that was like the lunch.
Oh, no kidding.
They had the best lunch box. Like nice,
hated that.
Like TV lunchbox with their favorite show on it.
Yeah,
and they'd open it up, and then they pull their thermos out, and there's milk in there, and then they pull out the little baggie of chocolate, and then like dump the chocolate into their milk, and they're drinking chocolate.
Oh, they
milk,
had it all figured out.
A ring ding sandwich, a ring ding. Yeah, they have that, and I'm sitting there like with my free lunch, my greasy slice of pizza, maybe if I was lucky, if it was pizza day.
I had bologna with butter on white bread.
Why butter?
Yeah, that's the way your grandmother used to make it.
Right, exactly.
Butter on white bread.
It's just like cheese. I've told this many times, but my lunch consisted of Pepperidge Farm bread. Did you have Pepperidge Farm bread in Jersey?
That.
It was how thin was Pepperidge Farm bread?
You bought it stale.
Right. How thin was it, really?
Don't ever say I'm from Jersey again.
Long Island? What am I talking about?
You better step up, Hammer.
Dude, you've been in Jersey a long time.
Insult me like that again.
People are forgetting, though. You have forgotten your roots, my friend.
I have. Continue the story. I apologize.
Wow, you know what? I do know you're from Long Island, but you've been in Jersey
Farm. A decade.
At least. Okay. Pepperidge Farm bread was
handle driving, can't make a left turn.
Dude,
bag.
I'm holding up a CD case. That's about what Pepperidge Farm bread was. This thin.
Yeah.
And then my mom would make peanut butter and jelly, so the jelly would seep right through. And then she would get the fruit. A bunch of the faithful listeners have heard the story, but this is the truth. She would get the bruised apples because they were cheaper. So every apple had a big bruise on it. And not like
where the sugar roll goes.
Right.
That's where all the sugar is. When you have the bananas, the brown spots are the best.
Right.
Well, then you eat it.
Yeah. And you know how some of the kids their moms would buy the special brown lunch bags?
Yeah.
Little bags.
My parents just used whatever bag was in the house, and it is a true story.
Yeah.
A few times I did go to school with my bruised apple, my peanut butter and jelly on the Pepperidge Farm bread in a cement bag, because we were doing a lot of cementing around our house.
It's like when you bought this bag of Sacrete.
Yeah,
and,
no joke, because my dad would save every bag.
Project of laying some bricks. What did you like? Did you knock the dust out of it?
Dude, it was unbelievable. As much as you would try to take the dust out of it, there was always some still in it.
Of course.
My
It's
dad,
a cement bag.
I didn't understand this until years later, but I think my dad had a hoarding issue.
Oh, really?
I think he might have been one of those hoarders.
Stuck you in your little brown bag, and it was a stain from the jelly.
Yeah. And I had to roll up my lunch bag like forever to try to make it look small. I would try to fold it. I would do everything to make it try to look like the kids that had the nice lunch bag.
Yeah, I didn't have a cement bag, but I had like a big wall box bag or something big, and you'd scrunch the top down trying to make it as small as possible, but you're still there with a giant grocery bag.
Yeah.
Horrible.
Big wall bombs bag.
Oh.
Well, you got your boots in there, faggot?
Yeah. Thank God children aren't cruel at school. Thank God they're very accepting to people that are maybe a little more underprivileged than
You gotta look at Anthony's bag. Look at the size of that thing.
As big as your head, Spider.
It's got little Tommy in there, little faggot. He's on my team. He plays kickball. That kid's fast.
Fast Freddy writes, dry tuna on Pepperidge Farm white. Worst freaking sandwich ever.
Dude, you bought it stale. Like the bread was never. When you got a fresh thing of Wonder Bread. And like fresh out of the bag, Mom would go shopping, and you take it out, and then you dig in about halfway through the stack and pull out the middle pieces. It was like sponge cake.
Oh, and I would try to use.
Oh, wonderful!
I would try to use 4 slices to make one sandwich.
What?
2 and 2, and then my mom's like, "What are you doing?"
Oh, the Pepperidge Farm, then you're wasting it.
Yeah, absolutely. But it
comes in a roll like toilet paper. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it's like almost. It's almost a cracker.
Yeah, and in all fairness,
it's stale,
Just as
nasty.
close, yeah, you're right.
My mom was trying to feed
Almost a crack.
anywhere from 7 to 10 kids. So we had the powdered milk, we had the no frills brand, we had
We
it
had
all.
to ride our bike to school in the rain and snow.
Yeah,
We had no shoes till we were 9. Take it down.
Lighten up, Francis.
Lighten up, Francis.
You know what I got to find on the internet though? It was an old brand called No Frills. That was slightly off. Like instead of Fruit Loops, it was loopy fruits or something. They just would
Fruity
change
Rings.
Something, right?
You got like Fruity Rings.
And it almost looked like the cereal you really wanted, but just tasted awful.
Yeah.
I got to do some research and then find some of those old products.
Fortunate Trinkets.
I wish this coffee was hotter.
It's not worth throwing in my face unless it's piping hot.
That's right.
Oh, look, British greetings.
People are saying that my dad was trying to give me cancer because you can't be like inhaling that powdered powder.
Your lunch
cement
had mesothelioma.
Great.
Made you man.
It really, it really did.
Sure, makes
it did. What the hell else were you going to do?
Man.
You got beat up. The kids made fun of you. Now you go and you say, "Oh, I was being bullied," and they throw the kid out of school. They put him in therapy.
Right. I would have loved to see you at school, Ed. You must have been hilarious.
I was the funny guy. I had to be funny guy. I got along with all the groups, though. Yeah, I was a rail. Yeah. And I got along with even the jocks and everything, and the stoners, because I was just funny guy. Right. Go around. I got along with everyone except every girl I wanted to have sex with. Them I couldn't, make any headway with.
Yeah, I had a hard time.
But I knew so many people that I knew the guys that were banging the girls that I wanted to have sex with, so it was horrible. You're just like, God, this sucks.
And every chick in it.
He lost his virginity at 13 to a 19-year-old.
I did all right. No, I did all right.
And the stories you tell, you were getting a lot of action, man.
I did all right.
I was still playing Ring and Run at 17.
Thank you, Jimmy. Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I was still making snowmen.
I was playing Shoot and Run.
Are you talking about you couldn't get the cheerleaders and
yes,
those types?
That was it.
Because you were getting action, man. You talk about how the one father would bring the girl over to your house just so you could have sex, and he had no idea what was going on.
Yeah.
And you were pretty young at that point, too.
Those are like relationship things, like high school relationship things. Like, there were the guys, though, that were having sex with the girls that, were like the hot girls you wanted to have sex with.
You wanted that.
Yeah, I wanted some of that action. But, no. I was a relationship guy. I'd get into some high school relationship with a girl, have to wait 2 months of, begging and pleading.
Sucking face a lot.
A lot of chafing because the jeans zipper. Because you'd have to, you do the old dry hump on the couch.
Sure.
And,
hours.
Yeah, for hours on end. Go home going, ow! Ow! Just hurting, aching.
I like Brewer's bit about making out. You just all of a sudden...
I love me. I'm a make-out guy.
It's an older bit, but
out.
all of a sudden you just look at the audience and you just go, remember making out?
You make out for hours.
Yeah.
Hours.
You would.
Nothing else. Just
Your
try it in the
lips
neck.
are hurting.
And you get older, and if you're...
When's the last time you had your earlobe just sucked on your earlobe? Oh, you dirty animal.
And you get older, if you're kissing for more than 30 seconds, that's a lot. But
that's
when
uncalled for.
Your whole mouth would be numb.
Yes, and it'd be all wet, slobbery.
Felt like you had a stroke the next day.
Yeah, and you purposely walk around with hickeys. See what happened, right? See what happened last night?
You take a comb, you can comb that crap out.
I'm not going to, faggot, because I want everyone to see.
What's that on your neck?
You hickey?
That's right.
Oh!
Yeah, where's yours?
Yeah, you got
nowhere.
one.
I know where yours is.
Yeah.
It's on Billy in your big brown bag, you dope.
Yeah, making out. God.
You know what?
Hours.
I'm coming in with a hickey tomorrow.
Are you?
Yeah.
You should have a hickey day.
Yeah.
Do a hickey day.
I'm gonna have my girl
Jimmy's taking out his shirt. What's going on?
Oh,
over
what do
here?
you got?
Jimmy's
You
got a
one
hickey?
on your chest, Jimmy?
Well, Jimmy just trumped me.
Oh, man! Jimmy looks like he's got sarcoma on his chest. Wow.
Jimmy just pulled out a hickey.
He just stands up and
As if we wrote the bit.
He's got 3 hickeys on his bare, hairless chest.
Yeah, but come in with one right. I'm
The old
coming,
school on your neck.
Oh, I'm
right?
coming in with a big one tomorrow if my
Old
girl's
school.
up
It's
for
got
it.
to be on the neck,
Yeah.
Jimbo.
Yeah.
The big one on the neck was like...
Yeah.
Those are useless unless it's summertime. You're hitting the beach. Just let everyone know. Wow, those are healthy ones, too.
Yeah,
Those are loud mouthers.
Those must have been big red ones when they first popped
Those
up.
were like the type that you're like, ow. Oh, it's
Now they're
take it. It's yours.
bruising.
It's
Wow.
yours. Take it. Yeah.
Wow, it's yours. Take it.
The things we did to let everybody else know.
Just want to let you know it's going down.
I smell my finger.
Like
Oh, God. Yeah, come on. Check it out.
I had respect for my dog. I'd always have to see the dog before the net. It was always too long before I saw the friends for that whole ordeal.
Nice. All right,
Yeah,
we have to step aside. Jason in Ohio.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hey, Jason.
Just a shout out. Mimeographs rule.
Yes.
Do you guys, you know what I thought they always smelled like was ice cream sandwiches. Is that weird?
Wow, hold on. Let me try to... I'm thinking of that. No, I'm not getting ice cream. Although, I must say, one of the best-smelling snacks ever was an ice cream sandwich. The chocolatey, cookie-like, cakey outside, and the vanilla ice cream inside. Not chocolate. Must be vanilla.
Do this.
Oh, yeah, always vanilla.
Go to the grocery, get yourself a box of ice cream sandwiches, open them up, and smell it. Smell the paper before you open it up, and tell me it doesn't smell like a ditto from a mimeograph.
How about we disagree?
I can't. I have an aversion to ice cream sandwiches now because ice cream sandwiches were involved in the only time my father ever physically struck me.
So you can't eat ice cream sandwiches?
He was very, verbally abusive, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah.
But one time he hit me.
That's when you stole the quarters.
Smacked me, yeah, yes.
See, I pay attention.
Yes, I stole the quarters.
To get an ice cream sandwich because you were starving because he wasn't feeding you properly.
Yes, thank you.
Because he was too busy doing other things.
And
I know this story.
He insisted that I bought model rockets with it. Because I was into model rocketry.
Right.
And I didn't. I bought one whole box of ice cream sandwiches and ate the entire box. It was delicious.
Of course it is.
What a great fucking time that was.
You can't just have one of those.
I ate the entire box because I went to Thrifty Drug and Discount Store out there in California. And I went in with the quarters. And then I just, Anthony deserved to be hit. Thank you. People are saying. So I ate the whole box of ice cream sandwiches. And then once they found out the quarters were missing, Dad took me outside, and on our way to the stable, said, "Did you steal Corey's quarters?" And
Who's Corey?
Corey was his girlfriend.
Corey Lytle.
Wife. Yeah, Corey Lytle. We were flying to
I
the
think Corey
ranch.
was depressed because he was missing money and went for a little plane ride.
Yeah. Corey was my father's girlfriend and then later the wife.
Ah.
Yeah.
Was she hot?
She was hot in her younger years. I'll give her that. She had naked pictures in the one of the night tables, in my father's night table, and I found them. Little naked Polaroids of when she was like in her 20s and stuff. Mm-hmm. And yeah, pretty hot.
Mm-hmm. Are the kids listening right now?
What?
You know how we like to do that bit, but are the kids at school right now? I don't want to talk about the bit.
Yeah, probably.
So maybe tomorrow?
Yeah.
All right, maybe we'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah, that bit's
Anyway,
good.
sorry, go ahead.
That bit is good. Yeah, so we went for a little drive, and then he said, "Did you take the quarters?" And I was like, "Well, yeah." He goes, "What'd you buy with it?" I said, "Ice cream sandwiches." I was starving. I was really hungry.
And he goes, no, you bought the fucking rockets with it, didn't you? I'm like, no, I bought ice cream sandwiches. I was starving. I haven't. Whack! Right across the face.
Why?
And then, and he goes, shut up. Stop crying or I'll give you something to cry about. That was always his thing when I would cry. Stop crying or I'll give you something to cry about. It's like, well, you just did.
You just gave me something to cry about.
You smacked me very hard in the face.
That's what you should have said. You just did, cocksucker.
Oh, that would have been a good one. Then it wouldn't have been open hand. Would have been nice closed fist.
Would he have punched you in the face for that?
Why?
Yeah, he probably would have punched me.
But why would he be bothered that you want to buy model rockets? That doesn't make sense. That means he's got a smart kid.
Here it is.
No, he's mad that he's mad that the quarters were gone.
He was mad at himself. He was mad at himself for not feeding his kid.
You think so?
See, yeah. He was very, like embarrassed, I think, with the fact that I bought a box of ice cream sandwiches because I was starving, and he wasn't supporting his child. So, instead, if I had used the quarters to buy model rockets, then it was my fault. See, that's why, hence the smack in the face. And I think, honestly, he wanted to slap himself.
Ooh, someone's going to therapy.
No, I'm not.
Someone just used The Shining.
I swear to God, it is one of those things. It's one of those things where it's like, if you can't figure that shit out,
right.
Maybe he did it to himself.
Yeah, maybe he did it to himself.
You don't think your dad was a happy person?
No. I think my father was very depressed.
About what?
Just depression. Whatever makes someone depressed. He could never he can never hit that high note, Alice. It was just one of those things. New York. Failed marriage, couldn't really fucking hold a job or anything. He goes out to California to become a cowboy, and he does pretty good. Opens up a welding business kind of a thing, and then the fucking economy turned around, and that went down the shitter. So he was just kind of like...
Was he a smart guy?
Yeah, he's a pretty smart guy. He was really smart with scamming, because I think he'd rather scam and try to figure out a way to turn a few bucks.
You want to take the shortcut?
Yeah, the shortcut. Instead of, really applying
digging in
and working and doing things.
What's he look like? Is there a picture of him online? Are you on Facebook or something?
Probably got one somewhere.
I've heard that you look exactly like your father.
Really? Not exactly. He was
pretty close.
He was like horseshoe bald at like 25.
Whoa.
Yeah. And
someone in your family told me that you look very...
Yeah, there is a similar...
like
there is a big similarity. I know I got pictures at home, but... online. On my computer. But yeah, so now whenever I eat ice cream sandwiches, and then I had another ice cream sandwich problem with Uncle Joe.
What did Uncle Joe do?
Well, Uncle Joe was living at our house when he was growing pot marijuana in the backyard.
And your mom thought it was oregano.
And he was with hippie Aunt Pat.
Sure.
Yeah. And they lived downstairs when we were living upstairs in a rented house, I guess to supplement the the rent and stuff like that. And he shared our refrigerator. He didn't have one downstairs. So he got big ice cream sandwiches and put him in a big box and put it in the freezer. And all of us, me, my brother, and sister, just opened up the freezer and were like, whoa. So we just started mowing down on Uncle Joe's ice cream sandwiches.
That's what kids do, of course.
I know.
You can't have a box of ice cream sandwiches and assume the kids aren't going to get out of it.
But his reaction was so good because he went into the kitchen, and we're all sitting on the couch watching TV, and he goes into the kitchen, opens up the freezer, and we were notorious for leaving empty boxes in the freezer and fridge. Well, like notorious for doing that.
Yeah, you can't throw the box out because then he's on to you.
Yeah,
you're just hoping that he forgets about it.
Exactly. So he took the empty box out, and I hear from in the kitchen, and then he comes out with the empty box, looks at us, and just goes, "You bummers!" and threw the box at us. He said, "You bummers," and threw the box at us.
Who said that?
My Uncle Joe.
Uncle Joe.
He was probably stoned out of his gourd, and like the thought of those ice cream sandwiches was the best thing in the world. And when he opened the freezer and saw the box, he's just like, and then he lifts up the box and it's empty. We were indeed bummers. We bummed him out, but just to hear him go, "You bummers," and then threw the empty, like, fucking 1 ounce box at us.
What's worse than an empty ice cream sandwich box?
Oh, when you're stoned like that, you just want to have ice cream sandwich, and it's empty, and he just bought it. Oh, it was great.
That's fucking funny.
Uncle Joe.
So you're scared of ice cream sandwiches?
No, there's just...
Would it bring back some of these memories if you had one?
When I eat ice cream sandwiches, I enjoy them thoroughly. But I don't eat them much these days. But I always think of those two instances. More so the slap in the face one than the you bummers. You bummers was kind of fun.
Yeah, you got to be chuckling inside a little bit.
To this day, we still goof on Uncle Joe about that at family functions. You bummers.
Did I pick anything?
What?
I don't pick my nose as much, but I got a foul odor on my index finger.
Ew.
Was I itching
your
anything?
asshole?
I don't know.
Did you wipe your ass and
Was
miss?
I sitting on my finger?
Before you were bouncing and you kept going, yay.
I don't think he did that, but that is conjures up an image.
What is this from?
Did you miss when you wiped?
I was itching behind my ear.
Let's get E-Rock in here to smell
What
it.
do you got, fucking...
It's not as bad as what you got going, Jimmy. But it's fucking rank.
E-Rock.
No, it's honestly, it's
No,
gonna
but
be...
I mean the belly button and that. I want to see which is worse.
No, it's going to be a bust on the air.
It might be.
Nothing worse than when you wipe. You got your nice thing of toilet paper. You wipe, and then you just feel flesh on one finger, and you go, uh-oh.
I laugh at that.
Up to the knuckle.
I laugh at that. It's easy.
You go, oh, boy, I missed.
This is the hoodie that got the shit on
and
the
you wash
sleeve.
your finger, and it's fine until 5 minutes later. Oh, that's your shit hoodie?
This is the shit hoodie.
Shit hoodie.
I roll up the sleeve now so I don't get shit on the
Good plan.
The cuff or whatever you want to call it. The what is this part of the fucking...
A cuff.
Yeah, but it's not a cuff because it's on a shirt.
A paw.
Why don't we take a fucking break? Good story, though, Anth.
I want an ice cream sandwich now.
God damn. So your dad was miserable.
Yeah, he was a miserable guy. That's why he was always looking for something, That's why he went out to California. That's why, with the horses and the ranch and then us kids being out there, but still being really irresponsible. And I don't know, he was just never a happy guy. And I think I saw him sober like once when I went out to California. Oh, he went to the doctor and the doctor said, hey, your liver's going to come out your asshole, pretty much. So he was having.
The doctor told you that?
Told him that.
Oh, him?
Yeah, no, not me, not yet. So he had to stop drinking for like a month or something while they did some tests and everything. So he stopped drinking. He was drinking like this orange soda all the time, and I think that was the only time for any length of time where I actually hung out and saw him sober. Every time else, like in the morning. In the morning, I would see him, so, but he'd be like, hungover. Blah, blah.
Right.
And then after a few beers, he was cool because he was leveled out. But then after that, it was just drunk guy.
He didn't die from the liver, though, right?
No.
The ticker?
Ticker gave out. Yeah.
I don't remember my mom not being on psych meds.
Really?
Don't remember anymore.
Not at all?
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Eek. Yeah. Nice to have a good cry.
We had broken parents.
That's why I'm so fucked up now. Because of my upbringing. That's why I do all the bad things. I just shut up. Suck it up, you faggots. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
I think Anthony has that conversation in the mirror every morning when he's brushing his teeth.
Suck it up, faggot. I'm crying. I'm like Gollum. I'm talking to myself.
You want to have a good cry with us, Jimmy?
Yes.
But father was good. He was good to us. No, he wasn't. He smacked you with ice cream sandwiches. But he was good. We had fun riding horses.
Stop crying.
But you never ate.
Stop crying, you bummers.
You bummers.
Jimmy, think of something sad and get a good cry out, and we'll join you. Will you tell us what you're thinking about?
Yeah. Give us a good, upbringing, something that should have fucked you up as a kid. A lot of people get fucked up by something, but you skated right through.
There you go.
Oh, all right. My first thought was the pay difference between all of us. I had some tears. Now think of something that I should have skated.
Yeah, is there something like that your parents did, where it was like, wow, that's kind of fucked up for a parent to do?
Not.
You asshole.
I really can't think of anything my parents did.
No? There's not one instance where you as a child thought well, it's kind of fucked up for a parent to do. No?
No, I remember being surprised. This doesn't make me sad, though. I remember being surprised. I was moving my Zim Zam in the back.
What the fuck is a Zim Zam?
Oh, not Zim Zam. It was a batter up. It was like a big cement block. And you had a big metal pole through it. And a thing a fake baseball on the end of it, you'd swing it, and you could practice your batting swing.
Yeah, that's how retards practice batting.
Okay, well, I owned one.
And, what, a retard?
Yes, I did. I would use his tongue. We would do 45, 50 stamps at a time. So I was, my mother was helping me move it, and we were putting it down, and she told me to be careful because she had hurt her hand.
Oh.
And I dropped it, and it crushed her finger. I did exactly what she just told me not to do. And she went, you fuck!
No way.
Mother called me a fuck.
How old were you?
At 12 or whatever.
Oh, that's terrible, though. Your mom calling you a fuck.
I was very,
You fuck!
You fuck! She said, you fuck.
Holy shit, that is hysterical.
It was not one of my finer moments.
You fuck. How old were you? Did you say?
12, I want to say.
Oh, that's a bad age.
Oh,
you got
wow.
the hormones pumping through your body.
I was more embarrassed. Like, I wasn't mad at her.
It's the best part is she could have just yelled out "fuck,"
right. Yeah.
and, like, because she was hurt. But to say "you fuck" was like you're the fuck because you caused this.
Well, we both knew who the problem was. She goes, "Be very careful." I hurt my hand, and I just dropped it. And fucking her fingers swelled all up.
I can't picture that lovely woman that left you those voicemails calling you out. You fuck.
Oh, it was her fucking.
Oh, is that great?
He was a hurting Johnny.
Oh,
you got it. I got to read this one. Steve B. from Connecticut. My mom, enraged and screaming at us from the top of the stairs, said, "Why did I have kids? I could have had a Mercedes." It was so absurd, I almost did a spit take.
that might stick with you. Yeah, like I said, you got to suck it up.
We got a little gun story out there.
What?
What do you think of this kid? Obviously, there's a zero tolerance policy in all our schools.
Yeah,
right?
schools have gotten very silly with this zero tolerance policy.
Anything that looks like a gun, they suspend the kid immediately.
I don't understand this at all.
Even though kids are still sneaking in real guns.
Yeah, the real guns could be a problem. The little toy Lego blaster from like a Star Wars set. Don't think it's very dangerous to have.
Is that what this gun was?
Yeah.
It's a 2-inch plastic toy gun, and it's our front page today, by the way. And it's a non-story because the headline says kid almost suspended. For a 2-inch plastic.
They were ready to suspend him. It was when the parents stepped in and had to point out how ridiculous this was to the school that they finally said okay. But they were going to suspend him for this under their zero tolerance policy of what? Having something that is 2 inches long that looks like a gun.
How old was he?
9.
Was he 9?
Yeah, 9. I got it right here. 9.
Yeah, there he is.
Yep.
There he is, Rich.
There you
That's
go.
the little gun.
Do some reading.
I mean, what zero tolerance should mean you can't bring any type of real gun into school.
Right.
A toy gun. Remember after Christmas you used to bring your toys into school?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Like you'd be like, yeah, look what I got. I got Doom Buggy Wheelies. I got me a Doom Buggy Wheelies. And there'd be toy guns. You bring those in, walk around the hallway.
What about the show and tell? Hello. Yeah. Where you would bring in a real gun. Not me personally, but there was always somebody growing up that would bring in.
You go to school in Palestine? What?
A real gun? It was like the Wild Wild West. Yes, I could get fucking 5 guys calling right now.
Wow. High schools used to have...
Because they would bring in some maybe World War II gun or something, but it's still a gun that could certainly fire.
High schools used to have shooting classes.
No.
Where you would you would have your rifle, bring it on the school bus with you, or walk to school or whatever, and part of your... I guess it went under the, physical education part of the curriculum. They'd go in the basement of the school where they would have a shooting range and shoot.
Right.
This is high schools years ago.
Did you go to one of those high schools? Because you were out west.
No, I was a little too old for that. They had already done away with the guns in the schools.
How depressed were you?
At that point, very.
You had to take home ec instead, probably.
Yeah, that's nice. Stick guys in home ec classes and take away their fucking guns. And back then, there weren't fucking school shootings. There weren't the typical if you were bullied, you either punched the bully in the face or you were bullied till you left the fucking school. The guns and zero tolerance and 2-inch plastic toy guns, having the kids suspended, is going to do nothing as far as keeping kids from shooting schools up. They do it because they're fucking crazy. Because they're either spoiled brats, their parents pay no attention to what they're doing. They're building bombs out of propane canisters in their garage, and mom and dad have no clue what's going on. So I think that's worse than this kid bringing in a little plastic gun. Give me a break.
And look, everyone called on, show and tell. People brought guns and shooting teams all over the place.
Yeah, shooting teams.
Let's go to Dan.
Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, man.
I went to high school in Ohio. I graduated in '93.
Oh.
And, every week, these guys are just walking around school with rifles and shit. They're in a shooting team.
There you go. Say shooting team.
Everyone had knives, what the fuck?
Imagine fucking... Yeah, I had a buck knife on my belt. That, you would just wear it on your belt walking around school. A knife, not in your pocket hidden. It was just in a fucking leather case on your belt. No one thought twice about it. A kid walks into school with a knife now. He's spending a year talking to his psychiatrist as to why he felt he needed to bring a knife to school and this, that, the other thing. I told this story before, but I guess bears repeating. When I was a kid, the sneakers that had the rubber tips, the little half moon kind of rubber tips over the toe? I drew swastikas on each one of those.
Wow, who would have guessed?
The only thing was, when I did this, it had to be second grade. I had no idea what the swastika represented, or anything about World War II, nothing. I thought it looked cool. When I saw it, probably on Hogan's Heroes or some movie, I was like, that looks cool. It's a cool-looking symbol. Let me just draw it on my sneakers. And a teacher comes up to me, and I do remember her tattoo on her arm. Oops. And she starts yelling at me.
Wait, what's the tattoo story about?
Yeah, it was a little numbers tattooed on her arm.
For real? Did you?
Wow.
Did you play them?
What?
Always an addict.
You asshole. Yeah, Powerball. Come on.
I love it.
Come on, Powerball.
So, and she yelled at you for that?
She yelled at me, and she shook my arm, and she pointed, and she goes, "Do you know what that represents?" And I actually said, "No, I don't." She goes, "Why did you draw those?" I go, "I just thought it looked cool." And then she tried to educate me, I guess, in a minute and a half on the atrocities of World War II. It didn't work. I still thought the symbol looked cool.
That's almost the same thing happened to me when I was in third grade. I drew gas chambers on the tip of my sneakers.
Oh, you must have been very good at drawing if you actually were able to.
Jesus. So you walked around with a knife, Davy Crockett, on your fucking...
Yeah, a little buck knife.
Hey, you know what? We got a story Aunt, but it beats that. Dan in Wyoming. Dan?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Well, I was in high school in '90. I had two buddies dressed up as duck hunters, and they carried around real shotguns for Halloween all day.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. Yeah, it was a different time.
I was in a couple of Swallows Day parades out in San Juan Capistrano. When the Swallows come back to Capistrano, they have big Swallows Week.
Not no more.
Big parades. I know.
They don't know where to go back to.
They built on all the hills
and all that. That's smart,
one swallow comes back and goes, "What is this?
What happened?
What happened? What happened in my town?"
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and there used to be a huge equestrian parade and party for the whole week, and I was in a lot of the parades, wearing a real 6-shooter on my hip that was loaded with blanks. Everyone loaded their guns with blanks and would just fire them up in the air.
And you were what?
And some people, I suspect, didn't have blanks, yet still fired guns up in the air. Yeah, I was 13 at the time, just riding a horse, dressed in the Western attire, and real guns.
Well, you were riding a horse at that age?
Of course.
Get the fuck out of here.
I was a little cowboy.
Who would think
I was
a little
cowpoke.
guinea was
I know.
I know. What a fucking
guinea.
identity crisis.
I was a little cowboy.
Yeah, a little cowboy.
It was fun. I went up in the hills and shot and rode and had to mend fences.
All right.
It was fun.
We got a great Disney ride story, but we're running out of show. So, Dan, we'll do it tomorrow. It is a really good one. Someone was groped on a Disney ride. It's a terrific little story.
Groped.
Rich, what's the
It's never good to be groped. Is groping ever something you do to, like, your girlfriend or anything? Is that seems to be, like, you can caress your girl. If you don't know her, you're groping her, yet it's the same motion.
Let's give a homework assignment.
All right.
Grope your women tonight and call us tomorrow and let's see how it worked out.
Well, find the difference.
Isn't the difference to breathing like that?
No, the difference is the fucking taser and the cuffing that comes after groping, as opposed to the blowjob that comes after caressing. It's a big difference there, Rich.
There's no blowjobs in my house. The swallows haven't come back.
Oh, that's like
All right, leave on that, Rich.
Rich's house.
Don't be stupid now.
Holy shit,
Don't
Rich.
tag it, nothing.
Just shut the fuck up now, Rich.
Shut down with your plug.
God damn.
I have a confirmation name. My name is James Joseph Norton, which is uneventful.
James Joseph Norton.
Yeah. My father's James. My mother's father was Joseph. And my confirmation was Christopher.
Christopher?
I don't know why I took that. I think I liked the way it sounded. I thought it sounded cool.
Yeah. But you never wanted to, because some people just take their middle names or confirmation names and make it their regular name. You never thought of becoming a Christopher or anything? You liked James? Like being called Jimmy?
Yes.
Yeah, more than James?
Jim. I didn't like James.
Jim.
Yeah.
Jim. Because you know how much I hated Tony. I never liked it as a kid. Anthony, when you're an Anthony in an Italian family, it's almost automatic that you're called Tony. And I, of course, would burst out in tears when anyone would call me Tony because I would say, my name is Anthony. I was like Lil Fez. They should have just called me Lil Fez.
That's going to hurt his feelings.
I was listening to a portion of the Ron and Fez program yesterday on my way home, and he seemed a little emotional.
Was he crying yesterday?
I felt bad.
He had a rough day yesterday.
Why? He looks fine when I saw him. He lost weight?
He looks so happy walking into the studio after we leave. Of course, the Ron and Fez show starts. And he looks so happy coming in. And by the time I hit the vehicle, and I'm not even at my first light, something happens.
Yeah.
And he gets all upset.
And it kind of stretched out for the whole show.
It was the entire program?
Yeah. I mean, he kind of came back a little bit, but then he would go back to the...
That East Side Dave, too, is just a real pain in the ass to him.
Well, Fez got very upset yesterday because while he was trying to do a topic on popsicles, Eastside Dave kept playing the 60 minutes tick, 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 tick sound effect, implying that Fez sounded like Andy Rooney.
Implying that Fez is doing a Andy Rooney type segment.
Yes.
Ever notice popsicles aren't very popular anymore?
Right.
Why is that?
Why weren't they called momsicles? Is it because they're shaped like dicks, which a pop could shove in your face if you're naughty?
Fez is going to think you're making fun of him right now.
I'm not.
I
I'm
know
making
you're
fun of
not.
Andy Rooney.
I know.
When I was a child, the Iceman used to come and fill up our refrigerator with ice. And then we'd take little chips off of the ice and suck on it as we played in the fire hydrants. It was 1890.
Yes.
Old bastard.
That's funny, yes.
Curmudgeon.
Yes. The local mobster was shot. The gun was dropped down different little pipes to be...
We call him the Black Hand. He made a lot of noise drinking his espresso. Dummy. Yeah, so he got upset with that, and then I heard the Sprint and Spirit airline thing.
Yeah, that was...
What was that? I missed
Apparently
it.
Spirit, well, it was a good... It actually was an informative segment.
Mm-hmm.
It was Spirit Airlines is taking... they're making it... They're trying to make something sound good, which sucks. They're calling it pre-reclined seats, which means that the seats in the airplane will now be reclined 3 inches from the normal seat, and they won't move. They're just fixed seats. And they call it pre-reclined. What this means is they're jamming another couple of seats in there
And this way you can't bring the seat all the way back.
Is it on Spirit Airlines?
Yeah.
The ones who wanted to charge for fucking bags? That
Exactly.
airline is shit.
Well, I hear they're changing their name to Sprint Airlines, though.
Oh, that's going to hurt him.
See, this was the problem. Fezzi did a segment about this, and it was fine. It was perfect. He got all the info out.
Yeah.
Everything was fine. And then he got a little upset because somebody had to call up and say, Fez, I believe it's Spirit Airlines and not Sprint Airlines.
He was calling them Sprint Airlines?
Yes, and I believe other people in the studio knew this and let him continue calling it Sprint Airlines, because even Ronnie was saying that, it was, isn't that a telephone company? and Fez just kept going along with Sprint Airlines until it was pointed out to him. Then he got very quiet. And then, of course, he got very upset that he was calling himself stupid for making such a stupid mistake, as he put it. I didn't see it as a stupid mistake. We all misread things at times, and he just misread it, and it was
a
fine.
stupid mistake. He's right.
Oh, my God, no.
I love Fez.
No,
I really
no,
do.
No.
Here's what the problem with Fez.
Oh.
It's okay to make a stupid mistake. No one should soft-soap this for Fez and say, it was a stupid mistake.
Oh, jeez. Oh, no.
Sprint Airlines doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't.
But
No.
I make stupid mistakes, too. The key is not to soft-soap it and say it wasn't a stupid mistake. It was, so what, you made a stupid
get over
mistake.
it kind
We
of a
all
thing.
do. So what? Not one of that glaring obviousness, but I mean, we all make dumb mistakes.
Yeah, look at my dad on his birthday 30 years ago.
He should use the bag. If he used the bag, who would be sitting there? Who knows?
He had a rough time on Friday last week too, though.
Yeah.
When Times Square got evacuated.
He gets very upset when things happen like that.
He thought this was it.
There was a cooler in Times Square. Some dummy left a cooler out, and then some dummy left his car running in front of the Museum of Natural History.
Oh, yeah. It was a test-driven BMW, wasn't it?
Yeah. I don't know what the fuck it was, but some dummy. Don't people realize you can't just do shit like that anymore? And it seems he got a little
he got very
upset
very
about
upset.
the terrorist thing. And was it because he was afraid?
I think
that it was a bomb and
yeah, I mean, I think sort of the bad news made it was worse in his head than it actually was, and he really wasn't thinking it's probably nothing. He got very worried. He got very concerned. And I think he left the studio.
Wow, really? It got that serious.
I think that's what they said on the air. Yeah.
I don't know. There's a point you reach. Like, I used to suffer from what they call anxiety.
Sure.
I think everybody goes through a period of anxiety in their life.
What were you anxious about?
Mine, at the time, I never realized. I thought it was just this unknown anxiety that would come over you. You just sit there, and then all of a sudden you're sweating, your heart's beating fast, you're breathing heavy, you're shaking, you feel impending doom kind of
panic
a feeling.
attacks, right?
Yeah, panic attack, anxiety, panic attack kind of a thing.
Wow.
And when you first get them, when you first start getting them, it's horrific. It is just like you don't know what's happening, you can't control it, you're freaking out. This happened in like my early to mid-20s. It went on for about 5 years. In varying degrees of seriousness. I was able to, carry on my life and go to work and things like that, but I was in a constant state of, oh my God, when's it going to kick in? You become more afraid of the anxiety. You get anxiety thinking you might get an anxiety attack. It's like a vicious cycle kind of a thing. And it reached a point where I said to myself, I was like, you know what? Whatever's going to happen, just go ahead. Because the problem is you always think something's going to happen. You're going to drop dead. You're going to end up in an insane asylum because you're going to tear your clothes off and run down the street going, just like a nut. You're going to lose control. That's,
what would bring it on?
The biggest thing.
Would, if you had to do something, or was it just completely reasonless?
I didn't know at the time. But then I realized what brought it on later in life was the fact that I wasn't doing anything with my life.
Oh, okay.
I was stagnating. I didn't feel I was in a good position in my life. I was at a job I hated. I saw other people going to, finishing school and going to college and doing things that I wished I had done, but
Charm school.
didn't. Charm school. All that stuff, and that just caused, it caused anxiety. At the time, I thought it was just coming out of nowhere. I was like, oh no, this life's great. I'm hanging out with my friends. I'm, of course, drinking. I'm, going out in my shitty car and just being a guy. But apparently, deep down inside, I was feeling very anxious because I needed to do more, but I didn't recognize that yet.
Right.
So, after about 5 years of telling friends, like you find excuses to tell friends you're not going out. You're just like, yeah, Ant, you want to go out? Like Adam Ferrara would call me up and be like, Ant, going to the bar. What do you want to do? We're going out, wherever. I'd be like, nah, I'm just going to stay home. Because then you become almost agoraphobic, which is a fear of going outside. Because you're afraid you're going to have a panic attack in front of people, and then you'll be fucking, like I said, running, and then your pals are going to lock you up in an insane asylum or something, or you're going to drop dead or whatever the fuck.
Wow.
So you reach a point where I just said, all right, whatever's going to, I felt one coming on, and I just said, you know something, whatever's going to happen, do it. Whatever. I'm so sick of this. Either, make me go crazy, whatever's going to happen, go ahead.
How long would they last for?
Varied. Sometimes it was a quick flash of this, oh, fuck. And then sometimes it would just last for like an hour or so, and you'd be completely wiped out, exhausted when it would finish. You're just like, oh, my God. And you didn't know what to do with yourself. You almost felt like you were out of your own body. You'd look at your hand, and it was like, whoa, that seems farther away than it should look. Yeah. Like, just weird fucking shit. And then you just kind of went, I went, fuck it. Fuck it. Go ahead. Whatever you're going to do it. Go ahead. And then you realize, wow, I kind of am in control of this shit because nothing's happening. And then that was pretty much it. When you'd feel one coming on, when I would feel one like coming on, I would do the same thing. Just like, whatever it is, fuck it. And then go about my business. And then after a while, they didn't go away really quick, but you were able to just deal with them.
Wow.
Yeah.
My mother used to have them, and I forget what she took for them. She did take something, though. Or she went to therapy.
Budweiser. A lot of people do self-medicate with drugs or illegal drugs or alcohol was a biggie. Oh. Like if I would have like a couple of beers, it would wipe the anxiety attack right out. But then if you start getting hungover, it would be twice as bad.
I think she tried an African-American gentleman. She said that seemed to work. And then my father panicked.
That was the cause of my anxiety.
No, I don't know what it was, but she took something, but she'd have bad panic attacks.
Yeah.
Bad, yeah, they really are paralyzing.
Yeah, it would just consume your entire existence. Because when you're having them, you're having one, so it's freaking you out. And when you're not having one, all you're thinking is, when am I going to have one? So you pretty much are consumed by this awful feeling of, like I said, just impending doom and gloom and awfulness that just comes out of nowhere.
And it could be anything, right? Like, it's not like all of a sudden all right, I gotta...
No, it doesn't have to be a reason. There doesn't have to be a reason for it. You could just be, having a great time. Hey, this is good. Hey, I'm out with my pals. This is fun. Oh, hey, remember, You just lose your fucking mind.
And then you just get scared?
I get scared.
Yeah, you get scared.
I would get scared, and then I realize also it must have been a lot of trauma in my upbringing with just parents arguing all the time. Yeah. Just growing up in a household that there's nothing but fighting and arguing, and I would get so upset at that. Stop fighting! My stomach hurts. And get very upset, and that probably had something to do with it later on in life. Little crybaby Anthony.
See, Ant's hard to figure because Ant is so smart. He's good at, like the things that, make you very sad or panicked. Anthony's really good at stepping aside and mocking himself. Like, oh, what a douchebag I was.
Yeah, you got to kind of look at it and just go, what are you going to do? What the fuck are you going to do?
It fucks you up, though, man. Growing up with violence is very hard.
Yeah. It was just, constant yelling. Not so much, there wasn't like this beating up. Like, Pops wasn't, smacking Mom around or anything like that, but he was a wall and door puncher and throwing things, of course. The famous or infamous, I'm not sure, plate of spaghetti against the wall. That is vivid in my head like yesterday. I remember the spaghetti hitting the wall and slowly running down. Oh, the spaghetti.
Did you cry?
Yeah, of course I did. How could I not? I was crying before the spaghetti hit the wall. And then, and then Dad, because I'm crying, he's calling me a fag and a faggot. Stop crying, you pussy. I can't. I'm upset.
So you basically grew up terrified.
Yeah, I was in a constant state of terror.
At least it doesn't explain the guns in the house.
Is that?
You don't have to have a psychology degree to understand that Anthony really needs to be held and needs safety.
I like affection.
Yes.
It's nice. But I also do like my security. Yeah. I like my cameras and my guns and my locks and my alarms and all kinds of stuff like that. Do you think I'm trying to lock out the fear? Am I keeping the fear outside with all these things?
I think the panic attacks and all that stuff is like a result of it's because it's stuff that like
the scariness is out there.
Rehashing it is like, what do you do? It's like it's already happened. But there is a way, like I find that stuff from like when we're kids, we put aside, you kind of stick in a little room and you fucking slam the door, but that shit just keeps seeping out under the door, but it's there. So it's like until the door gets open and like, you fucking air the room out.
You let it all out.
Then it just then it's like, that's what that is. But it's like sometimes it helps to really look at it for what it is.
Does it or does it like just bring it right back and make you like, oh fuck, that was tucked away and it was in a nice little place? Like, I'm not sure if I'm from the school of thought of it's good to, like shrinks of course always say, it's good to get that stuff out and work through it. And it's not good to bottle it up. But to me, it just seems kind of good to, let's lock that away and just consider it the past. And, I had some shitty cars in my day. I don't revisit them. They're in a junkyard somewhere.
That's true, but nobody threw a car against the wall when you were 7. You had to watch it leak down the fucking onto the floor.
If he could have.
Oh, I'm sure he would have.
Sure he would have.
I think it's got to be. That's why it's like that same, like, when you look at, like, say, girls that get beat up as kids by their fathers, they always marry drunks. Or guys that grow up watching.
Thank God for those fathers.
Dude, there's been so many much hotter pussies than I deserve, thanks to rotten daddies. So I don't knock it. But it's like people, kids that see their fathers beat their mothers, they probably go, I'll never do that, and then they grow up and beat their women. It's like all that shit that gets tucked away until it's like worked out. It just keeps replaying and replaying and replaying. Yeah. It's fucking horrible.
There are people that repeat horrid behavior that their parents had or did to them. And then there's other people that recognize it and then don't do it at all and go the complete opposite direction.
Right.
There are parents now that were beaten as kids, because it was accepted growing up in my generation. It was okay to grab a strap, a leather fucking belt. If you did this to a fucking terrorist at Guantanamo, you'd be brought up on charges. Yet as a child, it was completely acceptable if I left my toys out to beat me with a leather strap.
Yeah.
What the fuck were they thinking? But and then there are some parents that some kids that grew up became parents and they're fine with that, or they go the complete other way and go, I will never do that to my kid. And I wonder what the defining line is there of why some people will do the complete opposite and others will continue to just beat their children like that.
I don't know, but it all depends. Like, even the people that don't beat their kids, even the ones that don't, like, I don't know what they're like internally. Sometimes people are tortured by that stuff. Not that therapy means everything, but it does help to go like, it's just like fucking puking or shitting emotionally. That's all it is. That's all therapy is. It's like you're talking to somebody and you're hearing yourself and you're seeing patterns and there's no way to hide from it because it's just you and the person and there's no way. Like, smart people are great justifiers. Like, you're one of the smartest guys I know. So
Thank you, Jimmy.
But you could justify anything, not horrible shit, but like you're oh no, that's just this. Like, you're almost unbeatable. which is great in life, but sometimes it hurts us when we're trying to look at our own fucked up, scared stuff or whatever, because we can justify any of it.
Scary.
You know what I mean?
I was always scared.
Yeah.
Scared of the belt, the strap. Oh, the thing is, and even remembering it, it wasn't a movie version of a beating where you're just you're getting smacked. It was a good slap across the ass with the fucking belt, and you'd it hurt, and don't do it again. Bah, bah, bah. Or the talking thing. Oh, I remember the talking. He would talk as he hit with the belt, and it was like don't you ever do that again, or I will. It's like, the fuck is that? Who taught you that? Like, who would do that? It's a twisted thing.
Yeah, why don't you just talk and leave the hitting?
Yeah, leave the hitting. How about we just have a chat sans belt, without the belt?
Anthony sounds like the little brother from Radio Flyer.
Radio Flyer. The king would come in.
The king was just beating the shit out of you with an electrical cord.
It was, yeah, that was just some, and it was over like just dumb shit. Like dumb shit. I honestly believe he was taking out his own anger and fears and everything like that. You always think of your dad as the superior being as you're growing up. They're the infallible fucking guy. And then once you get a little older, and especially if your dad drops dead at some point, and you start encroaching upon his age, you get a little closer and realize, he probably wasn't much different. In thinking wise, and you don't become this wise guy because you become a father and you get a few years under your belt or something like that. And there must have been just this, fear and scared guy that had to just kind of wail on a kid with a belt for some reason. Just, I always find that a little peculiar.
Well, you were probably, I mean, not you, but just being a kid, it's like you're one of the reasons that the parent thinks that they're scared. Like, fuck, I got to take care of this thing.
Yeah.
This fucking thing needs shit.
Yep. And he wasn't very good at providing.
Yeah.
It was a lot of moving.
Bit of a drinker.
Bit of a drinker, a lot of moving. I remember constantly moving as a kid. All over Long Island. I made the whole tour. North Shore, South Shore, East End, West End. Oh, boy. And constantly in, the middle of the night or wee hours of the morning kind of a move, because I don't think the old landlord was getting that last month's check. Yeah, it was, let's scoop up our goods and find another thing. And I remember out in California when I went out there and lived with them for a few years, we were renting a place, and I was there during the whole procedure of signing of the lease. And even then, I'm listening to him talk to the landlords about the apartment and signing the lease, and the landlords, it was an old couple, and they were smiling, and my dad's smiling, signing the lease, making some little jokes, and all I was thinking, even then, I would look and go, oh, they are so fucked, and they have no clue. They have no clue how fucked they are right now with my father signing this lease. You will not get your money. The place will be trashed, and we will leave you with major repairs.
That's kind of a humiliating way to grow up.
Yeah. It was a bit of a trauma.
And adult children of alcoholics are always fucked up. Always. Because it's fucking horrible. Yeah. You grow up as an adult, and you not that he's a bad dad, but it's, someone's a drunk, man. It's fucking brutal on children.
Yeah, it is. I talked about it a few times about the drives when he would be drinking and driving. And, I'm just sitting there in the passenger seat looking, going, will this be the day we plunge over the edge of the Ortega Highway into a crevasse? So more fear. Every turn. I would tense up on every turn. And then there would be parts of the highway that would have guardrails and it wasn't that treacherous. And I would go, I'd relax. Or red light. Red lights to me were a godsend because it was stopped. And I was like, oh my God, I could relax for a minute. And then I'd see the other side turn yellow and then green light. And I'd be, tense up again. Holy shit, here we go. It was constant fear.
No wonder you were fucking panicking. You were living from red light to red light. You were a red light was a sign of continued life.
I looked at red lights like a reprieve, like a call from the governor.
An oasis.
Yes.
In this desert of alcoholism and terror.
It was horrible. Oh my God. Yeah. And then, I kind of made it back to New York, and then I thought I was fine, but I guess it had some kind of an effect.
Always. It's like when a fucking place burns, no matter how nice you fix it, you can't get the smell of the fucking fire out. That's what it's like. It's always
Yeah, something's still creeping around in there.
Always. But there's a way to work with it, and a way to like really make it less. It's like there's an old expression, we're only as sick as our secrets. It's like the stuff that we tuck away is always, it's like exposing it doesn't make it go away, but it makes it much less impactful.
I guess it's not just sitting there creeping up on you and tucked away if you bring it out. But I don't know. Like I said, who knows? Maybe keeping some of those things. Like, I got no problem talking about anything. I got no problem talking about it. But I don't know how effective it is in changing me as a person because I've talked about things. I never went to a therapist and talked to anything like that, but I'll just sit, like on the show, or sit with a friend or something like that and just go, yeah, that sucked, or or that was fun, or whatever, just life in general. So I don't know how much does it help? Does it just?
It stops. Here's what I found it does. It stops irrational reactions. Like if I always react a certain way and I know it's because of something that happened that was bad. Yeah. It's like I react that way subconsciously. I don't even know I'm doing it. I don't even know I'm reacting that way. And it's like, and then I address what was fucked up. And the next time something reminds me of it, I don't just knee-jerk react that way and not know why the fuck I'm doing it. It's like it runs my life. It runs everybody's life without people knowing that it's running your life. It's awful. It's like this little invisible conductor in a little room.
Why do I hate red lights now, though? When the light turns red, I'm like, son of a bitch, I missed it.
Well, sometimes in a way we turn into what we hate. And sometimes when we're terrified of driving quickly, we get a Shelby and have it jacked up so we can do 1,500 miles an hour on the fucking LIE around a turn. Boy, somebody really conquered their fear. Hey, Keith, I'm going in reverse. 90.
You make a good point, Jimmy.
It's fucking weird, man, what makes people what they are.
Yeah, I wonder if, John from Long Island, I think I used to work with Anthony's father. No way. Let me see if this guy's legit. Hi, John.
Hey, your father used to work for a pinball machine company.
A pinball machine company?
Yeah, cigarette machines, pinball machines, all of that.
What year are you talking?
I'd have to say 70s, like early 70s.
Yeah. He like broke his leg because a vending machine fell on it or something.
I used to work with him. Joe was his name, right?
Yeah.
He was a maniac. Good guy, but he was a maniac.
Oh, yeah. Wow, how did you used to work for the same place?
Well, I used to work there. I was a collector. I used to go out and collect from they had these poker games, and I used to collect for them. But we worked with a bunch of different companies.
Yeah. Yeah,
he was a good guy.
He got fired for I think pilfering from the coin box.
Everybody did in them days. You used to tolerate a little bit, but when a guy got a little out of control sometimes, But your old man was a tough guy too,
Yeah, no, I know. He was always up for a good brawl.
What would you do if you found out his nickname was Joe with the gay kid?
Shit. He took me to work a few times. We'd go to some of the bars around Mineola.
I actually think that you grew up in the Ells, right?
Yeah, Elwood. Yep.
Yeah, my cousins lived on Elchester.
Oh yeah. Okay. Holy shit.
How old a man are you, sir?
I lived on Long Island my whole life.
How old a guy are you now?
I'm 52.
Wow. Jesus, how did he work with?
Well,
yeah,
maybe.
Well, okay.
Your dad was.
Yeah, you were.
I was 18 or so. I think 17, 18 when
yeah,
I
you must have been a little kid or something. Wow, that's odd.
Your old man was a pisser, boy. He was a funny bastard.
Yeah, he certainly was. All right, John. Thanks for calling.
You got it, Anthony.
Take it easy, man. Wow. Yeah, he was kind of a tough guy, which I never was, of course. My father was always up for, like, not starting a fight, but if one was brewing, he would definitely jump in and brawl, and that is not me. As far as fists go, I am horrible. I will shun a fight and try to diplomatically talk my way out of a brawl because I hate getting hit, and I'm very bad at fighting, and I would get hit a lot. So I tried to steer clear. I was never in many fights, but one time me and a friend were in front of a 7-Eleven. It was, I don't even know, we were in our 20s again, something shit like that. I pull up, we buy some beer, we're coming out, and for no reason whatsoever, some guy kicks the bag of beer out of my friend's hands, and it just goes on the ground, and then pushes my friend. And I'm standing there going, I can't do this. What am I going to do? Jump in and get my fucking ass handed to me. But, you know, it's a friend, so you got to kind of step up. I'm like, what's the problem? And there I am trying to be a diplomat. What's the problem? What happened? Why do you have a problem with my friend? Is there a bam right in the face?
Wow, really?
Oh, yes. Bam right in the face. The guy didn't want to talk. You see, he was waiting out in front of 7-Eleven to fight somebody. That was his goal for the evening.
Was he older or your age?
About my age, maybe a little older. About my age.
You never saw him again?
No. I was never into fisticuffs. I knew I was very bad at it.
What happened when he hit you? You fell down?
Oh, yeah. I fell down. My eye was bleeding very badly, above my eye.
What'd the guy do after he hit you once?
Me. Just kind of laughed, chuckled. And then I guess they kicked some of the broken beer bottles at my friend, who was also on the ground at this point. We got our asses kicked. In other words, our asses were kicked. And, yeah. By the way, if you're listening, don't ever try to do that again. I'll kill you.
Do you know the guy who did that probably has never thought of it again because he was probably in an alcoholic blackout?
Yeah. And me, I remember it for, years and years and years.
Yes, and it's kind of, in a way, another thing that shapes the adult life.
Yeah, it was, but I always knew I was bad at fighting. It's not a surprise that whenever I got into a physical altercation, that I would end up on the losing end. I knew it. It would happen. I was bad at it. I'm not a good fighter. I'm really bad at it.
Well, you didn't have to be. I mean, that's because that's why your brain is so good. It was.
I tried to be funny and shit like that. And I never had like school fights. There was never anybody aside from Boomer and that whole thing. But there was never anybody I had to worry about in school or I got bullied or anything like that because you're always the funny guy. You're able to make jokes and fuck around and shit like that. But it was just random shit that would happen on the streets where you're just walking around going, There was another, and it was the same fucking friend. We're in a bar. And
maybe it was him. He was the problem.
I think he just had a look that people wanted to just fucking punch him.
What would you do if you found out in later life that every time he looked at a strong-looking guy, he would just wink and lick his lips? That's why he was getting punched.
And then point at me. Asshole. This guy comes over to the bar and picks up my buddy's pack of Marlboro and takes a cigarette out and lights it up and starts smoking it. And this guy was obviously, you could tell by some facial scarring and his big meaty mitts that he was a pretty good fighter. Irish guy, he had a few in him. And my buddy said, hey, that's my cigarette. It's my pack of cigarettes. And the guy goes, oh, yeah? And I'm just thinking, why? Why would you say anything? Let him take your cigarette. It's not like he's fucking ass raping you in the shower. He's taking a cigarette. And the verbal discussion ended, but we noticed it was getting a little heated in there. Time to leave. As we walk out, we were followed by this guy and a couple of his buddies, and they punched my friend right square in the nose. This time, though, Oh, I did the old feet don't fail me now. Oh, did I run?
You ran away?
I ran like the wind.
How many of them were beating your friend up? Was it just one?
3.
You ran while your friend was getting beaten up by 3 guys.
I certainly did. I did not want to get hit again. And then I saw the cops pull up, so I came back. And
did your friend hate you?
Nah, what was he going to do? We already got beat up in 7-Eleven parking lot, and this wasn't very long after that. Like, I'm not getting hit again for you. Just not. People like punching you, and I'm getting punched by proxy. So I said, fuck it. I'm not getting hit. Yeah, call me a pussy. I don't care. I don't see that friend anymore.
I don't blame you. You're probably tired of being beaten up while you watch.
Well, I couldn't watch. My back was directly facing them. I was doing the old shortest distance between 2 points. I was getting away from him as quickly as possible.
I bet you all 4 of them took a moment and just looked like, what the fuck? Like, even the guys beating him probably
friend running away? Yes, I ran away. I was very frightened of getting punched in the face.
Yeah, it does suck.
I don't like getting
It's
punched.
not the end of the world.
Oh,
you know,
it can make you retarded.
It can, but when you look at MMA guys or boxers, now I know they're used to it, but they get punched in the face a lot, really hard.
Yeah.
Getting hit once or twice, it sucks, but...
And I got a glass jaw. It seems I got a glass jaw. When I get hit in the face, I fall right down.
You probably, because it hits that child.
I'm like one of those
fainting
goats.
goats.
And I get hit. I go fucking flat on my back and my legs go up.
A guy raises his fist and it's like,
you just fall over. I can't take a punch. I just can't.
I bet you could if you probably don't think you could if you had.
Oh, I get all. My head goes.
You probably punch harder than you think you do too.
I don't know. I've never gotten the opportunity to really punch anybody.
Yeah, you probably
hit
punch
me
harder.
first while I'm yapping.
Yeah,
I like when you watch things on self-defense, and I'd love to be able to do that. Like if someone walks up to you and gives you shit, people go like, well, you got to take him out right away. Like I look at someone like Joe Rogan and think, there's a guy who can fucking take care of himself.
Yep.
If someone's giving him shit, he knows how to deal with it physically before he even has to take a fucking punch. And if he did have to take a punch, he's right back at you, fucking you up. And I look at things like that and video or a TV show on self-defense and these guys that know exactly when to fucking strike and when to stop yapping. And I'm always like, I'm Henry Kissinger trying to fucking, well, maybe you should not punch me in the face. We can maybe talk about that. Wham! Right in the fucking head.
Yeah, but the thing like Rogan is, he will win most of his fights. But the one he doesn't win will be because a guy goes to the parking lot and runs him over. Because you can't hit Joe. You have to hit him with your car or a gun. That's the only disadvantage.
And then your car's going to get fucked up, too.
Yeah, you're going to have like a Rogan head imprint. But that's the only disadvantage to that is people become, they so know that you can kick their ass that they resort to such a higher level of confronting you.
That's true,
Which is like, a Rogan's a guy you'd pull a gun on. Like, because you know he's going to kick the shit out of you. And I think people can sense that. He has a fucking big head and meat fists.
There is a sense that you get that somebody is a problem.
It's instinct, yeah.
And you could see it if you're out in a bar and you know there's a brawl brewing. You could see it in the guy's eyes, in his body language, just in the way he's like holding himself, that he's a problem and there's going to be a fucking fight.
I told you, me and Kenny, I did a gig in Pennsylvania and we stopped at a convenience store and we walk out of this revolving door and when this big guy comes in, really big guy, and me and him walk by each other, and I kind of look at him and he looks at me, and then I'm walking and he goes, what are you looking at? Like, he was a big fucking guy. And I figured he was a fan who was at the show. That's why he looked at me and I looked back at him, because literally he looked at me like he knew me. And then Kenny is standing by the truck, and I'm next to the guy, and Kenny was watching this whole thing.
Yeah, of course.
And the guy's the guy, walk to the truck, pussies. And me and Kenny, we were just like, the guy... Again, there was no need for a physical confrontation, so we just got in the truck. But it was unsettling But then I forgot, oh yeah, Kenny has a gun.
Kenny is armed
like,
and dangerous.
This guy's a big fucking guy.
Yeah.
And he's a problem. So is Kenny.
Yeah.
This
Kenny
guy was,
physically is a problem.
This guy is too drunk to realize that.
Oh, was he drunk?
Oh, yeah, he was fucked up. It was irrational the way he was being really confrontational, like that guy in front of 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
But Kenny has a fucking gun.
Just looking for a problem.
This dumb motherfucker
doesn't realize.
Doesn't know
how close he is if he...
That he's A, confronting a double black belt. B, an ex-cop. C, a guy with a fucking gun.
And he has retard strength.
And mentality. But, like, you know what I mean? Even though, like, a guy like that tough had no idea that he was about to fuck with a guy who probably could beat him physically and couldn't, would fucking pistol whip him.
Yeah.
So that's the disadvantage to being big like that is...
Just having a problem. Yeah, most guys that are problems have stories where they fucked up.
Yes.
Where they confronted the wrong guy, got their ass handed to them. But... I don't know. It always seemed I obviously wasn't or wouldn't want to be the guy that's the problem. But you would like to be able to handle yourself in those situations. But there is just the fight or flight instinct.
Yeah.
Oh, book my ticket.
Yeah, exactly.
I have frequent flyer miles.
Wings don't fail me now.
Yes, exactly. Flutter, flutter, flutter. I'm like a hummingbird. Off on a tear.
I've been the same way. Most funny people are like that. Not all, but most. That's why we develop being funny. It's like, it's the fucking tap dance. Fist up. Yada, yada, yada. Yada, yada, yada. Yada, yada, yada. Make you happy, make you like me, make you laugh, make you like me.
Little soft chew for you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny when you're talking about the father beating you and all I'm thinking is, this poor little frightened Anthony. Oh, Jim, fly the ship. Bone, spot.
Doing imitations
just
as I'm
little
being
voices
beaten.
alone.
Hey, look who's here. It's Bobby Kelly.
Whoa.
Come on in, Bob. Sit down. Join
Speaking
the
of
discussion.
someone who was brutalized.
Join the brutal discussion of our childhood.
Well, Anthony's more.
Yeah.
You're talking about Joe Rogan.
Yeah. And being a problem. Now, we were just talking about this. I am not a fighter. I can't fight. I always wound up getting my ass handed to me whenever there was the rare altercation.
Really?
Yeah, I can't. I don't know how to fight. I'm not good at it. I would get punched in the face and it's over. You.
Yeah.
Were you a guy that could take care of yourself in a brawl?
That's a weird question, and it's weird too because I look at you and I'm like, Anthony, because of your attitude and rage,
I have a lot of rage, but I don't know how to bring it to my fists. They go right to my legs and feet.
And your trigger finger.
Yes, exactly.
He has an arsenal at his house.
That's every... You know what? I think I have a gun for every threat that I ever met in life. Everyone that ever threatened me, I have a gun for. I call them by their names. You're the guy in California that said we were only slapboxing and came at me with a hard fist. Oh, that prick. Hey, Cumia. Hey, I saw that. I'd always see this kid and he would try to slapbox with me. And slapboxing, I don't know where my hands are supposed to be in a fight. I'm terrible. So we're slapboxing, and he gets a couple of slaps in, and then he goes to slap me again, and I whip my head back, so I slip the slap, and when I come forward, a fucking fist waiting for me, bam, right in the head. And then I'm laying on the ground, blood just streaming down my face, and he's just like, laughing at me. Yeah. Laughing!
I don't even think Anthony's scared of getting hit. It's the humiliation of being beaten up.
Oh, it's
humiliating.
Sucks. I had fantasies of what I could do to this motherfucker that did that for years. After that, it was like, yeah, and if I did this and then I had him and then you know what I did? I karate chop in the throat, and then I would have these scenarios in my head of how I beat his ass.
If I blocked his arm up and then fucking
then I could have done that. And in reality, you know what?
I still do that.
He'd have punched me again.
Yeah.
That stupid noise. Oh, I hate Hall & Oates.
That's what the contestants did. And Christina Aguilera was there.
Like
she didn't want any part of the contestants
Your kiss is on my lip.
No.
Because your kiss, I can't resist.
No. Your piss is on my clit would be a nicer one. That song is fucking horrendous.
I don't think I like Hall & Oates either.
I don't think I like walnuts.
No?
They remind me of my dad. He used to listen to Make My Dreams Come True over and over. My grandmother called him a Johnny One Note.
Language. Wow, is she sassy?
Yeah, because he just kept playing the 45.
Johnny One Note.
It was the same song literally 30 times.
What fucking year was that?
My dad.
What year was Johnny One Note a fucking saying?
Whenever Dreams Come True came out, my father bought the 45 and wouldn't stop.
Yeah?
Wouldn't stop.
What a horrible song.
Oh, try hearing it 65 times.
I had to listen to my dad get all mad when Simon and Garfunkel, or it might have just been Paul Simon, when they put out that song, When I Think Back at All the Crap I Learned in High School.
Wow,
It's a
no
wonder
clue.
I can think it all. The Kodachrome.
Oh, Kodachrome.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thanks.
sure. I know it. I know it as Kodachrome.
I had to go through the song, but at the beginning, you say, "When I look back at all the crap I learned in high school," and I was driving with him, and that song came on, and he was like, he shook his head, and he just looks at the radio, and he's like, "I don't think that's good to have on the radio."
Why?
Because the word crap on the radio, he didn't
really?
think that was appropriate. What a turn of events.
Yeah. What a piece of audio garbage he was raising next to him.
Exactly. It's like, well, I think we'll push it a little further than crap.
Yeah.
He was
when
mad.
I look back to all the cunts I hear on.
He was mad at hearing crap on the radio, but all that shit he was saying in the kitchen while you guys were having a nice plate of spaghetti.
Exactly. Another
That doesn't make
hypocritical
sense.
parent that you know, they look at something on TV or on the radio and freak out, and meanwhile they're home calling each other fuckface. Yeah, fuckface.
So you guys,
that was a big one at the house. My mom would call my dad a fuckface. You fuckface. You fuckface. And it was over and over again. Like, she wouldn't stop. It's like, yeah, fuckface. And I'd be there, I got a stomachache. And she just wouldn't stop. And my father would call her a fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Shut up, you fucking bitch. Get out, you fuckface.
I love it.
And I'm just like, you know, if I said frig, like, hey, watch your mouth. Where did you learn that shit, Ro? You dumb bitch. Fuck you, Joey. It was your fucking fault. You're the one saying the fucking words. Go shit in your hat. Fuck off, Ro. I'm not the one raising a little fairy fucking kid. He's got a doll. It's a puppet. He made it himself. It's a fucking doll. I'm not taking the little faggot to the store while he's carrying a doll with him. And it was a puppet. I just hadn't put strings on it yet.
It's not a puppet.
It was a puppet.
It was not a puppet.
It was a puppet.
It was a fucking doll you put strings on as a fucking beard. It was a fucking doll.
Shut up, Jimmy, you fuckface.
At least I knew I sucked dicks, doll boy.
That's classic. That's classic.
Oh, it was terrible.
Poor Anthony.
I know.
You guys had younger fathers that were into like the music of the time, though. My dad listened to Perry Como and fucking Frank Sinatra and all that shit. He just missed the Beatles by like, I don't know, 5 years maybe, not even.
And then I guess Ronan Martin's Laugh-In was on. And it was one of those nice, calm evenings where I guess they were both intoxicated, so they didn't have the energy to fight. So they're sitting on the couch watching Ronan Martin's Laugh-In.
Yeah.
And I was able to watch a little bit of it, like half of it, and then I had to go to bed because, you know, school or some shit, I don't know. And there was a joke. There were two guys in fly costumes standing there, and one turns to the other and goes, "Hey, your man's open." Your man's open, you know, because they were flies.
No.
Wow. So they start laughing. They start laughing.
Yeah.
Because it is laughing.
Yes.
So they were laughing, and then I said, "I don't get it," because I'm a little kid. I go, "I don't get it. What does that mean?" And it was like, "Nothing. Don't worry about it." I'm like,
he could have taught you a little something.
And then years later, it hit me. Like, that stuck in my head for years, that I didn't know what the fuck that joke was, and they wouldn't tell me. And then it hit like an epiphany. I'm like, your man's... Oh, fuck, it's a fly, so it was a zipper joke. Oh. I had to learn it myself years later,
Why couldn't
because
he
they
tell
wouldn't
you?
tell me. They were drunk. Sitting on the couch together, like, and I was all happy because they were sitting on the couch together, so I thought they would, like, oh, good, they're back together. Oh, it's going to be a nice, happy family. And fuck faces!
Your dad just wanted to get his fucking pole tugged.
Oh, that's all. He's probably horny. Just wanted a little fucking tap. He wanted to tap. And then it back to the fucking fighting. Oh, God, was I just raised in yelling. Just yelling all the time. Why the yelling?
Poor little
That's why I
Anthony.
do that. I was just constantly just battered by yelling.
You're
It was
yelling
terrible.
now.
I know!
What's wrong with you? You said you had a great day yesterday.
I did. I can't enjoy it.
You were in your pool for like 8 straight
Tell me
hours,
what
you were telling me.
Wouldn't tell me what
You
your
said you had
man
a
is
terrific
open
afternoon.
was.
Oh, poor sweetie
Tell
wanted
me-
to know what the man
I
is
wanted to
open
know
meant.
the joke.
I understand.
What's the joke? It took years for
It
me
wasn't
to
even
figure
really
out
a
that
dirty
punchline.
joke or anything.
No! Don't worry about it. I'm not worrying about it. I worry about everything else.
Yeah, you're just a
So I'm
boy.
ready to have an ulcer at fucking 6 and 7 years old.
You're a boy that just wants to learn.
I was a young boy who just wanted to know what the joke was.
You want to take in some knowledge.
Yeah. But see, I grew up to tell my own jokes.
That's right.
And they were a lot dirtier than all the crap I learned in high school, so there. There, spaghetti thrower.
2 flies, both landing on... Why are there flies on me? Well, shit.
Opie, just don't argue in front of your kid. It's a terrible thing to do to a child. Why would parents do that?
I don't...
Just argue in front. Do they even... There's selfish fucks that would argue in front of the children like that without thinking it's going to affect them and make them all nervous and scared.
Don't forget, back then, too, though, not to defend them, but they didn't know as much about the shit, like your personality's formed by the time you're 2. They didn't know all that shit in the 50s.
They had to know.
You
No,
know
they didn't.
something?
I got to go with the school. They had to know.
If you gotta fucking know.
You
if
got
you're
to think that
yelling,
that's affecting your child
If
when you
you-
see him being affected.
you
where-
glance over at me and I'm shaking like a fucking leaf.
You got to
and
think that's going to cause something.
Tommy A. Stop fighting and treat me.
I'm amazed to think they didn't. I'm amazed to think they didn't know. I'm amazed.
They had to know.
They had to
didn't
know on
care.
some level.
Parents fucking selfish.
You know, you go 2 ways when you become a parent. Like I had a lot of yelling in my house. I'm gonna go. I can't yell at my kid because I know what it did to me.
Oh, it'd be
but
awful.
other people, they have a kid and they got yelled at, so they yell at their
perpetuate
kids.
it, yeah.
I think it could go either way, right? I can't
Yeah.
imagine doing the shit that happened to me growing up. I can't imagine
Yeah.
that I'm going to do that to my child. But then what? Then I don't really discipline him, and then he becomes a wild lunatic because.
Well, you could
he's not-
discipline your kid, but like yelling at your wife in front of the kid and
Now,
getting
Ed,
into some fuckface argument.
You're-
That's a little much.
You're not going to be. You don't want to be a father, obviously. But let's say
no.
But let's say you were going to have a child. How would you yell at him because you were yelled at? Or,
No, I think I'd raise a spoiled brat.
See, that's what I'm scared.
I think
of.
I would. I would.
I
raise
think I'm
a
going to go
spoiled
so
brat.
far the other way because I know what it did to me that I'm going to have a tough time.
Yeah,
I'm just
I
the
can't be
opposite.
bothered.
I would whip the boy for smiling.
There you go. Go cut yourself a switch. I would do like 1800s raising. Make him cut wood, chop wood, cut his own switch so I could beat him with it.
If I couldn't bounce a quarter off his bed, he'd receive a black eye before school. I'm going to teach that boy manners.
You got a bus driver in Philly. New Jersey school bus driver accused of DUI and child endangerment. A New Jersey bus driver has been charged with drunken driving after a middle school student texted home with, "Mommy, I think our bus driver is drunk. She's not driving right."
Ah, shit.
Turns out the kid was right. This bus driver, 0.25.
Wow, that's up there.
I think that's what, 5 times?
That's a good one.
Is that close to 5 times in?
0.25? Yeah, close.
Right?
Yeah.
Some of the 25 students on the bus called and texted their parents Tuesday. One texted, "I don't want to die today."
That's something that's great for kids to have to go through.
But then the parents called the police. They found the bus. They pulled them over, or this person over. I'm not sure if it's I'm not
He or
sure
she.
if he or she, because it is it.
She.
Carol, it is a
could
she.
be either.
Okay.
Carol O'Connor?
Yes.
She was released on $85,000 bail.
Now, Carol, that's not a name I've heard on a man before, but it's all right.
Boy, that's That's not good. You should just stop the bus and get off once you know the jig's up.
It's good that
and then run away until you get fucking sober.
It's good that the kids have the phones.
Right.
Yeah, little tattletales. Rats, you just want to have a few cocktails before you got to drive these noisy little fucks around. Who cares?
Were you suspicious of your bus driver growing up?
Many times.
I always was.
You know, Eddie Spaghetti with the meatball eyes.
Right.
Used to come pick me up. And Eddie Spaghetti with the meatball eyes would, right when you walked up the stairs, you'd look up at the bus driver, and Eddie Spaghetti flipped his upper eyelids up and made like that reddish, nasty stuff, and we called him Eddie Spaghetti with the meatball eyes, and and he was weird.
Did he ever get thrown against your wall?
One time, no. One time, Eddie Spaghetti took a corner really tight by a telephone pole, and you know those foot pegs that the telephone repairmen climb on the telephone? It went right through one of the windows and ripped out like 3 of the windows.
No.
As he made the turn, and the bus kind of went, it like spun on a pivot.
While you guys were on it?
Yeah, we were on it. We all went like, whoa, whoa, whoa. And then we were like, Eddie Spaghetti, you hit the pole, you hit the pole. And all he would do is look up in that dumb mirror and look at us and go, no, I didn't. I did not.
You can see the damage.
I know. But he was adamant that he did not.
I love it.
Eddie Spaghetti, you hit the pole.
Who would go into that line of work? I'm suspicious of all bus drivers. I'm sorry.
Yes.
But I'm thinking the average bus driver isn't going to bed early and getting a good night's sleep for his gig.
I know. I never liked that whole Illuminati thing they do also when they pass each other, bus drivers. They'd give that little wave like, I'm a bus driver too. We all know what we're doing.
Right. I'm on crystal meth and so are you.
Yeah, I just hit a pole.
Right. What have you hit today?
They give that wave when they pass each other. Yep. We all know what we're doing. What are you, touching the kids? Yep. Touching the kids.
This is the shit I hate about being a father. Because there's no way my kid's going to be on a school bus.
No?
Get the fuck out of here.
What are you going to do? Private car service?
I guess so
he gets made fun of?
I'll be retired by then. I'll just drive him to school. Fuck it.
Really?
Before I play golf or something.
Pretty inconvenient.
I know. What are you going to do, though?
I don't know. You throw him on a bus like we were.
I guarantee you.
You throw him into society and hope for the best, Opie. That's what you're going to have to do.
I think
launch him into the fucking muck that is society and hope he comes out okay.
You know what, Ant? I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
In the end, I think you're absolutely right. I got all these worries, but in the end, you got to just fucking
push him from the nest.
You just got to push him forward. And
You
hope
can't
he
make them
does.
soft because that's why these fucking teenagers don't know how to handle failure or bad grades because they don't have any fucking negativity or very little.
Right.
They need a certain amount of it is okay. Certain amount of it is okay.
He's going to get punched at some point. He's going to break his arm at some point. He's going to fucking be insulted. He's going to be wronged. There's all that shit. But you're there after it happens to give him that, you know, the little talk of why this happens and stuff.
Oh, I thought you meant to punch the kid in the face that broke his arm.
No. He's got to do
can't
it
do
himself.
that?
Yeah, like my dad told me, you know, I was getting my ass kicked there in Central Islip.
Yeah.
And my pop told me, he goes, look, here's what you do. He goes, there's no fucking, you don't have to feel bad about picking up a big fucking stick and just wailing somebody with the big fucking stick if you don't feel you can fight this person one-on-one. And I was like, all right. So I had an altercation. I picked up a big stick and fucking right across the back.
Really?
Wham!
Did the stick break in half?
Yeah, it did. As a matter of fact, it was kind of this loose, wet, fucking like moldy stick, but it broke. And I came back. I threw it down, and then I was walking away all proud, going like this. And my father's on the patio. He's like, "What the fuck did you do?" I was like, "I did what you told me to." He goes, "You don't hit a girl." Yeah. She was bigger than me, and she was giving me shit, and I didn't want to fight her, so I just picked up the stick like Pops told me, and fucking wailed her across the back with it as she was walking away.
Oh, is that great?
Oh yeah,
that's great.
Yeah, so Dad yelled at me again. Yeah, and I just started crying because
What I need to know is, can my kid take one suspension?
Yeah.
All right, good.
Why not?
Because that's what's going to happen. Anyone fucks with him, I'm going to tell him that hit the kid as hard as he can. Take the one suspension, but I think at that point, then the word's out.
Prison rules. You get that prison rep.
Is that possible, you think?
In school, the prison rep? Yeah, you get that. But then people gun for you.
But is a big punch to the face, grounds to kick him out of school?
These days, might be.
That's what I have
Might have to go to
find
counseling and everything. Yeah, you know what? In the old days, you could just punch somebody and you get detention.
I'll tell him to fake it as far as the counseling goes. Make believe you're concerned and understanding and stuff.
No, he's got to build up what they call a sense of humor. because that gets you out a lot of shit in school. I only got into maybe 2 fights my entire school career because I was just, I was the funny guy. Got to be funny guy. And then you don't get into shit. It's nerdy, dickhead, douchebag guy that gets punched all the time. And it's jock, fucking troublemaker, bully guy that does the punching. And
oh, fuck yeah.
You got to fit in somewhere nice with both of them.
You're absolutely right, Ed.
That's another thing I remember is, it had to be before I was even in kindergarten.
Yeah.
My dad would toss me on top of the fucking gas tank of his Harley.
What?
And drive, and I would ride sitting on the gas tank, and I'd hold on to the gas cap.
Right.
Because it was just giant. It was like a steering wheel to me as a kid like that. And he would just, just fucking flying down the road. And I remember feeling the heat of the motor. Feel the heat. I'd feel the heat of the motor and smell like the fucking Harley, like motor gasoline smell and stuff.
Were you scared shitless?
I do remember an element of fear.
It had to be there.
Yes, I do remember an element of fear.
I've brought this up many times, but I had a mini bike accident when I was 12 or 13. To this day, I'm scared of fucking motorcycles and all that. I'm a pussy.
I am not a motorcycle guy. Maybe
that's why. A fucking pussy. And I remember being in Geneseo, and one of the guys that was bouncer at the In-Between, he had a motorcycle. And he goes, I'll take you for a ride, We were all near the bar or something. I go, you know what? I got to get over this fear. Fuck it. I think it was 19 or 20. So I get on the back of this, and of course you had to be a fucking cowboy, and we're going I want to say 100. I want to say 100.
Yeah.
It was probably 70 or 80, to be honest.
That's not on a bike.
It felt like 100. I was a little bitch begging for him to stop.
Yeah.
Like a bitch. I couldn't even hold it in and try to be cool. And he was laughing. He thought it was hilarious. So he would go even faster. And I think that was I know that was the last time I've ever been on a motorcycle.
That was it.
Yeah.
My brother he still has bikes, and I remember being on the back, and he would just yell at me because I would never lean into the turns.
Oh, really?
Because I never understood the concept. It's like, this thing's got to wash out on us.
Of course.
How could you lean? So he's like, fucking lean, and I'm trying to lean the other way because I don't like the bike leaning over. What a faggot. So, yeah, I'm just not motorcycle guy. I'm not motorcycle guy.
This is how much of a pussy I am when I see motorcycles on the highway, when I'm in my quote safe car.
Yeah.
I almost have panic attacks for the people.
It's crazy.
I really do. I don't understand it.
And there's sand on the road.
You got a motorcycle right there?
Yeah.
I don't
sand on the road, and you're leaning over. It's like, that thing's got to just wash out on sand.
Huh. Well, dry sand you shouldn't be going over.
I know. But sometimes, even on the shoulder of the road a little bit, if somehow you get over there.
Right. It happens, right?
You just kind of have to learn to trust the bike and just, look, it wants to keep going forward and stay upright. The bike wants to stay up. Try to fuck with it. It wants you to it wants to be upright.
Yeah, the wheels are like little gyros.
So you kind of just learn to trust it after.
I don't know. I can't.
Because that dumb. Pussy. Thank you, Harry Flood. Because Harry Flood and his mini bike, I've been scared ever since.
Harry Flood.
That was his real name too.
Yeah.
I don't know what ever happened to Harry Flood. It was at the playground at Washington Drive.
Yeah.
Washington Drive School. I've told the story many times. It's probably been a few years, but I didn't. Harry goes, you know how to ride a mini bike? I go, yeah, I know.
Sure.
And the gas I thought was the brake.
What?
Yeah. And then I panicked and I couldn't figure it out on the fly.
Oh, no.
And so I'm going faster and faster, and in my dumb little 12-year-old, 13-year-old mind, I swear I was going 50. I was probably only going 20 or 30. I don't know. And I dumped the bike into a sticker bush. Classic story. To this day, I got scars all over the place from it. Yeah. And then his poor mini bike is smoking and pretty much ready to explode, and I'm running home crying.
Pissy-eyed.
Because we used to live pretty close to the Washington Drive School, and I had blood everywhere from the sticker bush. I was deep in it.
Oh, man.
Deep in it. I thought it was a fluffy little, Bob Ross type of bush.
You reenacted Steve McQueen's scene in The Great Escape, where he tried to jump over the barbed wire.
Yeah.
Ended up in it.
There you go.
On a mini bike.
But I remember all, the monkey bars and all that shit flying by me, and the seesaws.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm going to hit one of these things. I got to get off this fucking bike. And then I saw these bushes,
and I dumped it in there, and it turned out to be a sticker bush. The big ones, too. I had to cut.
Were you all out of control? Like, oh, shit.
That's my memory. I don't even remember anymore. I just remember flying into the thing.
That's frightening.
Because I don't even think I actually even jumped off it. I think I tried to jump off it, but that wasn't happening. I wasn't a fucking stunt man.
Everybody's wrecked a mini bike at some point growing up.
Well, I never got on it again.
You go too fast and you realize you don't have any control of the handlebars anymore and you're just waiting to crash.
Right.
It's like, well, I'm going to crash. It's just how bad is this going to be?
I had a slice through my nostril, a slice through my eyelid completely, and then a massive cut on the top of my head. I'd have to ask my mom, but at least 30 or 40 stitches, at least.
Wow.
But the ones that hurt the most weren't the ones they stitched up. It was all the other scratches.
Little scratches.
When they fucking healed and dried up, it was misery.
They turned bright red.
Holy fuck.
And just hurt.
And then I would just pick them.
Of course.
You have to pick a scab, right?
Well, I did. Thank God it stopped bleeding. I started thinking I was a hemophiliac. Jesus Christ.
You ever pick a knee scab? Remember when you were a kid, you always had those big, huge knee scabs?
God, yes.
And then you felt like you were accomplishing something if you could pull off most of it in one peel. You ever do that?
Yeah, I could never do that.
I would get bummed out if they were too pussy. I needed them to dry up.
Dude, come on.
You had to wait the proper amount of time, and then it would dry up just enough where you peel it and you see the new skin underneath. It's not even bleeding. It's nice.
Oh, right. If it didn't bleed, it's still disgusting.
But every once in a while, you would peel too far, and you get to the part where it's not healed underneath yet, and then of course the whole process would start again because it would bleed.
Kids are all scabby.
Oh man, I was scabby.
When you're growing up, you always got a scab.
Did I ever tell you the story of my sister who just panics all the fucking time? And I know she listens to the show. And we were delivering penny savers.
Yeah.
And my mom would drop me off as an 8-year-old because she was 6 years old. She is 6 years older than me. So she was about 14.
Go work.
And they would drop us off. We couldn't get the penny saver route in our neighborhood, so we had to go 3 towns over. And then my mom and dad thought it was completely normal to just ride one bike home. I didn't even have my own bike yet.
2 years on one bike?
Yeah, so they drop us off at the penny savers. We
Handlebars or seat?
In the back.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because the penny saver thing. You know, the rack.
Yeah, the rack on the back.
So I'd run around the neighborhood, and we'd deliver our penny savers. We'd dump a lot of them like anyone else would.
There was always those piles in the woods
right, and then
penny savers.
And then it was time to go home, and she's like, trying to be the older sister. She puts me on the back. And I remembered as a kid as being a monster hill that we were going down where she panicked for some reason and went like this with the handlebars.
Once they start going back and forth.
And I went flying off this thing as an 8-year-old into traffic. I could have been, that kid.
Yeah. Oh, boy.
And had huge scabs on my knees from this thing. But the only reason was because she panicked.
Yeah.
And I went back years later to see this hill. I don't... You know the road, too, and I don't know the name of the fucking road. Maybe I could Google map it so people could laugh at me. It was the dumbest, tiniest little hill that she panicked on.
Not some big...
Completely panicked.
Monstrous hill that you remember?
No. Well, I thought in my mind it was a monstrous hill, and that's why my sister, dumped me, me off the back to save her own life. Turns out it was a tiny little dumb little hill. And I remember we had to go to like a stranger's house because I was banged up bad.
Sure, come on in.
Right.
I'll fix you right up.
But this is something that people can relate to that you would never allow your kids to do nowadays.
No.
You would take your chances and just you would just ring the doorbell of a strange house because you needed help. And you don't even know who's behind that door. It's like the lottery, right?
You could get a fucking murderer,
you don't know,
child molester, or somebody that's going to help you.
Right. And in this case, there's no great end to the story. It was someone that was a normal human being and gave us refreshments and cleaned up the wounds and bandaged them and sent us on our way.
That is true. It's like a fucking first aid station.
Right.
Like every house. I took a spill off my bike as a kid, and I remember I was just laying there feeling all nauseous.
Right.
And some woman came out of her house and brought me into her house and she got some alcohol on a rag and put it on my head to cool me off.
Yeah.
And then, I said, she's like, you feeling better? I'm like, yeah, okay. And then I went along my way.
That's what we did.
It was like a MASH unit.
Well, I mean, our audience is as old as us at this point. God, I mean, I know we get some young ones there still, but
yeah.
I mean, you've brought it up.
you would leave your house with your bike and your friends, and you would go far.
And you wouldn't come back for hours and
Until
hours.
the sun was coming down.
Yeah.
So you were on your own, and if you got hurt, you had to find a house to take care of you.
Yep. You just don't see that.
And
Big
bandage you
packs
up.
of kids. Big packs of kids on bikes and just walking around.
That's the creepiest thing when I drive around where you just don't see kids. It creeps me out. I'm like, where the fuck are they?
They're in their house with their goddamn computers and their cellular phones.
You couldn't go down the street without seeing kids playing like street hockey, on their bikes, something, right? And you just don't see it when you drive around neighborhoods and shit now.
No, people are petrified. It's the news has gotten everybody petrified.
You know what? I'm one of those guys, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not going to just assume and tell my kid to go old school.
Leave them old, unsupervised.
Yeah, I'm just as paranoid.
We go exploring in like the woods.
Yeah.
Look for fucking salamanders.
Yeah, and that's where all the creeps would be hanging out, right?
Of course. Why wouldn't you hang out in the woods if you were a creep?
Or the creepiest of the creeps.
Yeah.
The real bad creeps would be in the woods.
In the woods.
Doing something stupid.
Of course.
Right? And yeah, our parents didn't think nothing of, you want to hang out in those woods today? All right, we'll drop you off.
Going in the woods.
Yeah, we're going in the woods.
Oh, yeah, you just play in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Like fucking Lord of the Flies.
Going in the woods.
Lord of the Flies, yeah.
God, we said that a million fucking times.
Iraq?
You're asking about where the kids are. Sometimes they're not even allowed to be in the parks.
Really?
Like if there's a group of kids just sitting on a bench or whatever like that, you'll see cops or something come over and say, you can't stay here, you got to move.
They roust them?
Yeah, they're not allowed to hang out in the park.
All right, get a move on.
Yeah, they close all the parks now, too.
Yeah.
So what is? I guess where's a kid to go?
I don't know.
These
days they have play dates, which is the dumbest thing ever.
Even in suburbia, though, driving around where I am, you just don't. You don't really.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's weird.
I get out of the city. That's what I'm talking about. In the city, you don't see kids at all. In the city, you see newborns and like 8-year-olds.
Yeah,
that's it. I don't know where the 1 to 7s are.
In between or older than that.
Unless you go to the playground, obviously. But I mean, just walking around the streets, you only see newborns and then 8 and above, basically.
Yeah,
that is it. It's so strange to me.
That is odd because, growing up, it's just what you did. Your parents literally threw you out of the house.
Oh, yeah.
You were fucking evicted on a daily basis. Get out. It's nice outside.
We were all assholes.
Yeah.
Every single one of us growing up. We were all just a bunch of assholes to our parents.
Yeah.
Get out of
the house.
Well, that's why my, mom gave us way too many chores to keep us out of the house.
Chores? I'd be sitting watching television in the house. And
minding your own business, not bothering anyone.
I'm not fucking doing anything.
And then they give you busybody work. It's not even stuff that matters.
My mom would come over, just smack the fucking off switch on the TV. Psh, go outside.
Right.
Like, oh, God.
I bet she said something like, this TV watching isn't going to get you anywhere in your life.
Yeah, exactly. See?
Boy, you were wrong.
It's all I fucking majored in is TV watching.
Right.
But it was, that just get out of the house. Or when me, Joe, and Dawn used to hear on Sunday morning, this place looks like a bomb hit it.
Oh.
That was a big thing, and then we'd be sitting there like little slave children with the vacuum and the pledge dusting.
Oh, God.
And fucking
remember dusting?
You had to dust.
I've never dusted in my life since 12.
Where the hell do we live?
I don't know.
Is this much? What are we mining?
You just brought up a memory, man. The pledge would come out.
Yeah.
I kind of like dusting though. I'll be honest with you.
Did you?
Yeah, that was kind of fun.
It wasn't the heavy work of vacuuming.
No, I hated vacuuming.
Yeah.
I hated trying to collect everyone's laundry.
Vacuuming sucked.
I hated doing the dishes, but if I was on polish duty, that was kind of cool. That pledge would make a little... And you're like, oh, all right, now I just got to wipe that off.
Pledge, it smelled good.
It smelled good.
Made it shiny.
Do that.
It was kind of cool because it made it all shiny.
Right.
That was good. And then, sometimes I'd have to break out the Bissell carpet sweeper. The Bissell carpet sweeper. And with the squeaky wheels. There's fucking hair all wound around the brushes. It was terrible.
I hated sweeping, too.
Yeah, sweeping.
Sweeping was a nightmare because I just couldn't get it all. And that bothered me somehow.
Did you have the little shovel thing and you'd try to whisk it up? And there was always a little line left in front that you could never quite get into the little shovel.
Right.
It's very annoying. And then the saving phone call would come from either my Aunt Fran or one of my mom's friends. Because she'd be just like Gestapo.
Right.
Fucking blurting out orders for us, what we're supposed to do. Like looking over our shoulders. Dusting and vacuuming.
Were you scared of your mom ever?
It wasn't a scared
I know where you're
thing.
going, by the way. We'll get back to that.
Yeah,
but
yeah. It wasn't a scared thing like scared of physical thing. But it was like you didn't want to mouth off because she was going to yell at you.
Really?
If you mouthed off.
Oh, we were petrified of our mom, as most of you know.
She wouldn't touch us or anything like that, but she could yell really well and make us like, scared.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
But then she would let go of all that shit, right?
Yeah. Once the phone rang and I'd hear like, hello? Hey, how the hell are you? It was always, how the hell are you? Hey, how the hell are you?
Yeah.
And then we all just looked at each other and went, oh, God, a reprieve. Because now she's going to talk to one of her friends and get in a good mood and, shit like that. And then there was always, when she was doing that, you could walk up to her and go, we're done. Can I go outside? And she'd do that, dismiss you with her hand thing. Like, not even talk, just kind of, get out.
Yeah, I'm busy now.
And boy, could not
gossip.
run through that screen door quick enough.
Yeah.
Oh, put the vacuum away first.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that was my childhood.
Yep.
When I wasn't, crying and being yelled at by my dad, I was cleaning up.
I was a cement worker.
Yes.
I should have been part of the union.
You had to cement your yard.
Yeah. I got to go back to the old house and show all the cement work because people, I don't think, believe me.
I've wanted
the
to
amount of cement.
Pictures of certain things that we talk about on the air. The hill that me and my brother burnt up.
See, we have the exact same
blamed it on the black
story.
people.
Well, we blamed it on the oily rags.
Oh, well. So
and my brother...
whatever you want to call.
I took my brother to a Yankee game recently, and he insists that he took the heat for all of us.
Really?
It's not true, but I guess it's his little thing.
Oh, yeah.
He said that he started the fire and that he got in all the trouble and we didn't. I remember we were fucked.
Well, you learn to lie very early on when you do shit like that.
Well, I started by saying, because we just learned in school, God, we've done these stories.
Yeah, I know, but they're kind of fun to revisit every so often.
I learned that oily rags could start fires. So
spontaneous combustion.
So when they had us lined up in the backyard with the chief of police and the fire captain.
Oh man. With sideways police hat on, eating ice cream.
God.
Yeah.
No. we were charred because it was the days when you always wore a white shirt, a white T-shirt.
Really?
Remember those days?
Were you a Mormon?
I don't know. Maybe it was cheap. I don't know. $5 for $1. No, my mom. Maybe it was just us. But it was all like soot and stuff on our faces. And I said, "Oh, we saw some oily rags in the woods," hoping they would buy it.
There's no way anyone's thinking that oily rags in the woods started a spontaneous fire.
I was, maybe 10 or 11?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like Doc Brown. Yes.
They were lining us up in our backyard, questioning us as they were still putting the fire out and hoping it didn't catch onto the house at the top of the hill.
Wow.
It got close. But we have a very similar story. We burnt down the woods.
The fire. My brother was the idiot because we were starting the little fires in the dry
Army
patches
men, right?
of grass. No, it was just starting fires in the dry patches of grass, and I was stomping them out before they would even get like that big. The smell, a very visceral smell as a kid is burning leaves and burning grass.
I loved the smell of burning leaves.
It was like, and a match lighting.
Yep.
Like that shit as a kid was like a drug.
Yep.
You just couldn't get enough of that.
Yep.
And I would stomp it out. And then my brother grabbed my foot once because he wanted it to get a little bigger.
Of course.
And that was it. Once a little breeze came. It wasn't even a big gust of wind. A little breeze came, and that fucking thing was 4 feet of fire.
That's it.
And then, we tried to get a hose. I've told the story before, but then the fireman showed up. And I was like a little kid. I was, before kindergarten even. And he...
you were like 4?
Yeah. And the fireman picked me up and said, "What happened here?" And I said, "Yeah, it was black." I think I said Negroes. I go, 2 Negroes started the fire. My dad's all proud.
Yeah. That's great. That's great.
Yeah.
No, we want to make our army men more interesting.
What's?
We were just bored.
Yeah.
So now we had to set them up with fires and stuff, and I don't know.
Real fire did make army men, playing with army men really good.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Until that molten plastic hit your fucking arm like actual napalm.
Right. We would drip that shit on ours.
What?
I don't know.
Burnt like a motherfucker.
I know. I remember though.
We started a couch on fire once, and the foam inside was dripping, like dripping fire, and a little bit got on my wrist, and I sounded like that little fucking Vietnamese girl, just running down this. I ripped my clothes off and just was naked. And my friends were just laughing at me because I was screaming in agonizing pain.
Right.
It hurt. It wouldn't stop hurting.
The good old days.
Like I needed Sergeant Barnes to take the fucking phosphorus out of my back.
All right, we should break.
Yeah, gotta eat.
Even though Rich Voss is scheduled for 8, he's already peeking in.
Oh, there
Jesus. He is. How needy are you? Go have breakfast.
Here's the king.
We got this. We got this for a little while. Relax.
Wow, he's a tan motherfucker, huh?
He plays a lot of golf. We got to talk about Robert Blake on Piers Morgan.
Yes, that's what Twitter was alight with stories about that, huh? What a nut he is.
You see what he was wearing? What was that about?
I didn't see.
You didn't see what he was wearing?
I heard some clips, but I didn't see.
He was wearing a weird hat.
Was he?
Like a
Beretta?
Leather vest.
He is one of the weirdest motherfuckers in Hollywood.
And he got away with something.
Murder.
Well, some would say.
Look.
Some would say.
In my personal humble opinion.
Holy
wow.
fuck.
Did that motherfucker get away with murder?
Think he skated?
Hey.
Look what he was wearing.
Wow. He looks like Jesus.
He's ripped, though.
How old is he? He's got to be in his 70s, right?
He's ripped for a 70-something-year-old.
He is.
You wouldn't fuck with that.
Oh, he must like fucking just work out and talk to himself.
You think?
Yeah. He's a crazy,
he's
a weird guy.
We got some good clips we'll play after the break, that's for sure. What else is going on?
Robert Blake, wow.
All right. Yeah, Rich Voss is joining the program, and I guess Bonnie blew him on their latest podcast or something.
I hear it. I haven't heard it, but I hear it sounds very authentic. You got it?
I got a clip right here.
So at that.
We'll ask Rich about that.
Here's the thing.
And, and we'll do other things.
All right.
A lot of people checking in about the first hour of radio here.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about their mini bikes and saying, holy shit, same stories here. This guy, Luke, using force on Twitter.
Oh.
I remember falling out of many trees. It's amazing how far you could fall without breaking a leg as a kid.
Yeah, we didn't even touch on tree climbing, which was a huge thing growing up.
Behind our house, we had a lot of trees, and we started getting more and more brave.
Yeah, that's what happens. You get a little daring. You start going out on the branches.
Well, the pine trees were easy because you were in the middle of it, really. Nothing could really happen to you. The branches were so tight, you kind of had to squeeze through to keep climbing up.
But the worst nightmare about that, you know how I hate sticky. And the sap
would
that would be on your hands, and it would hit inside a crease on your hand. So when you bent your hand and then opened it up, you'd feel that like stick. I can't deal with that. Inside the elbow, like in the crease of the fold of the elbow, if something's sticky in there, I will go batshit like it's a fucking Chinese water torture.
And I got to bring it up again. I don't remember our parents really taking care of us. You would leave the house, you'd come home with all sorts of injuries and you would just try to figure it out on your own. I know Brian Regan does a bit about the
put
dirt
some
thing.
Leaves
and dirt on it, whatever. But remember, you would put leaves and dirt on fucking cuts and stuff just to, I don't know, sop up the blood. And
get some leaves for the blood.
Remember, you would just get poison ivy. You never really went to your parents with that shit.
No. That was nothing.
You would get horrible sunburn. You'd get fucking nails through your feet.
Yeah. Stepping on a nail was one of like the most horrible things I can have. It's like a landmine for a kid. You heard stories about it. And then the dreaded tetanus shot that you would have to get.
Right.
Or else you'd get lockjaw.
Yeah.
And you just imagined like everybody just had this image. Your dumb kid mind would have all this shit.
Right. Lockjaw.
Yeah.
Do you remember getting your supplies? I know we've talked about the fucking forts ad nauseum on the show.
Forts, yeah.
But do you remember, like, you had to fucking get your own supplies, and you would hammer out nails of old projects or wood you found around, and then you would bang the nails to get them straight.
A bent nail just as good.
So you could reuse them.
Making a tree fort.
And every once in a while you would come across gold Meaning you'd be in the woods or something and there's a pile of lumber. Like, what the fuck?
Or a box
Seriously?
of nails. You're like, fuck yeah, this is great.
Well, we would go to the new developments that were popping up all over Long Island, and there was always something laying around that you felt like you could take.
How we were able to climb trees holding lumber and then nail them up into the tree to start your base of a tree fort. Just a pretty with no engineering whatsoever. You kind of knew what had to be done to build the base of the tree fort.
And your parents never helped you out with any of this.
No, you kind of just learned
completely
it.
separate. Parents did their thing, kids did theirs.
Yeah.
They didn't really hang out together, kind of on the weekends a little bit, maybe.
Yeah.
At the beach or at the local pool or whatever the fuck.
It's fucking great. I remember that shit. Yeah.
But
it's all different.
Yeah, getting the nails in the wood and
a nice big piece of plywood for a floor of a tree fort was like gold.
Remember using rotting wood?
Oh yeah,
going. I think it'll be all right.
It should be all right. We'll just put more nails in it. Just use more nails. Or you'd have like nails that weren't quite long enough to go through the 2x4 into the tree.
Right.
But you're just like, just use more.
Oh, what else are we gonna do? We didn't find long nails yet.
And you trusted that these things. You'd have 5 of your friends in a tree fort. And you trusted that the beams that you put in to hold the floor up were going to stay in this tree.
No building codes.
No. How many tree forts have just collapsed out of a tree, killing all involved?
I'm sure the local authorities now just kind of
they rip
go through the neighborhoods and like,
rip it down.
You have a permit for that?
A permit.
Breaking some building codes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would just hope for the best.
Yeah.
We were stupid, though. We built our tree fort way too high. Another thing I remember, being a pussy up there, I was like, this is too high.
Wow, that just spurred a fucking memory.
And then we'd have stairs to a second level, like kind of on the roof.
Wow, that's a pretty good one.
But there was no walls.
No, you got to have...
no exaggeration. I think our tree fort was at least 20 feet in the air.
And 20
I don't know
feet
why.
as a kid, it might as well be at the top of a building.
Why now. Because how the trees were set... Like they were too wide at the bottom, and when they finally kind of came together, where we could finally get like a 2x4 in, that's where we started.
You didn't need the 2 trees
fuck, I haven't thought
or
about
3
this in
trees
years.
next to each other, to span with the floor beams.
We had 3 trees. It was complicated.
Yeah, the 3 tree was the best.
No, it wasn't. That was complicated. You needed the 4th tree, made it easier.
As far as 4 trees would be even better.
But we had the 3 tree thing. We had to engineer that shit.
We did a 2 tree.
No.
Yeah.
That's impossible.
You have to put the beam across like a cross.
Right.
And then have like a triangular little braces on the bottom.
You knew how to do braces back then?
Oh, yeah.
We didn't know braces.
Oh, you had to do the brace or else it would just teeter-totter right off of them.
We had no idea how to do braces.
It was frightening.
It was.
Yeah. 2 tree crossbeam. Yes, see? Other people remember that one. God, that was fucking... creepy, though. I remember going to somebody else's tree fort. It was always weird going to another person's tree fort. It's like you're visiting.
Yeah.
Hey, come to my tree fort.
You're visiting someone else's home. It was always like kind of cool, but weird.
It's different than yours, so it was weird and felt weird, like you were on somebody else's turf.
But then you'd come back to your boys and your tree fort with some knowledge,
some new ideas.
You know, how is that Johnny's tree fort there?
Yeah, let me tell you.
They got windows. Windows. How do you fucking make windows?
Well, here's what he did. I fucking figured this one out.
I remember the first underground. I'll call it.
Those
a tree
are
fort.
creepy though, because you could
Underground
cave
fort. Nah, it was just paneling.
What do you mean?
Just paneling. It was a big hole with paneling as the roof.
Yeah, it could cave in though.
Yeah, what would
the
happen?
Walls would fall in on you.
Nothing would really happen.
I think you'd suffocate. I think.
I remember it would just be a tiny little opening, but we couldn't figure out lights. So now you're just in the dark.
Just use some fat lamps.
Yeah. And then I think what we did was we had to move the plywood to get enough light in there.
Oh, yeah, but that takes away from the illusion.
Now you're not in an underground fort anymore. Now you're just in a fucking hole.
You couldn't find some kind of fucking flashlights?
No.
Very hard to scrounge up things as a kid.
Were you a hole digger?
No, it wasn't big.
We obsessively dug holes.
Digging holes?
And it was never deep enough.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
See, that shit gets dangerous.
Of course. Well, that's mostly at the beach house. When I was growing up, my grandma's beach house, we would I don't know. It was definitely
in the sand because that's
way
even,
over our heads.
That's the most dangerous.
Way over our heads.
Wow.
I know.
Kids get killed like that all the time.
And it starts out as a nice wide hole, but it gets very narrow because you can't take out all that sand.
Oh man, it starts collapsing on itself.
Yeah, it was a little creepy to be honest with you, but we did it.
Oh boy.
We like to dig in very, very deep holes.
Oh boy. Yeah,
some kid had about tree forts.
Some kid had a tree fort that was so fucking high up, and I remember my brother went up, and then I was like, "Yeah, come on up." And it was one of those they had to get up it because they took a bunch of 2x4s that were about 2 feet wide and nailed them to the tree as like a ladder.
Right.
And there was so many of these things,
Right.
and I just remember I kept climbing and climbing. I'm looking down, just going. I was petrified.
I remember those 2x4s, whatever. They weren't.
No, they'd rock.
They'd move to the right or the left, so you had to figure out how to do that with your feet.
Oh,
to
man.
stabilize it.
Yeah.
And then we found those big spikes. I don't even know what they're called. They might even be like railroad spikes.
Yeah.
And we got like the neighbor who's older than us. He was about 6 years older to hammer those into our tree. So now we could go up like it's a telephone pole
with like big masonry nails or something.
They were massive. They weren't going to move.
Yeah.
And that was a good day. We knew we didn't have to worry about the wobbly wood anymore for our stairs or our ladder, our makeshift ladder. Let's say hi to Liam in Atlanta. Liam.
Yeah.
What's up, buddy?
Listen, I want to tell him about the 69 or 70. I found my neighbor in the freezer. His daddy had put him in the freezer, and I was over there trying to get nails and boards like he was up underneath this old wooden shed. And to make a real long story short, make a real long story short.
We're telling innocent childhood fucking stories.
You found a kid in a freezer?
You found somebody in a freezer?
Jesus Christ.
The fuck? This is taking a turn. We're talking about innocence, sir.
My goodness. What happened? Liam?
Hey, there you are. Listen.
Was the guy dead?
Hey, listen, this is what happened. When I found the nails and whatnot, I had told my father about what I had found David over there in the little freezer over there. And once the law and everything showed up, I thought I was in a world of shit trouble for taking the nails to a tree fort. But they was talking about that, just reminded me of that. So I don't know what all happened in the end.
Wait. Hold on. Was the kid dead, yeah?
Yes, the kid was dead. You got to remember, this was like 69 or 70.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, dead kids all over the place. I forgot.
How many dead kids do you remember?
I forgot. You're right.
I remember so many dead kids in
Liam,
freezers.
thanks.
Yeah.
You sparked a memory.
What a great memory.
God, that's right.
Yes.
They'd be dead in the woods.
Sure.
They would be at the bottom of pools. I forgot. It was the 70s. Or what?
It's the 70s.
60s? What did he say?
It was a different time.
Holy, did you just actually say that? You got to... What did he say exactly?
It was the 70s, the 60s, late 60s, 70s.
Go ahead, Liam. Explain yourself.
Anyway, no, I go over there to find the nails, find the boards and whatnot, because he had all this shit laying around. Ended up finding that. I told my father when the cops showed up and everything, I thought I was in a shit.
Right, he thought he was in trouble. Right.
No, I thought, yes, exactly.
You probably put him in the freezer.
But no one's in trouble because it's the late 60s.
That's all right.
Who got in trouble for a dead kid back then?
You allowed a few kids in the freezer.
Exactly.
I was a little kid, okay? I didn't realize the implications of all that. Hell,
Implications?
Whatever. He's a truck driver.
This guy?
I guarantee it.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry to the truck drivers.
Yeah, but we all know.
Yeah, well, anyway, that's the story that brought back.
End of story.
No, it ain't. I think it started me.
Right, you.
But you're right. It's late 60s, dead kids, no big deal.
You guys are fucking with me. But anyway, yeah, that's what I
What do you do for a living, Liam?
You know what I do for a living. You already named it.
Oh,
He's
sorry.
a trucker.
Of course.
I'm a long haul trucker.
I'm going to tell you what.
And I killed people across America.
Because he saw that. Now he's just a serial killer.
I got to take care of all the kids.
Yes.
They got to be in their proper place. They need to be cold.
Keep fucking with me.
Yeah.
I'm punching out now. I'm just going to listen. Y'all have a good
Fuck that.
Y'all have a good time.
First time I saw a dead body was when my dad died. That was it. First and only. Wait.
Wow.
First and only. Let me think. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You never saw a dead person, did you?
Oh,
no, I've seen many now because of...
outside of
I saw people in wakes and stuff.
I'm trying to think of outside of a wake. You ever see one just laying on the fucking ground?
Hell no.
Something like that.
Hell Hell no.
Nah.
That guy did. No big deal.
In a freezer.
That's fucked up.
That's pretty horrific.
Yeah, I think that would fuck up my entire life, seeing that.
That's one of
As a
those
child.
defining moments.
Fuck yeah.
That's a fork in the road there.
Fuck that.
That's the alternate timeline.
Yeah. Matt in Florida.
What's up, guys? Hey, you guys are missing the whole thing. Back in the day when you were doing the tree forts, did you guys ever like work on doing the defense of the tree forts? Like, we spent months and months like building these tree forts in the woods down here in Florida, and we'd have these amazing structures built, and like these kid bullies in the neighborhood would just come around and would just like show up, and they're like, "Ah, this is our fort now."
Oh yeah, you did have to defend it.
Absolutely had to
It
defend
was like
your
a
shit.
castle. Yeah. You brought rocks up into it as your ammunition.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very good.
Pine cones, and then once we got to the point where like
Pine cones were a great weapon.
oh my god, and then we'd move on to like the BB guns, and like we'd have these little daisy like little puny ones, and we'd end up start popping each other with BB guns trying to get them out of our fort. Man, it was the time of our lives. It was amazing.
Time of our lives.
Yeah, you know.
All right, Wonder Years.
Thank you, sir. You know what? The great Guidini on Twitter. Fucking A, yes. Fucking igloos. That's all he wrote. We've never talked about igloos on the show.
Yeah, used to make those.
We used to live on 25A, so the plows would come through and pile up the shit right near our mailbox, which made it a little scary because our igloo was literally feet from a highway. Well, 25A, it's a lot. It's not a highway, but a lot of traffic.
That's dangerous.
2-lane road that gets a lot of traffic, and we would fucking dig into that because it would that snow would be packed and tight and just hard, man.
Yeah, you'd dig in like a little tunnel, and then you'd start like opening it up inside the.
When you first started opening it up, it would be scary as shit. But then when you could kind of see the sunlight coming through the top.
Yeah, you knew it was getting thin.
Thin enough where if the thing collapsed, you'd be totally fine.
Yeah, my dad made a good one for me, and then stupid neighbor sat on the front of it and caved it in. I was all mad.
What'd you do to that kid?
Nothing. I just ran off crying. My igloo was broken. Dad called me a faggot. That's pretty much the end of every story I have as a kid. I ran off crying. Dad called me a faggot.
Let's go to Chris in Iowa. Chris.
Jesus Christ.
Hey. Yeah, my dad used to work for the school system, so he used to move snow, and so he'd come with the plow and make a huge mountain. Then we'd dig out the tunnels and then the big room. Then we'd take the hose from the basement and spray water inside so it'd freeze. So it'd be like the perfect igloo.
Wow, you were smart.
Wow, you really went all out, as they
I'm
say.
jealous. I don't think we ever figured that one out.
No.
Well, one of the bitchy girls in the neighborhood decided to start a fire one time inside the igloo, and that didn't last.
And she died. She died, and they put her in a freezer. Was the 70s.
Well, no, we just left her out. Yeah, it was the 70s, dude. We just left her there until about April. Then we could get her out.
We talk about it again, and in the winter, you just come home with frostbite. You wouldn't go to your parents. You'd go up to a bathroom and try to fucking warm up your own limbs.
Remember putting the warm water over your hands when they were just frozen, and then it would hurt?
Oh, it hurt
Get
like
this
a motherfucker.
intense pain.
I don't know why we never went to our parents to try to figure half this shit out.
They were busy fucking drinking or yelling or something. Right. They were like, you didn't want to deal with your parents. They were like the boss.
Yeah.
You only for the most important things.
Right.
You got to figure out yourself.
Yeah, a lot of figuring out yourself.
Yeah.
We were also always trying to build an ice rink.
Really?
Yeah, we were always into hockey.
The Gretzky family?
Well,
the ice rink in the backyard.
But we couldn't figure it out. We couldn't design it properly.
Yeah.
We always would use boards, but the water would come through the...
Don't you need a liner or something in there?
We never were able to build the ultimate ice rink. That's when we used to have winter in New York.
Yeah.
Where it was cold enough where you could fucking do some ice shit, too.
Yep.
First girl he fingered was in a tree fort.
Aw.
See, to us, the tree fort was always just innocent. I don't think we ever had broads up
No,
there.
fingering, that's something that My tree fort innocence went away with Richard. That was the last tree fort I ever constructed.
And the last tree fort you ever went in.
That is literally, you're right, the last tree fort I ever went in.
He fucking ruined that.
He ruined tree forts for me.
That's like finding the dead kid in the freezer.
Right.
No more tree forts for me.
No more tree forts.
Fuck that.
When your best friend offers to suck your cock in a tree fort, your tree fort days are over.
This guy's messed up for not freaking out about a dead kid in the freezer. Yeah. Pirate truckers all freaked out in Wisconsin. Pirate.
I cannot believe that what kind of upbringing did this guy have? That he goes over to the neighbors, looks in the freezer, and, oh, there's Billy. Oh, birds on the wall. That's what I was looking for. And then goes home.
Yeah, he goes home and is worried he's going to get in trouble for stealing nails, and he saw a dead kid in a freezer. You're right.
Yeah.
I'd be afraid that I'd get in trouble for throwing Billy in the freezer.
Oh, the parade of dead hookers on his route.
Oh, my God.
I'm sure.
What was in his basement that he's just like, oh, dead people, that's okay.
I would
have been running from the house screaming.
I would be creeped out when we came across like a dead bird in the woods.
Yeah.
And this kid saw a dead kid in a freezer.
When I saw Smokey all covered in fucking maggots, my cat Smokey on the road, that freaked me out. I still think about that.
Yeah.
Oh, Smokey.
Poor Smokey.
Yeah.
Story
Cat
about
said Smokey ran away.
frostbite. We got tree fort with upside down garbage can with unique heating. What, they pile the garbage on the top to warm up the place?
What?
I don't know. Let's try this guy. Dennis in Westchester. I don't know what you want to say.
Oh, no, because she couldn't understand when I called in. You took an upside-down garbage can, and we had it notched, and we put wood inside of it underneath the tree fort, light a fire. We connected some kind of old duct through the middle of it to bring it up through the middle to give us heat when it was cold outside.
Are you guys crazy? Are you going to die of carbon monoxide poisoning?
Apparently, and then you were talking about lighting it before. We take 2 rusted nails against the wall and wedge a candle in between to light the candle. That was
right, okay, yeah.
Now that's
the dangerous candle holder in a wooden fucking dried wood tree fort.
Actually, my boy, the garbage can, but it heated.
No, he's talking about the underground shit. You put a candle in there.
Really?
Yeah, that's kind of smart. I like you. You heated your shit.
Yeah.
We weren't that involved.
Thank you, racist Francesa.
Not like
anything. Is it him, you think?
Sounds like fire under your tree fort.
Okay.
Light a fire under your tree fort. That's brilliant.
Well, in the garbage can.
Yeah.
Well, of course.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a great
day. Sorry. Great Guidini, who I just read his tweets, and I asked to call. He's going for the double today. What do you got, buddy?
Yeah, when you got older, the igloo was a double thing. You could tell your parents you were building an igloo, but then you could go in there, and as long as you made the opening away from the door, go in there and smoke a little weed without your parents knowing.
Who's smoking weed? What's wrong with you? How old were you?
You turned your childhood innocence into a drug den.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
You fucking hippie.
It was fun.
No, it was all about just fun and games. Nothing crazy like fingering girls or fucking smoking your weed.
You were smoking pot at 13 and out in California.
Well,
yeah.
No, I was smoking when my brother got out there. It was a little later. I think like 15.
Yeah.
I stole his pot and got all fucked up.
There you go.
And then my whole school career went right down the shitter at that point.
I like how
I was actually doing pretty good, tell you the truth. I wasn't doing too shabby.
You didn't miss anything.
Till I started smoking pot.
You didn't miss anything.
No?
No.
What if I wanted to be like a fighter pilot? Kind of ruined that whole thing. I would have had to go to,
the academy.
Know some fucking math.
True.
Finish high school.
True.
And I couldn't be fucking Top Gun.
I wish
Sucked.
I wish I was more like you growing up. I would have said fuck school and smoked pot.
Yeah.
I was too paranoid.
But then what DJ would you have found that was doing a show?
I don't know.
Love of God.
I thought school was a waste of time. I got to shut my mouth. Obviously, if you listen to this show. Paul in Tennessee, what's up?
Hey there, Paul.
Hey, as they like to say, back in the day, in the 70s, I'm from Maine, and my brother and I used to walk to school, and literally it was 3.5 miles one way, and it's wintertime in Maine. It's like 15 degrees below zero. You get to school, you couldn't breathe because your lips are frozen over, your nostrils are frozen over. You couldn't move your hands because they were frozen. It was just Talk about frostbite. You just stood in front of the vent at the first class, took the entire first class to get all that stuff off of you. It was just awful.
Wait.
They never cancel school. Never cancel school.
Oh, well, Maine. Fuck.
Well, you just brought up a memory. When we were growing up, none of us had, like, winter boots, really. Did you have winter boots? We didn't really have
Sorry,
them.
yeah, I did.
Oh, it's me again.
I had those ones with the like all the
really?
little clips running down the.
We were too poor.
We were poor.
So we would put the stupid bread bags. You don't know this one.
You had your bread bags over your...
You don't know this one?
Wow.
I know I'm not the only one.
Fucking Oliver Twist.
You would put I'm trying to remember. Yeah, you would put your socks on first. Then you would put the bread bags over your socks. Then get into your sneakers.
Wow.
Yep.
And that was supposed to keep your feet from getting wet.
And it would keep you a little warm, too, because the heat would kind of not escape as much.
Wow, that's fucking brutal.
I know I'm not the only one. And then he brought up a memory. I remember when we did have, like, cold toes or cold fingers, we would use the exhaust coming out of cars to warm up.
Nice.
Did you ever do that?
No.
And that's something I haven't thought of in years. If a car was, I don't know, obviously a car has to be running for whatever reason. Maybe you're at the stores, let's say.
Yeah.
And people running in, but their cars are running. I'm trying to remember exactly how this worked, but I remember doing it, and we put our frostbitten fingertips near the exhaust because that's blowing out some heat.
Yeah.
To get, a quick warm-up.
Be fucking out in that snow, and slowly it would go from like your pinky toe would just disappear,
right,
and then it would just spread along the front of your foot. And, man, you used to be outside until you're just freezing to death.
Yeah.
You were literally freezing to death before you came in the house.
What are you doing? Take your shit off by the door. Don't track snow in the house.
Ugh. Right.
All right, my bread bag people are coming in. Cool. I'm not the only one, thank God. See? And I got to take one call for this, Ant. Sorry. Brian, Long Island, go ahead.
What's up? I grew up a poor white trash boy in Wantagh, and my mom not only made us wear bread bags, they were from the thrift bread store.
Not even good, Farm. Not even Wonder Bread?
No, it was like some kind of no-name bread that was 5 days old, and we'd feed the bread to the ducks, and then we'd have to wear the bags on our feet.
You didn't do this ever?
No. I had like boots every winter. Like we'd go shopping for like winter stuff for school stuff, and at the beginning of fall, we'd go and get everything we needed for winter. So it would be like the boots, the fucking your raincoat, the old one where every kid looked like the Gordons of Gloucester fishermen, right? Because that's the only raincoat they had was the yellow one.
Sure, we didn't have that either.
What?
No.
Would you have big plastic bags?
We had I remember we had coats that soaked up everything.
Yeah.
Maybe because they were cheaper. But you know what I learned? That we weren't as poor as I portray it.
No.
No, my mom had a money thing.
Oh, really?
So I think she could have afforded some of this shit that I talk about, but she was so crazy about money that we're going to run out of money. Money.
Gee, thanks.
We're all going to be on the street. That she held back a lot of stuff.
I'd say, gee, thanks. Why did we have to suffer then?
we were definitely poor, but I think she could have afforded a lot of stuff. I've learned that over the years. She was hoarding money.
My mom was a hustler.
She was hoarding the little money we had, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Just really kept it tight and close to the vest.
I don't know how she fucking raised like 3 kids. Always had, nice house in Huntington and shit like that. And then
what was that about?
Maybe she was hooking.
What was that about?
Maybe she was hooking or selling drugs. I have no idea.
How many Mets did she go out with? Don't bring that up again. Scariest day ever.
That was funny.
Yeah. Are we done with this?
Yeah, I guess
Set up ramps and driveway to see how many garbage cans they could jump.
Please.
Yeah, that never worked out.
We've done that.
Because your stupid ramp would turn into a seesaw if it wasn't built properly.
Once done that one.
Ammo for tree forts, having a huge splinter in his foot. Old fridge box was the best for forts.
There was the basic, splinters were a great injury. That was a common kid injury. And then there was also, this was dreaded, your foot caught in the spokes of a bike.
Fuck yeah.
I remember seeing the result of that. There was a girl that was riding on the back of someone's bicycle. And that's when it would happen. And she was trying to keep her feet. She was barefoot and try to keep her feet away from that. And they ended up going into the spokes and just tore her fucking foot apart. That was like common. Also, flying off the handlebars when you'd have someone riding on the hand.
Right.
Why would you have someone riding on the thing that steers your fucking bicycle?
Seemed logical at the time.
I hated people on the front of the fucking bike like that. It's terrible.
Remember getting your pant leg stuck?
Pant leg stuck in the chain.
And that would stop your bike instantly?
Whip around, you're almost breaking your fucking bone because the pedal would come up on the other side of your foot, on the back side of your calf.
How many times did you get your shin hit?
Ow! Ow!
Fuck. Stupid God.
Yeah.
Why didn't God give us a little meat
where
the shin is?
Fucking,
That was the worst. All right. We should get Rich Voss in here. But, I mean, the phones are lit with this topic.
People love this shit because it conjures up the old memories, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
A time of innocence. Hookers and truckers and bodies across the country. What does this guy want? Bam Bam, Virginia. What's up, buddy?
Morning, boys.
You got hookers in the truck?
Well, no, we had a guy working with us at a company out of Minnesota once that picked up a lot lizard, had her handcuffed in the bunk of his truck. Somebody heard her screaming or something, and the truck stopped, and the cops gave chase. He ended up in the basement of some antique store in Pennsylvania.
With Zed?
And what happened to the guy?
Dummy.
Well, he's still in prison from what I hear. Nobody died, but, well, you know what turtles and hookers have in common, don't you?
Uh-oh. What do turtles and hookers have in common? Let's see. Can he stump us?
Wow, I don't even have a good answer.
I don't fucking know. What?
Well, when you're done playing with them, you just dump them both in the river.
Oh, brother. Must be a
kind of funny.
Must be a hoot on the road.
Kind of funny.
Oh, yeah. Well, I also wanted to say something. I remember the bread bag thing growing up in Minnesota, too, but I always remembered my mother.
Putting them over girls' heads.
Right.
That's right. Keep their face imprint in the Wonder Bread logo.
That's fucking dangerous.
Yeah, he is.
Watch it out, boys.
Yeah, all right. I'm glad you're on our side.
Crazy motherfuckers.
All right, we'll break. We'll get Rich Voss on the show next.
Yeah.
Stay there.